We are on the record at 10:02 a.m. on July 6th, 2021. Audio and video recording will continue to take place until all parties agree to go off the record. Please note that microphones are sensitive and may pick up whispering and private conversations. This is the continued video recorded deposition of Melissa DeRosa in the matter of independent investigation under NY State Executive Law Section 63(8). This deposition is being held at Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen, and Hamilton, LLP, located at 1 Liberty Plaza, New York, New York, 10006. My name is Matthew Tercey. I am the videographer on behalf of U.S. Legal Support, located at 90 Broad Street, Suite 603, New York, New York, 10004. The court reporter is Jessica Taft on behalf of U.S. Legal Support. I am not related to any party in this action, nor am I financially interested in the outcome. Counsel, you may proceed.
Mr. Issa, good morning. Morning. You know that you're still under oath, correct?
Correct.
Okay, let's pick up where we left off then. Have you ever heard the governor use nicknames for anyone?
Yes.
What nicknames?
Sorry, like Robert, we call Bobbert, or sometimes Sphinx. There's Sponge, obviously. I'm sorry, there are lots, but they're not coming to me in this moment. Like, as a party, we call Azo, Jim Malatras is like doctor, not a real doctor. Like, he has nicknames, some of them more creative than others for lots of the staff.
Do you have a nickname?
No.
Have you ever heard the governor use the term the man?
Yes.
Okay, and who does that refer to?
I think Annabelle.
The man refers to Annabelle Walsh?
Maybe not.
Okay. But you've heard him use that term?
I think so.
Okay. Have you ever heard him use the term sister wives?
And we call Annabelle Franny. Stephanie calls her Franny. I think the governor would repeat that sometimes. Yes, I've heard the term sister wives.
Okay, and who have you heard use that term? Your refers to who in the executive chamber as sister wives?
Alyssa and Brittany.
Okay. And have you ever heard the governor use the term sister wives?
No.
Have you ever heard anyone in the executive chamber use the term sister wives?
No.
Okay. In what context is your using the term sister wives to describe Alyssa McGrath and Brittany Camiso to you?
When the story came out about Alyssa and Brittany, I was getting a lot of incoming from people who thought that they knew things, or you should look at this, or I heard this once. And he commented to me that it was unbelievable to him that Brittany wouldn't have told Alyssa in real time because they were inseparable and that they were known as sister wives.
Okay. And did he say how he knew that?
No.
Have you ever heard the governor refer to someone using a term of endearment, like dear or honey or sweetheart?
Yes.
Okay. And who does he refer to using those terms?
He sometimes calls me honey when he's mad at me, in a short way.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that he's generally can be not great with names, and so if he were to see somebody at an event and he doesn't necessarily recall their name, he could say, "Great to see you, darling." At the mansion, who has been with the Cuomos since Mario, he refers to her as darling all the time, people like that.
Anyone else in the senior staff of the executive chamber that you've heard the governor refer to using a term of affection?
I'm like Danny, Annabelle, Stephanie, just depending on what the context is.
Are you comfortable with the governor referring to you as honey?
No, because when he does, it's like he's saying it in a short way, and I'm like, don't honey me.
Has that stopped the governor from referring to you as honey?
It's now sort of become a little bit of a joke between us.
So going back, are you comfortable with the governor referring to you as honey?
Yes.
Has anyone expressed to you that they're not comfortable with the governor using terms of affection to refer to them?
No.
Have you heard the term mean girls?
Yes.
Okay, and who does the term mean girls refer to?
Andrew Ball, me, Stephanie, Danny, Jill, and Annabelle.
What is the origin of the term Mean Girls to describe that group of people?
There was a text chain that we were all on that we used to internally communicate, and at one point Andrew Ball named the text chain Mean Girls.
Do you know why did you ever discuss with him why he did that?
It was obviously a reference to the movie because we were a group of friends that hung out all the time.
Sorry, the movie is about a group of friends who hang out all the time?
Yes.
A group of girls who are mean, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever refer to yourself as Regina George to other members of the executive chamber staff?
There is an instance on a boat that we were on where I think that Andrew called me Regina George, and then I joked about it afterwards.
Have you ever used the term Mean Girls in the executive chamber?
In the context of the text chain.
Have you ever used it outside the context of the text chain?
Not that I recall.
Have you ever heard the governor use the term Mean Girls to describe that group of people?
Yes. I think Andrew told him that we were like the Mean Girls, that was the name for us. And I don't think the governor's ever seen the movie. But any time that he felt we weren't being inclusive or we should be more inclusive, he would say, stop being the Mean Girls.
And what did the governor ever say to you about being inclusive?
That we should be more inclusive.
Who are you not being inclusive to?
This is a little bit what I touched on yesterday. It was like socially speaking, not in a professional sense. He felt like if we went out at night, we should be inviting everyone and everyone should be hanging out together.
Did you ever object to the governor to him using the term Mean Girls to describe you and others?
Yes.
And what did you say?
I said, I hate that term. Please stop using it.
Did he stop using it?
Yes.
After that, he never used it again?
Not in my presence.
Did you ever hear anyone else tell him that they didn't like being referred to as part of the Mean Girls?
Not in my presence.
You ever hear Jill tell him that she didn't like being referred to as part of the Mean Girls?
No.
Ever hear Jill tell him that she was not in fact mean?
It's possible.
You ever hear the governor speak Italian?
Yes.
How often?
All the time.
Do you speak Italian?
No.
Do you understand what he's saying?
No. I understand like words here and there, but I'm not fluent in.
Has the governor ever used the term Bella to describe you or another woman in the executive chamber in your presence?
I think in the like ciao Bella sense, he would say that.
Do you understand what that means?
Beautiful.
Did you think that was appropriate?
Yes.
Why is that?
I just thought it was a term of endearment.
Did you ever hear the governor joke about his hand size?
No. I've heard his brother make fun of his hand size.
Have you ever heard the governor imply that the size of his hands had something to do, or some relation to the size of his penis?
No.
You ever hear the governor ask about tattoos?
Yes.
And tell us about that.
Well, he didn't ask. Offered at an event that we were at that she had a tattoo.
And what did the governor say?
What does it say? And she said, I think it says Excelsior. It was like the state motto, and she was very excited to tell him about it.
Did she show him where the tattoo was?
I don't remember.
Any other occasions in which you heard the governor ask about someone's tattoos?
In the context of Charlotte.
Any others?
Not that I recall.
Ever become aware that the governor was looking for someone he had met at an event who had a tattoo of a dove?
Only in the context of press inquiry.
And what did you do in response to that press inquiry?
I don't think we responded to that specifically. I don't remember.
Did you look into the facts?
No, not that I remember. But maybe. That was a crazy time.
Did you ever hear the governor threaten anyone?
No.
You ever hear the governor threaten to call someone a child rapist?
In the context of the New York Times.
Meaning what?
There was an inquiry about the governor saying that in the New York Times.
Were you involved in the governor's denial of saying that?
Yes.
Okay, and how did you come to the conclusion that you would deny it?
Rich and I asked him.
And he said?
He had no memory of that.
You're aware later there was a tape of him threatening to call someone a child rapist, is that correct?
Yes.
So the governor told you he had no memory of that, and then later it turned out it was true.
Yes.
Any other occasions on which you heard the governor threaten to name call someone like that?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Ever see the governor throw something at someone?
Yes, but not in like a hostile way.
Okay, what did he throw?
There's a soccer ball in the office. We kick it around. There's like a Nerf ball that we throw back and forth, stuff like that.
Ever see him throw fruit at someone?
I have seen him throw an almond, like catch this, but not at someone.
Like, he threw an almond at someone to catch it?
Yes.
A single almond?
Yes.
Did you ever see him throw a speaker?
No.
Ever see him throw a stapler?
No.
You told me before that the governor has hugged you, right?
Yes.
The governor's never kissed you.
No.
Is that right?
Well, yes. On the cheek.
On the cheek.
Maybe on the forehead.
And you said the governor's never kissed you on the lips, is that right?
Correct.
Has the governor ever massaged you?
I don't think so.
Neither your back nor your arms?
I don't think so, but it's possible.
When you say it's possible, what do you mean?
I mean, I could foresee a scenario where I was sitting in a chair and he came up from behind me and was like, "Hey, slugger," or like, "What's going on?" Like, I could see that.
Did he ask, well, you don't remember that happening, is that right?
Right.
Did you ever witness him massaging anyone else in the executive chamber?
No.
The governor ever pat you on your stomach?
No.
You ever see him pat anyone else on their stomach?
Yes.
Who?
I think when she was pregnant.
Other than, well, on that occasion, did he ask if he could touch her?
I think so.
Other than, have you seen him pat anyone else on the stomach?
Potentially in the same situation, but I don't recall specifically.
Was pregnant? Was
Yes.
pregnant? Has the governor ever touched you on the butt?
No.
Have you ever seen him touch someone else on the butt?
No.
Has the governor ever put his lips on your neck?
No.
Has the governor ever laid his head in your lap?
No.
Did you become aware that someone claimed that they had observed the governor put his head in your lap?
Yes.
Okay, and tell us about that.
When she was leaving the chamber, the day that she was leaving, she was going out for drinks, and Annabelle was going down with her. And the governor was like, "Be nice, go hang out with the kids." And I was like, "Okay." So I went downstairs to the bar and I met them at Doc's. And I was asking her about her new job and what her prospects were. And it was like very friendly. It was clear that she was really drunk. And after a short period of time, I said to Annabelle, "Why don't we take off?" And Annabelle and I went to Knickerbocker, which is a bar under my old apartment, or on the same block as my old apartment. And when we got there, she said to me that had said that she believed there was something going on with the governor and I.
Sorry, and how does that relate to you having heard that someone said that the governor put his head on your lap?
So she said that. Sorry, I guess I should not wait for questions. So she said that. I was really upset about it. I said that that's not true. And then a few months later, Andrew Ball and I were having a drink, and Andrew Ball told me that he had heard that was telling people that she walked into the office and that the governor was on top of me kissing me, to which I expressed outrage. And he said, "I'm just telling you what she said." And so then it sort of became like the story was like the fish story. Like every time someone told the story, it got worse, and it became like the multiplier effect of like 2 people tell 2 people who tell 4 people who tell 6 people. And at some point I heard a version of the story where it was that she walked in and he was laying with his head on my lap.
And you're saying that never happened?
No.
Okay. Did anyone other than Mr. Ball or Mr. Walsh talk to you about that
No.
allegation? No.
No.
Is said Miss Walsh, but sorry, Miss Walsh. Have you ever been in a romantic relationship with the governor?
No.
Are you aware of the governor having a romantic relationship with any member of his staff?
No.
Did you ever tell anybody you had an emotionally romantic relationship with the governor?
No.
Did you ever tell anybody you had an emotionally intimate relationship with the governor?
No.
Has the governor ever held your hand?
Yes.
When?
Lots of times.
And what occasions?
I thought, and he held my hand when the nursing home stuff happened. He held my hand, like in moments of like traumatic things, or like, you know, the night of the election. I remember like it was like we did it, and we were like holding hands. Like I've held hands with him.
Have you observed him holding hands with anybody else?
In similar circumstances.
In circumstances of stress or celebration?
Yes.
Did you ever hear that anyone was uncomfortable with the governor holding their hands?
No.
Have you ever seen a member of the staff sit on the governor's lap?
No.
Did you ever become aware of an allegation that a member of the staff had sat on the governor's lap?
I heard a rumor.
And what did you hear?
I heard that at a Super Bowl party that had sat on his lap.
And who'd you hear that from?
I don't remember at the time, but I know that in the context of recent press inquiries that came in.
Did you look into whether that was true or not?
No.
Were you at a Super Bowl party with the governor and where was in attendance?
Yes.
Did you see engage with the governor?
No, not in that. I mean, yes, of course, I'm sure I saw them talking, but not in that particular instance. I left early.
Was there ever an occasion on which you told that she had behaved inappropriately with the governor at a Super Bowl party?
Not that I recall.
Was there ever an occasion where you chided her for any conduct she had at a Super Bowl party?
Not that I recall specifically at a Super Bowl party.
Any other party?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that.
Was drinking a lot at the time around when, and I am a little bit of a hard ass at these things, and I feel like if you're at an event and there are other legislators and supporters and friends, like just because there's a bar in the room, that's not for you necessarily, like that's for the guests, and that you need to be controlled, and that there was a period of time where she was drinking all the time in excess.
And what did you say to
I don't recall specifically, but generally, you can't get drunk like that. It's not appropriate.
Did any member of the governor's family ever speak to you about his interactions with you?
I think I have.
And what do you remember that spoke to you about?
That said that she was inappropriate, that she was really drunk at the party.
Sorry, told you that was inappropriate at
Really
a party.
drunk at the party, yeah.
And did she say what the interactions were that the governor and had on that occasion?
I don't think that she saw, but I think that she had heard the same lap sitting.
That had heard that had sat on the governor's lap.
Yes.
Was present for that occasion.
She was, I don't know actually. I know her husband was there. Doesn't generally come to events. I don't remember if she was there or not there, like if it was gossip after the fact.
Okay. So, but you think her husband was there?
Yes.
Okay. And after that was raised to your attention, is that why you spoke to me about drinking at events?
I don't think so.
Did you
I
ever-
think it was just generally that she had been drinking a lot.
So after that was raised to you by, you did not speak to me about that concern?
I talked to her about the drinking. I don't remember where in the timeline that was.
Can I ask one follow-up question?
Yeah.
On an earlier series of questions. Did Alfonso David ever ask you, when he was counsel with the executive chamber, ask you whether you had a relationship with the governor?
Yes.
When was that?
After I became secretary.
And what did he ask?
I don't remember it as him asking, more like telling, Like, people are saying this,
People are saying what?
that there's something with you guys.
Okay, who did he say was saying that?
He didn't say specifically.
So what did he ask you?
That's what I'm saying. I guess I don't know that it was a question, more of like an information sharing.
And then did he ask you, were you?
I
Were you
don't-
in a relationship with the governor?
I don't recall, but I think I just immediately responded and said, that's not true.
Do you know if he inquired with the governor?
I don't.
Anyone else ask you that question, whether you had a relationship with the governor?
Rich has party when we got the inquiry.
What did he ask?
He was like, how do we want to respond to this? The originally called and said they like changed their stories 7 times too. So they called and they said that they had a source that said that they saw the governor like, I'm sorry, I can't like, you get the point. And that they had a blind source saying that we were and I got really upset. And then they claimed that it was and that they had that, and this went on all day. And Judy spoke to the lawyer and threatened defamation, and was like, you can't like say these things, you don't have of these things. And then ultimately we pushed them, and they finally said, first they said that they thought it, and then they said that it, and so I had to respond to that press inquiry.
So other than Alfonso David and Richard Azzopardi, anyone else ask you whether you've had a relationship with the governor?
Not that I recall specifically right now, but if I think about it, I'll come back.
And the saying that she saw the governor with his head in your lap, did anyone ask you about that?
No.
Did Steve Cohen ask you about that?
No. I said something to Steve about it.
What did you say?
When I heard that, I was hearing like horrific versions of this story, and I said to Steve, like, what is going on? Why is this person saying this stuff about me? I don't understand. And he was like, don't worry about it. It's not a thing. Like, people gossip, people rumor monger.
You volunteered that to Steve?
That
With Steve Cohen?
yes.
That you just raised this with Steve Cohen?
Yes, because we got from Steve, and I knew that they were very close. She had worked at McAndrews before, and then I think went back to McAndrews afterwards.
You say you got from Steve with
I'm sorry, he referred her to work in our office.
and so when did you reach out to Steve Cohen to say this?
Pretty immediately after the fact,
Which was when?
in 2016. I don't remember if it was 2016 when Annabelle said something to me, or if it was a few months later when Andrew Ball said something to me.
And did Steve Cohen say whether told him something similar?
No.
Any point after 2016 have you spoken to Steve Cohen about it?
Yes.
When?
In December of last year.
What did you talk to him about?
When Lindsay made her allegations on Twitter, she started by doing the toxic work environment, hostile work environment. And then like every day, her allegations grew bigger and bigger and like more aggressive and more pointed. And as she was doing it, it obviously was garnering a tremendous amount of press attention. And so reporters started to call and email random people who used to be in the administration. And at the same time, Lindsay started cold calling and emailing people, and she had hired, we believe that she had hired a lawyer from Wigdor who was doing the same thing. And at one point, I believe the lawyer from Wigdor reached out to and forwarded said that to me, or I'm sorry, to Steve. And Steve told me and Linda and Judy. And then Rob also told me that that had happened.
And what did you do?
I said, what's going on? Like, what is happening here? And he said she just wanted, you know, as a friend, she wanted to make sure that we knew that people were reaching out to people, but like she has no interest in talking to press or anything. Like she's not like, she's like an ally and friend, she likes the governor, like she's like telling us this to be helpful.
And in those discussions, did the fact that she had said she had seen the governor with his head in your lap come up? Did that discussion come up?
Not specifically, but that she had, I said, you know, Steve, she was the one that started the rumors, like all those years ago. And he said to me, don't be silly, it's not a thing. Like, to the extent that she said something, like it wasn't malicious, and like, don't think about it.
Did you have any role in directing to any lawyers?
I'm sorry.
Did you have any role in directing to any particular lawyers?
No.
Do you know which lawyers she was directed to initially?
I know that Steve got a phone call from her and she needed legal counsel, and he initially said talk to Mitra, and then I think that they referred her to a separate lawyer, which is what happened with a bunch of people.
And Mitra was counsel for the executive chamber.
Yes.
Did you tell, and you can assert privilege, did you?
I think the discussions with Mitra or other legal counsel from the chamber about who's going to represent who would be privileged.
Sure. Yep.
Did anyone tell you that there were any photographs of sitting on the government lap?
I did hear that.
Who did you hear that from? Anyone tell you about that?
It was, again, like recently in the context of a press inquiry, and they were talking about it, and I said, did this happen? And she said, I don't remember, and I said, I think there might be a photo. And I said, you think or you know? And he said, I think.
And did you say why he thought there was a photo?
No.
And you said she didn't remember that. You're saying yes or no?
I'm sorry, yes.
Did any reporters ask you about the incident or possible incident with sitting on the governor's lap?
Not me.
Who did you hear for anyone else that reporters were asking about it?
I heard that Josh Dawsey from the Washington Post had reached out to me directly.
And did you hear whether any press people were asserting that they had photographs of sitting on the governor's lap?
No.
Did anyone other than ever tell you that there might be a photograph of the incident?
Not that I recall, and I think I would remember.
And did he say whether he was present at that party?
He didn't say. I do think he was.
And did he say whether he saw this happen or not?
No.
Did you ask him?
No. I know that he spoke to the reporter directly afterwards and said, like, you can't write this about me. It's not fair. And it never went anywhere.
Do you know whether he told the reporter it didn't happen?
I don't know.
Did you have any conversations with her about what she would or wouldn't say to reporters about it?
In the context of that call where she was saying that the Washington Post reached out.
And what did you say to her?
I didn't instruct her.
Was anyone else on this call?
I think he was in the background. I think Rich was in the room.
Did Mr. Azzopardi give her any directions to what to say or not say to the reporter?
No. I think that she said that she was going to say, it's not fair to write things about people. Like, if they have their own stories and they want to come forward, then that's fair game. But it's not fair for you to take rumor or innuendo and write it, and I'm not telling you that this happened, and so it's not fair. That was how she told me that she was going to handle it.
Did she ever report back to you after she spoke to the reporter to say what she actually said to the reporter?
I don't think so, but it didn't get reported.
Can I ask one more? Did you ever hear about whether there was of you interacting in an intimate
In the context of the
Yeah,
inquiry.
other than
No, in that context, it
I see.
was, there was, they said there was, somebody said that there was, it was all like, it was, it was, it was, it was like a whole gamut.
from who did you hear that?
From who did I hear what?
That there were these other, and
From, he's a former press secretary who said that he heard like that was like during that period of time there were tons of rumors going around, and that was a rumor that was floating around. And so when the piece happened, I was like, is it what are these people going to report that then I'm going to have my family see?
Did you ever look for the photos that were being talked about by the reporters?
I don't think so.
Are you aware if anyone tried to look for those photos?
I don't think so. But it's possible.
Have you ever asked for photos to be deleted from the governor's photo shelter site?
Yes.
And what occasion?
When there was the woman out in Rochester who came forward, the one who was represented by Gloria Allred, I'm blanking on her name.
Ms. Bill?
Yes. She was making claims about the photos taken that day and that it was illustrative of him having an inappropriate engagement with her. And I immediately went onto Photo Shelter and tried to find other photos from that day to demonstrate the point that it wasn't anomalous. This was a situation that, you know, he hugs people at disaster sites, he puts his hands on people's face. It was not uncommon. In fact, it was the rule, not the exception. And so I scrambled and asked them to put up photos of that day so that we could share them with the press to show these photos. And then after the fact, the woman who was in one of the photos reached out and said that she was not happy that her photo had been added. And so I said, can we delete these?
And did you delete the photo permanently or just delete it from the public access to those pictures?
No, just from the public access. We own the photos.
Okay. Have you ever deleted photos from the executive chamber's repository of photographs of the governor?
I don't think so.
Have you ever directed anyone to do that?
I don't think so.
Are you aware of anyone doing that?
I don't think so.
I'm going to move on to December unless you guys have it. When was the first time you spoke to Governor Cuomo about Lindsay Boylan's tweets regarding her experience in the executive chamber?
The Monday following her first tweets, we were going to the office for a press conference, and I told him about them because I thought it was possible that we were going to get a question at the press conference.
So what day was that?
Monday.
Do you remember? Sorry.
I'm
I don't
sorry,
have a
like the
calendar in front of me.
7th.
The 7th, okay. What did you tell him?
I told him that Lindsay had done some tweets over the weekend about the worst team environment and that that it was toxic. I don't remember specifically what those first rounds of tweets said, but I summarized them. And I said, in the event that we get a question, just let me take it. I don't want you to give sound on this. There's no point. I don't want to elevate the issue. And he asked if anyone had written it. And I said, I think at that point, the Post and Fox News had picked it up on hostile work environment.
Anything else the governor said in that conversation?
No. He was like, okay. He didn't think much of it.
And did it come up at the press conference that day?
It did not.
And that's the 7th. When was the first time you saw the tweets relating to, I think her words were a toxic team?
The day that they happened.
How did they come to your attention?
I think Rich as a party flagged them for me.
And what did you do after Rich as a Party flagged her December 5th tweets for you?
I think I flagged them for Alfonso, Linda, Judy.
Why don't we open your binder? You want the one that has tab 161 in it?
Okay.
We'll mark what's at 161 as the next exhibit.
Yes, these are the tweets.
Okay. So what's at exhibit 161 is a series of tweets from Ms. Boylan that begin on December 5th and end on December 13th. And what you're pointing to is the tweet from December 5th. That's the one Rich as a Party flagged for you.
Yes.
Okay, and then you said you told Linda Lacewell, Alfonso David.
And I think Judy, maybe not at the same time, but certainly within like a couple of days.
Okay, why did you tell Linda Lacewell?
Because we were all involved with Lindsay when she left. So it was like Linda obviously was aware of the circumstances, and Alfonso too. And it wasn't the first time she had done negative tweets.
Okay. You recalled other occasions on which Ms. Boylan had tweeted negative tweets about the executive chamber?
Yes.
And what were those?
The year prior, I don't remember the specific month, there was something about childcare. She talked about how you couldn't be a working mother in the chamber. And she did a tweet, and then Jim Malatras did a tweet independent of hers where he said, government service is hard, it's supposed to be, but I always found that the chamber was welcoming of my son, and tweeted a bunch of photos of his son at our office.
Did Jim Malatras do that on his own?
I think I talked to him about it, but I think it was his idea.
Did the executive chamber have any response to Ms. Boylan's tweets from the year prior regarding having children being a mother of children in the executive chamber?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Yeah, that was a poor question. Did the executive chamber have any response to Ms. Boylan's tweets about her experience as a working mother?
Did the executive chamber have a response to Ms. Boylan's tweets about her being a working mother? I don't remember.
Did you put out a press release?
I don't think so.
Did you talk to reporters about it?
I don't think so.
Did you field calls from reporters?
I don't think I did. Rich may have, or Peter or Danny, whoever was in the press shop at the time.
Okay.
It's sort of rare that a reporter calls me directly.
Okay, so what do you recall about Rich as a Party or Peter or Jamian fielding calls from the press at that time?
I think that they deferred them to Jim's tweet. I think. I don't have a clear memory of it.
Meaning they pointed them to Jim Malatras's tweets?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of them telling them, the reporters, anything else about Ms. Boylan?
No, not at the time.
Okay. Any other occasion in which you recall Ms. Boylan tweeting negatively about the executive chamber prior to December 5th?
Just that instance, I think.
Prior to December 5th, were you aware of Ms. Boylan ever describing her experience with the executive chamber as it being a toxic work environment?
I think in the context of her leaving.
And what do you mean by that?
When she said to Alfonso that Annabelle and Stephanie were a problem and that she had complained to Rob.
Any other occasions on which you understood Ms. Boylan had described her experience in the executive chamber as being a toxic environment?
Not that I recall specifically or generally.
Were you aware that she had multiple written communications in which she described it as a toxic work environment?
I don't think so, but you're asking in a way that means that maybe I did. Okay, sorry.
Right, so after the December 5th tweet, you told Linda Lacewell, you told Alfonso David, you might have told Judy Mogul.
Yes.
And then on December 7th, you told the governor about it. In between the 5th and the 7th, did you do anything else about Lindsay Boylan's tweets?
No.
Did you talk to anybody else about Lindsay Boylan's tweets?
Potentially people in the press shop. Potentially Rich and Josh at that point.
Do you remember speaking to Rich Bamberger or Josh Basto? Or sorry, Rich as a Party.
Yes.
Okay, and tell us what you remember telling them.
Well, I don't think I told him anything. I think he called me and said, she's tweeting this stuff. And I was like, and I feel like we have to figure out how to respond. And he was like, no, you're, responding to this is not smart. Who cares? It's Lindsay. She's tweeting. She's running for office. Leave it alone.
Okay, so that was the conversation with Rich as a party. Anyone else?
Not that I recall.
Okay, and did you decide to leave it alone?
Yes.
Did you talk to anybody else about the decision to leave it alone?
There were a lot of discussions that week.
Okay, between December 5th and December 7th, did you talk to anyone
I don't
else
think
about
so.
leaving it? Just let me finish.
Sorry.
That's okay. Between December 5th and December 7th, did you talk to anyone else about leaving it alone?
I don't think so.
So if you flip to the next page of that exhibit, see that Ms. Boylan tweeted on December 8th. And she tweeted a series of things. How did you become aware of her December 8th tweets?
I don't remember. I think after the first tweets, I was just looking at her Twitter feed.
So you think you saw them on her Twitter feed?
I think so.
Okay. And if you look at, let's go to tab 163 and mark this as the next exhibit. And this looks like a text message between you and Josh Vlasto. Is that right? This is on December 8th, and it looks like you were sending Ms. Boylan's December 8th tweets to Mr. Vlasto. Is that correct? Okay. Why did you send them to Mr. Vlasto?
He was advising us on how to deal with it, advising me.
Advising you or advising the executive chamber?
They're sort of one and the same, but me specifically.
As of December 8th, was there anyone else from whom you were seeking advice on how to respond to or deal with Ms. Boylan's tweets?
It's possible Rich Bamberger. It's possible Danny Lever. There's like a network of press people around us who I routinely ask for advice.
Okay, so tell us what you remember about the advice you saw and received on December 8th.
Is it possible, because I just know December is going to be really long, to take a quick 5-minute break?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Going off the record at 10:45 a.m. We are back on the record at 10:56 a.m.
Mr. Rosa, I understand you want to clarify a point or supplement a point we talked about earlier.
Yes. In the context of the inquiry, I also spoke to Josh Vlasto about the rumors.
Okay, and what did you say to Josh Vlasto?
I called him very upset about the inquiry and said that I had also heard these rumors years earlier, like a similar version of those, and that I was really upset about it. And he asked me point blank if there was ever anything that physically happened between us.
And what did you say?
I said no.
And what else was said during the conversation with Mr. Vlasto about this?
He told me that, and was like, you can be honest with me if there's ever anything that happened. And I said, there's nothing that ever physically happened. And that I care about him a lot. And I was like very upset because I felt like because of the amount of time that we spent together and because everyone knew that we were so close, there was always this rumor that I was sleeping with him, which I was not, and that my biggest fear in life was that people would think that I got my job because I was sleeping with my boss. And I was having a nervous breakdown about it, and he coached me through it, and he helped me write my statement.
Do you remember anything else you said to Mr. Vlasto in that conversation?
I was just saying that I was the bar is so low now, they'll just write any rumor. And I was they're gonna people have seen us a million times have dinner, people have seen us a million times hang out, and now there's this feeding frenzy. And if is gonna write this and these things that someone's gonna write this and it's gonna ruin my life.
Do you want to take a break?
No, it's okay.
In that conversation, did you tell Mr. Vlasto that the
I said that it was, I don't know that I used the word, but that it was like, and that I would never do anything physically with him, and I had never done anything physically with him, but that we had a, but I don't think I said, and I told him that I had spent all of this time with the kids during COVID, and they had all become like family, and that it was, that I was like,
has the governor ever done anything that has made you uncomfortable?
no,
Has the governor ever said anything to you that made you uncomfortable?
no.
Do you want to take a break now before we go back to talking about December, or
Can I, just maybe 1 minute?
you can have? Yeah,
Okay.
how much time is it?
Going off the record at 10:59 a.m. We are back on the record at 11:05 a.m.
Okay. So before the break, we were talking about December 8th. Right?
Yes.
So what happens on December 8th after you saw the tweet and after you sent it to Mr. Vlasto?
I don't think anything. I think it was more like we were spinning internally, trying to figure out what to do, how to respond, if a response was appropriate, how to manage any potential press incoming.
Okay, so what is the, at the end of the day on the 8th, is there any resolution made about whether to respond or how to respond?
That we were going to keep doing nothing, that the belief was that she wanted attention, she was running for office, and that she was going to continue to say more and more outrageous things with the desire of eliciting a response so that she would get our megaphone platform and it would elevate her.
Did anyone disagree with that view? Anyone suggest you should have a response?
Yes,
Okay, who disagreed?
Josh Vlasto.
Okay, and what was his view?
He felt like we needed to get her personnel file out there.
And that was on December 8th.
I don't remember specifically what day, but it was like early on. It was days before that actually happened.
Okay, so days before the personnel file of Ms. Boylan got out there, Mr. Vlasto had raised
Yes.
getting it out there. Was he the first person to raise the idea of getting her Lindsay Boylan's personnel file out there?
So we got an inquiry from Bernadette Hogan from the Post after she did her first tweet. She called as a party and said, I've heard that she left on bad circumstances. I've heard that she had issues with Black female subordinates. I would write that story. And Rich and I discussed it. And Rich was very adamantly of the view that that was not a good idea.
This was after Ms. Boylan's first tweet.
Yes.
And why were you adamantly of the view that that was not a good idea?
Rich was adamantly of the
Sorry,
view.
why was Rich of the view that
Because years earlier, Howard Glazer had read somebody's personnel file on the radio after they had I don't remember exactly what happened. It was before I was in the administration, but there was something that happened with a former employee, I think at DEC or a state agency, and Howard Glazer responded by going on Fred Dicker's radio show and reading the person's personnel file. And it was a disastrous public relations move.
In what way was it a disastrous public relations move?
Because to the extent that they were trying to demonstrate that the person was not credible or had a personal axe to grind, it didn't. The story became the bully Cuomo administration went on the radio and read this person's personnel file.
And who raised that in the context of discussing Ms. Boylan's personnel file?
Rich.
And what was your view as of December 5th through 8th about this issue?
I didn't know. I was a little bit paralyzed. I was in the mode of, I was soliciting a lot of different opinions and given an hour to hour basis, changing my own view on what I thought was right. In some moments, I thought we should stop this before it keeps going. And in other moments, I understood the merit of not engaging.
And what specifically on the personnel file was your view between December 5th and December 8th?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Sure. What specifically was your view about the personnel file and the release thereof between December 5th and December 8th?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that like that was an internal battle for me. And I was doing this thing that I often do where I call 5 people and ask their advice and try to get to a place in my head where I feel certain about what it is that we're going to do to respond. And I would speak to Judy Mogul, who would say that's not a good idea, and she would win me over. And then I would speak to Josh, who would say we need to get the file out there, and then I would think that was the right idea. And I was, in that period of time, very uncertain about what to do.
But you're the decision maker, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and the personnel file ultimately is provided to the press, is that right?
Yes.
It's provided by who?
Rich as a party in a couple of instances, and Josh Vlasto in an instance.
And that was at your direction?
Yes.
Okay. And how did it come to be that you made the decision that Mr. Azzopardi and Mr. Blasto would provide Lindsey Boylan's personnel file to the press?
The tweets continued for days. They got more and more escalating. It appeared that her strategy was working, of continuing to get press, Twitter followers. In between tweets, she would tweet out a link to donate to her political campaign. There had been a leak on that Friday before her sexual harassment allegations. I saw you scrunching your eyes.
I'm just calculating days, go ahead.
What day was the Sunday? Was it the 13th?
I think that's right.
Okay, so the 11th, there was a rumor that that the governor was being considered for attorney general, and she went crazy, and her language went from toxic work environment to harasser, abuser, and then it became, if Joe Biden does this, we're going to come for receipts. And so it kept going. And I mean, by the time we got to Sunday, the group's view was, which I shared, was we made a mistake by not doing something earlier. All we've done is given her this room to run, and it's made her more and more emboldened. Her claims have become more exaggerated, more nasty, sharper, and she has a built-in audience of affirmation between the far left and the far right who politically hate the governor, and that she completely mischaracterized from the outset her dismissal from the office, but in not refuting it, we almost allowed a narrative to harden. And this is always sort of the struggle I find when you're dealing with a crisis like this, where it's do you respond and risk elevating someone more and it being an overreaction, especially with my office and my boss, where we're constantly viewed as bullies. And so then it looks like an overreaction and you raise this person up, or do you just let it go? But then every time someone says it and you don't knock it down, it becomes part of the record, and you build and harden a narrative. And so that was the yin and the yang. And that Sunday morning, the first call I actually got was from Rich saying, did you see Lindsey's tweet? She's talking about eagle feathers. Because she had tweeted that the governor lies about things big and small, including an eagle feather. And I then went to go look at her Twitter feed, and I said, did you see these other tweets? And he said, no, what happened? And I said, I think we need to go to the office. And I met him at the office.
And the tweets you're referring to were the tweets on December 13th, in which Ms. Boylan alleged that she had been sexually harassed by the governor. Is that
Yes.
right? And those are the tweets that are on page 5 of tab 161. Tab 161.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Which page?
Page 5
Oh,
on the
yes.
bottom right-hand corner.
Yes.
These are the tweets you're referring to.
Yes.
So prior to these tweets, there had been, I'm characterizing, but make sure I got this right, there had been discussion amongst a number of people in the executive chamber about whether to respond to Ms. Boylan's tweets, including to release her personnel file. Is that right?
Yes.
And you made the decision that you would not do that prior to December 13th.
Yes.
Okay. What changed your mind on the 13th?
She had gone so far, and we were getting press inquiries, and they were conflating everything. The story wasn't the governor sexually harassing Lindsey Boylan, or aid alleges. It was after 5 days of tweeting about a hostile, toxic work environment in which Ms. Boylan previously hinted that she was asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement, comes out with explosive allegations about sexual harassment. And so because we hadn't engaged the 6 days prior, trying to argue with the reporters about the initial basis of her claims and saying she lied about that, she left when confronted with allegations of her own bullying and contribution to a hostile or toxic work environment, and then asked for her job back. And of course, nobody ever asked her to sign an NDA. It was impossible, because at that point it was like, well, why didn't you guys say that 5 days ago? And we were asking you about this 5 days ago and you didn't say anything. And so strategically, I thought the best thing to do was to give a statement on the record from Caitlin, from the press office, but it was in Caitlin's name, that directly responded to the allegations of sexual harassment, and then to give the personnel file out.
Did you consider in that thought process that Ms. Boylan had made what was a protected disclosure about being sexually harassed?
No.
Did you seek any advice on whether the fact that she had made a protected disclosure should change that analysis about releasing the personnel file?
I sought legal advice.
Who did you seek legal advice from?
Judy and Linda at first, and I also said,
Wait, sorry.
I'm not going to talk about the actual advice.
Okay, go ahead.
Judy and Linda at first, and then I said, confirm this with Gower.
And to be clear, the advice you sought from Ms. Mogul was related to whether you could release the personnel file after Ms. Boylan had made a protected disclosure.
Whether it was legal, yes.
And did you ask Ms. Mogul to opine on whether that could be considered retaliation?
No.
Why not?
I didn't get into the specifics of the law. I just said, is this legal and allowed? She understood the circumstances. We were talking about it all morning.
Earlier we looked at the employee handbook and you told me everyone has a personal responsibility to ensure that the handbook is complied with. Do you remember telling me that?
Yes.
Do you remember there's a section of the handbook that prohibits retaliation? You remember that?
Yes.
So what did you do to ensure that Ms. Boylan was not retaliated against for making a protected disclosure regarding sexual harassment?
I asked the lawyers if it was okay, if what we were doing was within the legal confines, and wouldn't do anything to undermine that.
That was the question you posed.
My question was, is this allowed? Is this legal? Is this allowed?
And you asked them to consult with Gower?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
Because Gower is the government agency that deals with employment matters, and so I wanted to make sure that it wasn't just our counsel's, like people in my counsel's office opining, but that they checked with someone who I viewed as being extraordinarily credible, and like if there was an issue that they would know more than Linda and Judy.
And did you understand at that time, or I guess, were you seeking legal advice about the question of whether the file could be released or whether releasing the file would be retaliatory?
I wasn't specific. It was, is this allowed, period. In response to these stories, in response to the incoming that we're getting from the press, are we allowed to do this?
Were you involved in any non-privileged conversation on December 13th in which the topic of retaliation was discussed?
I don't remember.
Were you involved in any non-privileged conversation on December 13th about whether it was the right thing to do to release her personnel file after she had made an allegation of sexual harassment?
I don't remember. I don't remember if it was specifically that way.
Were you involved in any non-privileged conversation in which you considered or discussed whether releasing Ms. Boylan's personnel file after she had made a claim of sexual harassment would discourage others from making such claims?
No.
Did you think about that?
No, I thought that I was very focused on Lindsay, and I thought that Lindsay, that frankly it would discourage other people about lying about the terms in which they left, but it wasn't about discouraging other people to come forward.
As of December 13th, what had you done to investigate or seek out the facts related to Ms. Boylan's claim of sexual harassment?
I had a conversation with the governor.
And tell us about that conversation.
I asked him if there was any truth to her very vague allegation on Twitter.
And what did he say?
He said, no, absolutely not. I said, I need you to tell me the truth. I can't do this with one hand tied behind my back. If there's something I need to know it. And we'll figure it out with the lawyers, but I need to know. And he said, no, there's no truth to it. He was uncomfortable with the fact that we said so blanketly nothing ever. These are quite simply not true, because she made a veiled reference to sexual harassment about my looks. And he said, it's possible that at some point I commented on, you look nice today the way I do with everyone. And if we're saying like flatly, this quite simply didn't happen, like, are we being inconsistent? And my view was, and the view of the team was like, you're parsing. She's not saying, did you compliment me? This is like specific to harassment. And he said that in that case, he felt comfortable with it.
In the conversation, is there anything else you remember about the conversation you had with the governor about Lindsay Boylan's claim of sexual harassment?
No, I mean, it was longer than what I just said to you, but that was the content.
And this occurred on December 13th?
Yeah.
And in the context of that conversation with the governor, did you raise Charlotte Bennett?
I don't think so.
Why not?
It was about Lindsay.
You didn't question in your own mind whether her allegations might be true, given what you had learned about had happened between him and Charlotte Bennett?
No.
Did anyone on December 13th discuss Miss Bennett?
I did with Judy.
Okay. What happened in that conversation? Are you going to invoke privilege?
Yes.
On December 13th, did you discuss Charlotte Bennett with anyone else other than Miss Mogul?
Not in a non-privileged conversation.
Who else?
I think Rich has a party. Linda and Steve.
When you say Steve, you mean Steve Cohen?
Sorry, I didn't mean to speak over you.
It's okay. Who else was in the conversation on December 13th about Charlotte Bennett with you and Rich as a party?
I think that was the group. Rich was in person, Linda was in person, and then Steve and Judy were on the phone.
On December 13th, did you have any one-on-one conversations with any members of that group?
I'm sure that I had many. The whole day was a scramble of phone calls back and forth.
Can you suss out calls in which a lawyer was not present?
Linda was in my office for the entire day, so I don't think so.
And were you seeking legal advice from Ms. Lacewell?
Constantly.
Were you seeking advice from Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Was Mr. Cohen being paid for his legal services?
No.
Does that raise any ethics concerns for you?
No.
Why not?
It's not the governor hates when I say this, but it's how it's always been with Steve. Steve has, in the aftermath of him leaving, has continued to provide legal counsel to the governor, to the chamber. I've asked his legal advice. He's been a trusted legal advisor since I came to work in the governor's office.
So because it's the way it's always been done, that didn't raise any ethics concerns for you?
Correct.
When you spoke to the governor, did the subject of releasing Ms. Boylan's personnel file come up
I told him after.
it was done?
Yes.
What did he say?
Is this okay? Did the group think this was the right decision? Did you make sure that this was legal? And I said yes.
And leading up to the 13th, when the decision was made to release the personnel files, did you have any discussions with the governor about the possibility of releasing the personnel file?
I don't think so. I sort of have a management style with him where I go to him when a fire is out or out of control, and when it's in between, I don't like to go to him, especially when I don't have a clear view, I don't have a clear recommendation. And so the majority of the calls that week, I don't think I involved him at all. It was even, I didn't tell him about the first tweets until the Monday after, when she had started them on Saturday. So I re-raised them that Sunday morning.
And after the governor asked and you said the group was okay with it, what was the governor's response?
Okay.
Did he ever raise any questions or concerns about releasing Ms. Boylan's personnel file?
Yes, when I told him that we had done that, he asked me if I made sure that it was legal and everything was legally appropriate.
Did the two of you have any discussion of whether it could be viewed as retaliation?
No.
I'm trying to understand why you didn't raise it with the governor, because you told us that the Howard Glazer incident was in your mind as you were thinking through the issue of releasing the file. And the words you used were that was a disastrous PR situation. And now you were going to release another personnel file. So I'm trying to understand why you didn't raise it with the governor.
What do you mean, before I did it?
Yes.
I didn't want to put him in a position where he was making that decision.
Why didn't you want to put him in a position where he was the one making that decision?
Because I knew that in some corner there would be criticism about it, and I didn't want it to have to be his call.
And what corner did you think there would be criticism of it?
From Lindsay and the people that she had been cultivating all week.
And what did you think the criticism was going to be?
That it was an overreaction, that it was unfair.
Unfair in what way?
That we had given out personal information about her.
Did you understand that the criticism might be that you retaliated against her?
Not in that term, no. I viewed it as a public relations issue, not a legal issue.
But did you understand that the criticism might be that you had tried to damage her reputation?
No.
Did you think it was going to damage her reputation?
She was running for public office. She was a public figure at that point. I know better than anyone how much that is terrible when you get criticized in the press, but she made public allegations that she had never made privately years after she had left in an open forum on Twitter without using any specifics, after spending a week criticizing lots of members of the administration, mischaracterizing the terms of her departure, implying that she was asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement. And so, no.
So you didn't think it was going to damage her reputation? Releasing the personnel file?
No.
Let's just step back and unpack what you just told us. So you said she had made public allegations that she had never made privately for years, right?
Right.
Did you seek out the facts to determine if she had ever privately made allegations about the governor or about the working environment?
Yes.
Okay, what did you do?
Talk to Alfonso.
And when was that?
In the lead up to that day.
And what did he tell you?
That when he counseled her vis-a-vis the situation, that he had asked her point blank if there had ever been any issues of harassment, if she understood her rights, if she knew where she could go to report, to make sure that she knew that she was, that he was a resource as well, and that at that time she had said flatly no. And that was, I believe, January of 2018, and in her tweets she said it's been going on for years and everyone saw and nobody did anything.
What else did you do to make sure that you were certain Ms. Boylan had not made any private allegations regarding the governor other than speaking to Mr. David?
Nothing. I asked him if when she was leaving, in that conversation when she was leaving, am I allowed to talk about this?
You just did.
Well, counsel, I'm sure you're not trying to get her to violate a privilege call that's not hers. Can you, let me just look back at the legend. Make a representation about whether he's already testified about it.
Did he testify about this conversation?
If he's testified about it, she can too. I mean, it's the
About
same
what?
privilege.
About Alfonso David?
The conversation with Ms. DeRosa about Lindsay Boylan's exit interview, or her interview about Howard Zemsky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he was pretty open about the
If he's testified about
investigation.
it, she can testify about it.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't doing
That's okay.
something
So I
wrong.
think I've lost track a little bit here, but just to be clear, the only person you spoke to confirm that Ms. Boylan had not privately made allegations about the governor was Mr. David. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever consider speaking to Ms. Boylan?
No.
Was it ever discussed that someone should reach out to Ms. Boylan?
Yes.
Okay, and why was the decision made not to do that?
I talked to Howard Zemsky about it. I thought if anyone would still have a relationship with her, that he would be the right person. And I called him and said, do you know what is happening here? Is there any truth to this as you understand it? I don't get it. Can you talk to her and see what's going on? And he said that he did not feel comfortable talking to her.
Did you ask anybody else to reach out to Ms. Boylan?
I don't think so.
Did you try to reach out to Ms. Boylan?
I accidentally called her.
And when was that?
That Sunday afternoon when I was sitting in my office and we were dealing with all of the incoming.
Okay, what happened on the call?
Nothing. I took out my phone. I was like in the middle of, going back and forth between Josh and Danny and having conversations about what was going on. And it was one of those things where like you're thinking about somebody and I put in Lindsay and then hit dial and immediately hung up. And then I called Josh and said, you're not going to believe what I just did.
Other than by accident, did you consider reaching out to Ms. Boylan?
No.
Did you consider having anyone in the executive chamber reach out to Ms. Boylan?
No.
Why not?
I didn't believe what she was saying was true. She had made clear from the whole week of her tweets that she hated all of us and didn't want anything to do with any of us. Alfonso had talked to her when she was leaving, and she didn't raise anything in the context of those conversations in addition to the December conversation. And I believed that she was somebody running for office and she was seeking out public office and that she was saying things that were not true in order to get attention for a political campaign.
So to be clear, that the reasons you didn't believe her is, one, she hadn't raised it before. Is that right?
Right.
Two, she was running for public office. Is that right?
These aren't reasons why I did not believe her. I didn't believe her because I didn't believe her. I thought she was making it up.
Why didn't you believe her?
Because I didn't view Lindsay as credible.
But you didn't have anyone reach out to her to find out what the basis for her claims were.
Other than Howard Zemsky.
Okay. And sitting there on December 13th, you knew that the governor had given her flowers. Is that right?
Yes.
And sitting there on December 13th, you knew that she had traveled with the governor. Is that right?
Yes.
And sitting there on December 13th, did you know that the governor had compared her to one of her ex-girlfriends? Did you know that?
No.
And on December 13th, you knew about what had happened with Charlotte Bennett. Is that right?
Yes.
Just to make sure we have it in the record, can you look at what is at tabs 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9? We're going to mark this as one exhibit, even though it's, in the binder separately.
Okay.
Are these the documents that comprise the personnel file Lindsay Boylan that we've been talking about?
I don't know that it's complete, but yes.
What do you think is missing?
There were emails from, well, let me just look at this and see. No, this might be everything. There was but that was not included.
When you say, what are you talking about?
The one from the counseling session with Alfonso.
Um, Is that
Yes.
right? And was there a decision made not to include that in the file that was provided to the press?
I don't think it was sent to us in the same file, but I know that it exists.
Okay, so you had it on December 13th.
I don't think I had it in my possession. I don't think I saw it until very recently.
Okay.
But I knew of its existence.
Were there discussions about that on December 13th?
No,
Were there discussions about it in the lead up to December 13th?
no.
Why release the whole file instead of making a statement about what had happened with Ms. Boylan's employment?
Because it would have been a he said, she said. And the only way to combat that with the press is with facts and with proof.
Okay. What did you do to confirm that the facts in that file were accurate, in Mr. David's memo specifically?
I believed them to be accurate from the time that it was written originally. The emails are self-explanatory, and the summaries of Alfonso's interactions with her were, from what I understood, truthful at the time.
Did you ever speak to me about whether she had made a complaint against Lindsay Boylan?
I don't know.
The memo, you can flip to the memo if you'd like. It's at tab 7.
Oh,
On the bottom of page 2.
I believe that she forwarded emails and said, I want to make a complaint against Lindsay. Either she or I think they were on the same one.
Can you point to those?
Sorry, I'm lost in the tabs.
Why don't you look at tab 5?
I found
You're
my
in
way
tab-
there,
okay.
yeah.
And at the bottom, it's date stamp Chamber AG 16809.
Yes,
Are these the emails you're referring to?
yes.
Do you see them having been forwarded?
I don't see that here.
Did you ever discuss with whether she had made a complaint against Lindsay Boylan?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember.
So how do you know that part of Mr. David's memo was accurate?
Because I trust Alfonso.
Did you ever discuss with whether she had described Ms. Boylan's behavior to Mr. David as...
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Did you ever discuss with whether she had described to Mr. David Ms. Boylan's behavior as...
I don't remember.
So you don't know if that was factually true or not?
I believed that Alfonso David was telling the truth, and that if he put together a personnel file, that what was in it was factual and accurate.
Okay, so the way that you confirm that the facts in the personnel file were accurate is by relying on Mr. David?
Correct.
Okay. Is there anyone else you talked to about the release of the personnel file that we haven't covered?
I don't think so, but if I remember differently, I'll correct it in real time.
Did
It
you
was, I'm sorry.
Nope, go ahead.
The group that I remember was Rich Bamberger, Josh Flasto, Rich as a Party, myself, Linda, Steve, Judy, and I don't remember if Beth Garvey was directly involved, but she was in and out of my office on that Sunday. She actually was the one that got the hard copy of the files from counsel's office and brought them down.
Do you recall whether Ms. Garvey rendered legal advice on the release of the personnel files?
I don't think she did.
Anyone else you remember discussing the release of the personnel files within this December time
Wait
period?
1 second, did you tell Ms. Garvey why you wanted the personnel file?
I don't remember.
Anyone else?
Not that I recall, but if something jogs my memory, I'll correct it.
What about Liz Smith?
Oh, yes, Liz.
Okay, tell us about your conversations with Liz Smith about Lindsay Boylan's personnel file.
I think I called her and said, Lindsay did this, did these tweets. She'd been doing this stuff all week. We're trying to figure out what to do. What do you think? It's how I explained to you before. I generally ask a lot of people's opinions, who I trust, and then try to make a decision based on that.
Did you tell her that the tweets had alleged that the governor had sexually harassed Ms. Boylan?
I don't remember.
And what did Ms. Smith say?
That we should release the file.
Anything else you recall in that conversation?
We talked about sourcing.
Can you explain what you mean by sourcing? Actually, take that back, withdrawn. What did you talk about with Ms. Smith about sourcing?
And I don't remember if this was just with her or if Josh was on the phone too, and Danny Lever. I think Danny Lever was involved that whole day too. I was trying to go back and forth because I sort of felt like if this is a decision that we're going to make, we should stand by it. And so we should just say the governor's office gave this versus saying, documents obtained by.
And what was Ms. Smith's advice?
I don't remember what her specific view was, but in the context of that conversation with she and Josh and Rich and Danny, we landed on saying obtained by.
And why did you make the decision to say obtained by instead of going on the record?
Because we felt like ultimately that it would be less viewed as bullying if it would be less looked at as heavy-handed from the side of the chamber if there was some level of it looks like the reporters just got it.
So you're trying to put some distance between the chamber and the release of the files.
Yeah.
And you didn't want it to be clear to the public that it was the chamber who chose to release the files.
I don't know that we didn't want to make it clear to the public. In the first instance, we wanted to be a little bit less perceived as heavy-handed.
Were you trying to distance the governor from the release of the files?
The governor wasn't involved in the release of the files,
I
so he didn't
understand.
need to be distanced.
I understand that, but was part of the strategy of staying off the record to keep the governor from being associated with the release of the files?
I don't think we thought about it that specifically.
Did you think about that generally?
I think it was about the office more than him.
He's the head of that office, right?
Yes.
Was there any discussion amongst the group that you just listed about telling the governor that the files were going to be released?
I don't remember.
You remember if there was any discussion? No one raised, we should tell the governor?
I don't remember.
No one raised, we shouldn't tell the governor?
No one said that.
You remember that nobody said we shouldn't tell the governor, but you don't remember whether the topic was raised?
Correct. I would have remembered if someone said specifically, don't tell the governor.
Did anyone express concerns about whether the governor should be informed given the Howard Glazer situation?
I don't think so. It was my judgment that he shouldn't be involved in that decision.
To protect him, right?
It shouldn't have been up to him.
And why is that?
It was a decision that we were making to respond to attacks on the office, and I didn't want him to be in a position of having to make that decision one way or another.
These attacks were on the governor, right?
The office
And the governor, right?
and the governor.
She had specifically alleged that the governor sexually harassed her.
Yes, but the personnel file wasn't in response to that.
I see. So your view is that the personnel file was not released in response to her allegations that the governor sexually harassed her.
It wasn't.
But as a chronological matter, that's what happened,
It was that day because there was a tremendous amount of press incoming.
right? As a chronological matter, that's what happened. You made a decision to release the personnel file after she made a claim of sexual harassment.
Correct. But that wasn't the response to sexual harassment. The response to
I
sexual
didn't ask
harassment.
that question, so I don't need
I
the
just want to be
speech.
clear for the
I don't-
record.
She didn't complete her answer.
I don't need the
Counsel.
speech.
Okay, well, I'm giving something for the record.
You can wait. Let's finish the questions, and then
I'm
at
sorry.
the
Are
end,
you
if you have
seriously not
something.
gonna allow her to finish her answer on that because
You
you
know
don't
what?
like the answer?
Okay,
No,
let's take a
because
break.
We've had a lot of. No,
Let's
let's
take a
stay on the
break.
record. Actually,
No, I'm gonna take a break.
You can take
Thank
a
you.
break, but we're going to stay on the record. We've had a lot of me asking questions and a lot of the witness giving long narrative answers when I've asked a very specific question. And you guys complained the other day about this going on too long. And in fact, your witness complained on the record yesterday about this going on too long. So if she can answer the question I asked, that would be a lot more helpful.
This
Okay?
witness has answered more questions and answers in the time that we've had so far than any witness in my entire career, given the pace of the questioning. She's answered all your questions. And for her to want to clarify an answer to a question when you've asked a series of leading questions is totally inappropriate. She should be allowed to clarify an answer.
I told her I'd give her an opportunity to do that after I finished asking my questions.
Well,
Okay?
I disagree, and I disagree with your characterization of how this has gone. She's been answering all your questions, and not in with any added verbosity. So we're going to go back.
I think we can let the record speak for itself on the
I agree with you
verbosity.
about
So
that.
why don't we take the unagreed break right now, and then we can go back on the record.
I thought you'd said multiple times that anytime she wanted to take a break, that she just had to ask. She just asked.
I did tell her she had to let me get an answer to the question that was pending, and she also just walked out.
She
So-
did answer your question. You were objecting to her supplementing her answer.
Let's go off the record, take the break you want to take, and then we can come back.
Okay, sounds good.
Going off the record at 11:46 a.m. We are back on the record at 11:52 a.m.
We'll come back to why of the releasing the personnel file in a moment, but you said Danny Lever is someone you talked to
Yes.
about the release of the personnel file. When did you talk to her?
I think that day.
The 13th.
Yes.
Okay, and was that with the lawyers present or was that without the lawyers present?
Linda was in my office the whole day.
Okay, so with Linda present.
Yes.
And
Or potentially others.
okay. And why was Danny looped in?
Again, it was another person. I have a group of people around me whose opinions I trust and listen to and seek counsel from, and she's one of them.
Do you remember her expressing a view on the release of the personnel file?
No.
What about Jeff Pollack? Was he involved that day?
No. I don't think so. I don't think so.
Do you know if he was on the call with Ms. Smith?
I don't think so.
Did you consult any of your family members?
I don't think so. I may have talked about it.
Your husband? I don't know about that. And then the last conversation, well, I guess, was that the only conversation, you told us about a conversation with the governor after the file had been released that you described for Ms. Clark? Was there any other conversation you had with the governor about the release of the personnel file?
Not that day.
Okay. When was the next time you spoke to the governor about the release of the personnel file?
I don't remember specifically.
Okay.
Or generally, I don't remember.
But there was another conversation.
At some point in the last, 6 months, sure. It's been a pretty big topic of conversation.
Okay, can you tell us about any other conversations you've had with the governor about the release of Ms. Boylan's personnel file?
In the context of stories, press inquiries.
Okay, and tell us about that.
There have been leaks out of this investigation that you guys are heavily focused on retaliation.
And so what happened with the governor after those leaks?
Nothing. I just would tell him, the Times just wrote a story. What does it say? I would summarize the main points.
So other than briefing the governor on what the press reporting was, have you had any conversations with the governor about the provision of Lindsay Boylan's personnel file to the press?
Not that I recall. But I just give the caveat that I talk to people all day long. I talked to Rich all day long. There was a period where I talked to Josh all the time. Like, I don't want to draw any hard lines and not be telling the truth, but nothing that I remember specifically.
I totally understand you can't necessarily place the conversations in time and tell us every single conversation you've ever had about
Yeah.
this, but you don't, sitting here today, have a memory of another conversation with the governor after December 13th about the release of Lindsay Boylan's personnel file,
Not beyond what I just mentioned to you.
the press summary.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Kim, I understand you had some questions.
Yeah, was there any discussion ever about whether it was appropriate to share information about someone's personnel file with people outside of the executive chamber, like Josh Lasto, Liz Smith?
Before we shared it with them, we had asked whether or not it was okay to share at all. And am I allowed to say what legal advice there was given?
No.
Okay.
With who? Who did you ask that advice before you shared it with Josh Lasto, Liz Smith?
Judy and Linda.
You remember asking them that question, whether it's okay to share the personnel file or information about it with Josh Lasto and Liz Smith?
I don't think I asked it specifically about those people, but I had asked them whether or not it was publicly available information.
You had asked them whether the personnel file was publicly available information,
If it was foilable.
then what did they say?
Well, I think the advice that she got from them would be privileged for the same reason that the conversation is generally privileged.
So it's your testimony that before you discussed the personnel file with Josh Lasto, Liz Smith, or anyone outside of the executive chamber, that you sought advice on that question, separate from the question that we've talked about, asserted privilege over some aspects of it, the goer advice about releasing it to the reporter. That separate from that, you sought and obtained advice about whether you could disclose that information to others outside the executive chamber.
With anyone.
With anyone. And that was with Judy Mogul and, was that with Judy Mogul?
It was either Judy or Linda, one or the other.
Was Linda in the executive chamber at the time?
She was the superintendent of DFS, but she had been, what, you mean physically?
No. What you were about to say. Former.
She is the head of DFS. At that time, she was living and working in Albany on COVID and had been stationed on the second floor of the executive chamber for a bunch of months. And she had formerly been counselor to the governor and special counsel in the chamber and chief ethics officer.
So you asked Linda Lacewell, superintendent of DFS, whether it's okay to disseminate information about a personnel file outside of the executive chamber.
Yes.
She was outside the executive chamber, correct?
Yes.
Did any outlets not want the personnel file?
The New York Times originally wanted it and then backed off of it.
Did they say why?
They said unless we would say that we gave it to them. They didn't want it.
But did you send it anyway? Do you know if it was sent anyway to the New York Times?
Sorry, let me revise. They asked for it at first. We gave it to them. Then they came back on the sourcing and said, our editor is not comfortable putting this in as source obtained by, we would have to put sent by the governor's office.
And so what did you do?
We discussed whether or not we thought that that was an advantageous decision and we decided not to.
Any other outlets not want it?
I don't think so.
Times Union?
Times Union took it.
Did they subsequently say that they didn't want it and got it sent to them?
Did they subsequently say they didn't want it sent to
They
them?
had not wanted it, but it just got sent to them.
I don't think so.
You said the New York Times asked for it. Did anyone tell reporters to ask for the file specifically?
Yes.
Who did that?
Rich Bamberger did that with the AP and the New York Post. And either Josh or Danny did it with the Times.
And you also said that you were making an inquiry as to whether the information was, you asked whether the information was foilable. At that point, had there been any FOIL requests for the file?
I think so.
Who made a FOIL request for the file?
I think after Lindsay did her initial tweets earlier in the week, we got a FOIL request for her personnel file. I think.
Can you recall who that was from?
I don't. I think it was a media outlet.
Do you recall who the FOIL request was sent to?
The FOIL office.
And who told you about the existence of the FOIL request?
I think Judy, she oversees FOIL.
Sorry, Ann, I didn't mean.
And did the FOIL office respond to the FOIL request?
No. Beyond, I think, just confirming receipt of the FOIL request. You don't turn that around that quickly, generally.
Wait, so you're saying between December 8th and the 13th, a FOIL request came in?
I think so.
Again, that was conveyed to you?
I-
A FOIL request came in?
I think so. I know that ultimately there were many FOIL requests that came in for her personnel file and other people, but I'm pretty sure that after she did her initial round of tweets that we got a FOIL request.
And you pretty sure that was conveyed to you by Judy Mogul?
I think so.
Who were other people's personnel files FOILed in the intervening months?
Yes.
Who's?
Charlotte, Alyssa, Brittany, and potentially others, but I know those for sure.
Was Annabelle Walsh's?
Yes.
And did the chamber or the FOIL office release any personnel files in response to those FOIL requests?
No.
Were you involved in all the decisions as to whether or not to release those files?
No.
Who was making those decisions?
Judy.
And as of today, July 6th, has the FOIL office responded to the FOIL request that you said came in between December 8th and 13th?
Yes.
And what was the response to the FOIL request?
That they responded that they couldn't give out the records under the law enforcement exemption because of this investigation.
And you told Ms. Clark that Ms. Camiso, Ms. McGrath, Ms. Bennett, and maybe someone else's files were also foiled, but they declined to release them. Do you understand what the basis for that declaration was?
What I just said, the law enforcement exemption because of this investigation.
When you were in the office on Sunday the 13th, who was providing administrative support for the team that was working?
Brittany Camiso.
Did she stay the whole day?
I don't remember. She was in and out.
Do you remember any interactions you had with her?
No.
Where was she sitting in relation to where your office was?
She was sitting at a desk outside my office.
Was your door open or closed?
Both.
Sometimes open, sometimes closed. Where
And
was-
then at one point, I think that she went across the hall.
Okay. To your understanding, if someone's sitting at the desk outside your office and your door is open, can they hear what's going on in your office?
It depends.
Depends on what.
The volume of your voice, the number of people talking.
Did you have any concerns that Ms. Camiso was potentially overhearing the conversations about Ms. Boylan that day?
I think at one point
And then what happened?
that I said I don't think anyone should be sitting outside my office.
Did you tell Ms. Camiso that?
I think Rich did.
Did you ask Mr. as a party to tell her that?
I don't remember if it was if he raised it, or if it was me, or if it was Linda.
And then where did she move to?
There's a pen of offices right across the hall.
Do you have any understanding of whether she overheard the discussion about releasing Ms. Boylan's personnel file?
I don't know.
before we took the break, you wanted to explain your thinking as to why the personnel file was released. Would you like to explain that?
I think we did it already.
I'm going to move on to another topic unless you two have any questions. Thank you.
Ultimately, when the files were provided to the press, were names other than Ms. Boylan's redacted?
Yes.
And whose decision was that?
Linda and Judy, I think, got that from Goer. Sorry,
And who made the redactions?
Rich.
I assume that the explanation as to why they were redacted is going to get a privilege objection?
Yeah, probably obvious, but yes.
Let's turn to tab 21. So let's mark this as the next exhibit. This is a email chain between you and John Majori on December 15th, in which he sends you some pictures and some song lyrics. How did this email come about?
I called John and asked him if he had any idea what Lindsay could be talking about. And he said no. And he said she was, if anything, she loved to be around the governor, that he thought that she had a mostly positive experience in the chamber, and he specifically cited this event at the pool house. And I said, what was in the song? I don't remember. And he said, I'll send it to you. I think I have it. And then he sent me this picture and said that she had given him the kiss on that cheek. And then he told me that shortly after this, she came over to the chamber, and that he felt like when she made that transition that she viewed him as beneath her, and she no longer was nice to him or friendly with him, and that he just thought that she was mean and didn't understand it.
What caused you to reach out to Mr. Majori?
I was racking my brain for anything.
So when I asked you earlier, what did you do to factually investigate? Is this part of you sort of racking your brain to factually investigate?
Yes.
Okay, who else did you reach out to?
I'm like a million people. I don't really mean a million people, but I spoke to other people that were that worked for her, with her, trying to understand if anyone knew what she was talking about, or if they knew what she was like up to politically.
Can you give us your best memory of who those people are?
Not in chronological order. Does that matter?
No.
I spoke to Annabelle. I spoke to Jill. I spoke to John Majori. I don't know if I spoke to or if Stephanie did. I spoke to from the Attorney General's office. That's all that comes to top of mind, but if I remember, I'll update it.
And at the time you're speaking to this group of people that you just gave us, is it your understanding that other people were reaching out to other members, former members of the chamber staff?
Yes.
And why were they doing that?
In the immediate aftermath of that week of tweets, she began to reach out to people directly through LinkedIn and text message. I think the first person she contacted was, or the first person that I became aware of was, and then she had been emailing people like a very specific script on LinkedIn, and then a lawyer for Wigdor was sending the exact same script. So at first I was like, is she like, from what I understand from firms like Wigdor, that if they see something in the paper, they'll just try to chase something to see if there's a case. So I didn't know if they were doing it independently of Lindsay or if they were working together, but former colleagues of ours reached out to us and showed us the outreach that they were getting, and the language was identical. So it was clear that they were working together. And then also reporters were calling around to former staffers, current staffers, people that the governor knew for 40 years. It was like a cluster in that moment. There was a lot of activity. And so we were getting the incoming and hearing about this, and then we started calling people.
And the we was you and who else?
Me, Rich, Annabelle, Andrew Ball, Stephanie, who's a friend, Linda, excuse me, Judy.
Anyone else?
Maybe, and if it comes to me, I'll refresh.
Okay. And was this group of people coming back to you to tell you what they had learned from their outreach calls?
Yes.
And someone was keeping a running list of who was being who was being spoken to?
Yes.
Okay.
Just one thing.
Sure.
You said the first one you were aware of that Ms. Boylan reached out to was, when was that in relation to Ms. Boylan's various tweets?
It was I think, my best recollection is it was the day after, it was either the day of or the day after the sexual harassment allegations.
So either the 13th or the 14th.
Yes.
And so these calls that we're talking about either started on the 13th or the 14th?
I think actually started on the 15th.
The 15th. Okay.
Well, I'm sorry. I mean like the proactive calls, I think started the next day. I think told us it was either that Sunday or that Monday night that she had gotten outreach. And it was like a domino. There was suddenly reached out that she had gotten outreach, said that she had gotten outreach. I believe said that she had gotten outreach. And so it was like a moment where the calls were coming and the calls were going out, but the calls to us started first.
Okay. And the group that was making the calls, did you all talk about what the goal of the calls was?
It was fact-finding. It was find out what's going on. Have they heard from Lindsay? Have they heard from the lawyer? Have they heard from a reporter? Do they have any information?
Okay. Was there any part of that was fact-finding whether any of these individuals themselves might have a claim of sexual harassment against the governor?
Caitlin?
But
no.
Sorry, just stepping back from anyone specifically, but was there part of the outreach into everyone that you said you were fact-finding? Was part of that fact-finding figuring out if any of these people might have a basis to assert a claim of sexual harassment against the governor?
No.
Okay. Separate from this outreach, were you a part of any discussions about trying to determine whether there might be anybody else who had a complaint of sexual harassment against the governor?
Not complaint about sexual harassment against the governor. It was more focused on the outset of who are potentially disgruntled people who would talk to the press, and trying to understand like where the reporters were going to go and how we would deal with it.
Okay. And when you say disgruntled, what do you mean by that word?
Exactly what it means. People who left not happy, who didn't have a good experience, or who left not happy.
Okay. And how did you come up with the group of people who left not happy?
Who are you talking to about this?
Ju-
About coming up with a group?
Judy, Linda.
Those are privileged also.
Okay. Did you have those conversations about the people who might be disgruntled with anyone who was not a lawyer?
Yes, but I don't know. Oh, you mean independent of them being on the phone?
So yes. So we were not in the presence of a lawyer when we were having a conversation about figuring out who might have left the chamber
Yes.
unhappily.
Yes.
Okay. And who were those people that you had those conversations with?
Annabelle, Stephanie, Andrew Ball, and potentially others, but those are the ones that come to mind.
Okay. And tell us about your conversation with Ms. Walsh about Was there anyone who had left the chamber unhappy?
I don't remember.
Do you remember if she identified anyone?
She was going to reach out to her network of people, but I don't remember if it was just to check in or if they were unhappy. I don't remember.
Okay. And what about Miss Benton?
Same.
She was just going to reach out to her network.
I don't actually think Stephanie spoke to many people. But yes,
How did Andrew Ball get involved in these conversations?
I called him.
Okay, and tell us about that conversation.
I said, so one of the junior staffers flagged the sponge tweet, the tweet about Caitlin. I say sponge because when I called Andrew Ball, I said, did you see this Caitlin tweet? And he immediately responded and said sponge. Because I couldn't remember anything about her. And Jill DeRosa, who's sort of like the fountain of knowledge on all personnel matters, we couldn't talk to her really because. And so I asked him, did you know anything about this Caitlin situation? And he said sponge. And then he said, I think that he's the one that told me that we got her from and at an event, a fundraiser with. And I said, is there anyone else who you can think of who left angry, who would be mad, that we think that would like be working with Lindsay? And he said, I don't remember what he said in response to that. And then I said to him, remind me about the conversation. And he reminded me about the conversation. And I said that wasn't true. And he said, I know. And I know at the time it wasn't true. And I had spoken to people at the bar about it and told people it wasn't true. And then he said that I had once asked him and he said it wasn't true. And then I asked him who else that he thought maybe people could be reaching out to, and he said that he would think about it. And I think after that, Annabelle and Stephanie spoke to him.
What did they tell you about their conversations with Mr. Ball?
I think that he was part of like trying to come up with people that we thought that Lindsay could be trying to reach out to and check in with.
Did you understand that Miss Benton and Miss Walsh had asked him to call certain individuals?
Yes.
And what did you understand was his reaction to that request?
I don't know.
Did they tell you anything about his reaction to that request?
I think he was happy to do it. If it was otherwise, I wasn't made aware.
On the list of people you told us who were giving outreach or making outreach calls, you didn't put.
Oh.
Was she making outreach calls too?
I know that Stephanie spoke to. I don't know who. I don't remember, but it's very possible.
Anyone else you can remember?
Not off the top of my head. Yeah, that sounds right. I don't know if Jen called anyone proactively. I know that Lindsay called at one point on a story later, but it's possible.
Okay, let's talk about the and Lindsay's situation. Tell us about that.
The call later?
Yep.
Lindsay was pitching stories, Rebecca Traister and also Ronan Farrow. And she reached out to and spoke to her, and she asked him whether or not he would be willing to talk to a reporter or two. And she said, you're the one that brought me the rose, right? And he said, I don't know what he said in response to that to her. I think maybe it wasn't a question. Maybe she just said, I think you were the one who brought me the rose. Would you be willing to talk to somebody? And that said, I didn't see anything like what you've described. And then there was like a lot of dead air.
And how do you know about that conversation?
Because he recorded it.
And how did it come about that recorded that call with Lindsay Boylan?
He called Stephanie when when Lindsay reached out to him and said, Lindsay called me, I'm happy to do anything to help. Should I call her back? And that Stephanie said yes.
How did it come about that he recorded the call?
I think he asked whether he should.
And who told him that he should?
Stephanie.
Did she consult with you about that?
She told me that he was going to make the call, that Lindsay had reached out to him, and he would try to figure out what she was up to.
But were you aware before the call that had been told he should record the call?
Yes.
Okay. So Ms. Benton told you that?
Yes.
Did anyone seek any legal advice about recording that phone call?
No.
Did anyone tell that legal advice had been sought about recording that phone call?
No. Well, can I back up for a second?
Sure.
Not specific to that phone call.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
I had asked Alfonso David prior about whether or not it was legal to record phone calls.
And when had you asked him that?
In December.
Prior to the conversation between Ms. Boylan and
Yes.
in what context did that come up?
In the context of Caitlin.
Okay. Why don't we talk about Caitlin then? So when was the first time after December 5th that you heard the name Caitlin?
She did a tweet around the same time of Lindsay's tweets, and somebody flagged it for me. I don't remember if it was Annabelle or Danny. Somebody like screenshotted it to me and sent it to me.
Okay, so let's look at tab 27.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's mark this as the next exhibit. This is a text message chain between you and Annabelle Walsh, and you say, can you resend me that Caitlin tweet? And then she screen captures a tweet from Caitlin that says, keep talking, Lindsay, men like him should not be in positions of power. Is this what you were referring to?
Well, it says, can you resend me? So it was clear she had done it earlier in the week. But yes, it was.
Do you remember how much earlier in the week she had sent you the tweet?
I think it was like approximately Tuesday or Wednesday.
So that's the 14th or 15th.
I think so.
Okay. And so after the first time Ms. Walsh had sent you the tweet, what did you do?
I spoke to people. I spoke to Andrew Ball and asked him. I spoke to Annabelle and asked her. I tried to get a handle on who she was and why she would be tweeting this.
I think you told us about the conversation with Mr. Ball already. What was the conversation with Ms. Walsh about?
I don't recall specifically, but generally it was, does this make sense to you that she would be tweeting like this?
And what do you recall Ms. Walsh telling you?
I remember that she told me that she had worked outside of the governor's office for a couple of months on the desk assisting Stephanie, that she did not have a good experience, like for him or for her, that that it was clear that it was not a job that she was well suited for, and that the governor was often frustrated with her, and that she then was reassigned to be chief of staff.
This is what Ms. Walsh told you?
I didn't remember anything about Caitlin at that point. So she was refreshing my memory of the circumstances around Caitlin's employment. And that I think that's maybe all she said at that time. We talked about it later.
Okay, so what happens next about Caitlin after you speak to Mr. Ball and Ms. Walsh?
So, and I don't want to be specific on timing because it's all a little bit jumbled, but I was trying to figure out if somebody. So when I looked at the tweet, the thing that really struck me was that it was being promoted by Alessandra Biaggi. So Alessandra Biaggi is somebody who's a political adversary who I have fought with publicly and privately for years. And she had been calling for the governor's resignation earlier and had been a very vocal critic. And when I saw the Caitlin tweet, when Annabelle first sent it to me, I went to her account and she only had like, call it 200 followers. So it struck me as very strange that a state senator would be liking and promoting her tweets. So I instantly thought that they were working together.
Okay, so what did you do about that?
I tried to figure out if someone could call her and find out what was going on. I thought that there was a politically calculated movement afoot that was being driven by Biaggi and Boylan, and that Caitlin was part of it.
So who did you get to call her?
I asked around to, like, just internally in that group and said, who knows her? Like, who was friendly with her? And no one had really kept in touch with her. I think Annabelle told me that she had dated when she worked in the office, but nobody really knew well enough to ask. So I don't remember if it was Annabelle who told me. I think it was Annabelle who told me that had been her office mate. And so I called.
Okay, and tell us about the conversation.
I called her and said, hey, did you see this tweet? And she was like, yes, it's crazy. And I said, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Biaggi is like involved in this. Would you mind reaching out to her? Would that be weird? And she said, I've haven't spoken to her in a few years, but she was my office mate. I think I asked her in that conversation if there was anything that happened while she worked there that would make her think that she would be disgruntled, angry, tweeting like this. And she said no.
Said no.
Yeah.
And prior to the outreach to had there been any press inquiries about?
There were a bunch of the reporters were calling around trying to advance the Lindsay Boylan story, and there was nothing specific to Caitlin, but they were tracking all the tweets and looking for former employees.
But there was no specific press inquiry about Caitlin?
No.
Okay. And no information about Caitlin had been provided by the executive chamber to the press at that point?
Correct.
Okay. And so what happens next?
So I asked her if she would mind reaching out to her. She said absolutely not, happy to. And then I don't know if she called her or she texted her, but they didn't connect initially. They had a series of texts, and then they spoke that evening.
Bless you. How many times did you reach out to find out if she had reached out to?
I don't remember a few.
And why did you keep reaching out?
I'm a type A control freak, and like whenever there's like something that's going on, I'm very impatient.
And told you she would be happy to reach out to you? Were those her words?
Yeah.
Okay. And then did she?
Yes.
And how did it come about that this relates to the advice she received from Mr. David on recording phone calls?
So they had texted back and forth, and Caitlin had said that she would call her after 5 or could talk after 5. And so then called me and said, she can speak after 5. Should I call? And I said, yes. And then I was like, wait, let me get Alfonso on the phone. I want to make sure that we're not doing anything wrong. So I conferenced in Alfonso David. Am I allowed to talk about this?
Apparently.
Yes, that's been waived. So sorry, before you tell me what Alfonso said, what were you concerned about that you might be doing wrong?
I wanted to make sure if she was talking to Caitlin on the phone, that she was doing it in a way that was appropriate.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand what would have been inappropriate. What was the concern you were having?
I don't know. I was just worried that Caitlin could say or do something that could be misperceived. Not Caitlin. And so I just wanted to make sure that Alfonso was comfortable with it and that he was able to give us advice before she talked to him.
Okay. So, and prior to Mr. David joining this call, had you suggested to that she record it?
I don't think so.
And why were you reaching out to Mr. David?
For the reason I just stated.
Sorry, I understand the question you wanted to ask him, but why didn't you reach out to like Judy Mogul, Beth Garvey? Why you reach out to someone outside the executive chamber?
I rely on Alfonso primarily on employment law issues.
Even though he is now at the Human Rights Campaign.
Yes.
Have you ever asked Mr. David if there's any concern at the Human Rights Campaign about him providing legal advice to the executive chamber on employment issues?
I don't think so.
So you get Mr. David on the phone, and what happens?
And we talked about what could say, and I asked if she should record the call, and he said yes, and assumed she's recording it too.
So you asked if she could record the call.
Yeah.
Okay. During that conversation, was there any discussion of where might be located?
I don't think so.
You didn't raise that issue?
I don't think so.
Mr. David didn't raise that issue?
I don't think so.
Did you know where was located?
I know now. I don't remember when I came to find out that information.
Where do you know that you now know where she was located? Where was she located?
In California.
How do you know that?
From,
Is this something you only know from council?
yeah.
If you can separate out any understanding you have that you learned without discussions with council or before discussions with council, you can share that.
The weekend that, so and Caitlin spoke, do you want to spend more time on that, or should
Yeah,
I?
sure, go ahead.
So, and Caitlin spoke, then sent me the recording. I played it for Alfonso, Linda, Judy, Steve, to get their reaction.
All right, let's pause there. In the conversation you had with, what did you ask her to say to?
We were trying to figure out a natural way to start the conversation, and I said, why don't you say that there's reporters calling around because of all of the tweets, and I saw your tweet. I wanted to give you a heads up. People are asking about your tweet.
Did you ask to convey to me that reporters were asking about her tweet?
Yes.
Was that true?
No.
And you were comfortable with lying to me about that?
Yes.
Did you seek any advice about that?
Alfonso was on the phone.
Okay, and why were you comfortable with her lying about it?
I don't know that it was that I thought about it. It was trying to figure out an avenue in, and it was truthful that reporters were calling around and that the Times Union had been calling around, and I felt like it was only a matter of time.
And then the call happened, and you listened to the recording of the call, is that right?
Yes.
What was your reaction to the call?
I did not think it went well.
Okay, and why not?
There were two things. One, it was very clear from listening to the call that it was very stunted and uncomfortable, and that Caitlin was very stunted and uncomfortable. So to the extent that, you know, we'd be able to glean anything, all it did was, I think, make a situation that was sort of like a question mark and made it bad. And then additionally, separate and apart, it stuck out to me that when mentioned Biaggi, that she responded and said, Alessandra, did you reach out to Alessandra too? Or are you reaching out to Alessandra too? And like a side part of me was like, you don't call someone Alessandra. You call her Senator Biaggi, you call her Biaggi. And so it fed into the notion in my head that she was working with Biaggi and that there was a greater potential that she was working with Lindsay.
And after the call, did you discuss it with?
Yes.
Okay, and what did she say?
She said that did not go well.
And anything else she said?
Yeah, we talked again later that night.
Okay, and what did she say?
She said that she talked to her husband about it.
And what else did she say?
And that her husband was like, I can't believe you guys. I can't believe you reached out to her just because she has a couple of likes. She has 200 followers. Like, and then she joked, like, tell Melissa, like, to leave you out of these schemes in the future, and tell Alfonso David that the next time I see him, I've got words for him.
She joked?
She was like relaying her conversation with, like, in a joking way.
Was in a joking way on that phone call with you?
Yes.
She wasn't upset?
Not on that phone call.
Had she been upset in a prior call?
Yes.
You can tell us about that.
It was when she had just spoken to her and she said that did not go well.
And describe how she presented herself as upset.
What do you mean by that?
So how did you know she was upset?
The tone of her voice.
Was she crying?
I don't think so, no.
Was she part of the conversation with Ms. Lacewell, Ms. Mogul, and Mr. Cohen?
No, I don't think so.
Did she speak to your knowledge, speak to any of them?
Maybe Judy. I spoke to Judy, so right after the call, right after we listened to the call, I called Judy separately. And I said that I
Don't.
oh,
Yeah, that-
Yeah,
sorry.
I believe
that's
that
okay.
call is still- I mean, that discussion's privileged.
All right.
Sorry.
Are you aware of any conversations you had with either? Did I say? Sorry, Ms. Mogul, Ms. Mogul, Ms. Lacewell, and Mr. Cohen.
I don't remember.
After you played the call for that group of people, was there any other further follow-up regarding?
Yes.
Okay, what happened?
2 days later, I got a phone call from Judy that Caitlin had reached out.
I think your discussion with Judy about this topic is, I think the chamber's claiming privilege.
Can I clarify my response?
Sorry.
Do you want to go off the record so that you can talk to your counsel about this?
No.
Okay.
I just want to clarify that when you say was any other action taken around, not proactively. After that was when she had gone to and then called the chamber.
Before you get to that, I have a few more.
Yeah, sure.
So you had a copy of the recording,
Yes.
and what did you do with it after you played it for the attorneys?
Nothing.
Did you keep it?
No.
When did you delete it?
I think pretty soon afterwards.
And prior to the call, when it was you on the phone with Collins and Mr. David,
Sorry, can I clarify one thing? I didn't save it on my phone. It was in a text message.
did you delete the entire text message?
Yes.
Sorry. Why did you delete it? I mean, presumably you wanted to record it because you wanted to keep a record of what happened.
I listened to it. I'm sorry. I don't mean to
So
cut you
yeah,
off.
so why did you delete it?
I had listened to it and I didn't think that there was any need to continue to keep it.
It was not helpful.
It's not that it was not helpful, it was just not necessary.
And when you reaching out to Caitlin, you were asking, wants to reach out to you. I'm sorry. When you asked to reach out to Caitlin, you said because you were worried she had left unhappy, so maybe she was in some kind of conspiracy with Senator Biaggi and Lindsey Boylan, right? Or they're working with them.
No, not that she had left unhappy and therefore, that I had seen the tweet and that she was being promoted by Biaggi and I was trying to understand what happened.
Okay.
Or like what, sorry, I didn't mean to. What? I'm sorry.
I said, go ahead.
I was trying to figure out, is this someone who left unhappy? Is this someone who was disgruntled? Is this someone who's like just involved in far lefty politics and maybe is involved with them? I was trying to figure it out.
I told you she had left unhappy, right?
I don't think so.
Did you have,
I think, sorry, Annabelle Walsh had told you had left unhappy.
That she had moved from the desk to the job, but then that she had like made a group of friends, that she'd been dating, and that they didn't think that when she left the chamber, she left unhappy. She left the chamber because was leaving to go into the private sector, and so her job didn't exist anymore because she was chief of staff to, and that Jill had asked her, what do you want to do? Would you like to stay in the chamber and do something different? And she had expressed an interest in it. And so Jill facilitated her getting a position at.
That all came out of the conversation with Ms. Walsh.
I don't remember when all of that came out. This was like conversations that happened over a series of days, but that is now my complete that was my complete understanding prior to learning about the Caitlin call to.
Okay, but just to be clear, before you reached out to what you had just told me was that Ms. Walsh had told you that Caitlin did not have a good experience either for her or for the governor in the governor's office, and she wasn't well suited for the position.
On that desk.
Sorry, Richard.
did any part of you wonder whether she had experienced any inappropriate behavior?
From the governor?
Yeah.
No.
And so the outreach was entirely to confirm or not your suspicion that she was disgruntled and working with Lindsay Boyland or Senator Biaggi.
Yes.
When you had the phone call with Ms. and Mr. David before she called, did anyone instruct to try to get to admit there was no sexual harassment or something along those lines?
No, Alfonso was very clear that she could say what her experience was, but she could not put words in Caitlin's mouth and she shouldn't lead her. So he said, you can say what your experience was and then pause and allow her an opportunity to respond. And if it feels like it's tense or it feels uncomfortable, you should just end the call.
And did on that call try it, say anything about not experiencing sexual harassment herself?
Yes.
And what was the response?
Silence.
At the time of the call, where was working?
MTA.
What position was the MTA?
I don't technically know her title, press secretary, communications director. It's a senior communications role.
How did she get that job?
I get her the job. I think I asked her to take the job.
And when had you gotten her the job with the MTA?
I don't remember in the timeline. She had left the campaign and gone to work at Kivett, and then the opening at the MTA happened and I recruited her. Actually, I don't know if I was the first person to talk to her, me, Rich, Danny, somebody.
But you were involved?
Yes.
It's 12:45, and we're going to turn to another large topic. So do you want to go off the record?
What's the topic? I can figure out how much I've got in me.
It's going to take at least an hour on the next topic.
How much do you have left in?
Why don't we go off the record? Thanks.
Going off the record at 12:42 p.m. We are on the record at 1:37 p.m.
Mr. So I've asked you to turn to what is tab 133 in your binder and mark this as the next exhibit. Why don't you take a moment to take a look at it. What is this document?
This was a draft of an op-ed.
Who wrote this draft?
The governor.
When did he write this?
I don't remember the precise day, but it was following the sexual harassment tweets, like in that week.
So after December 13th.
Yes.
Okay. And when you say he wrote it, what do you mean? Did he type this?
No, he doesn't type.
Okay, so how did it come to be in the form that we have it in?
He hand wrote it and Stephanie Benton typed it.
Were you there when he wrote it?
He was in his office, I was in my office.
Did he consult you about the writing?
At various points, yes.
Okay, and tell us about those consultations.
So I understood this as an exercise to sort of put everything in one place that we had gleaned. And the idea was to push back on Lindsay. And I didn't think it was a good idea.
Whose idea was the letter?
The governor's.
Okay, and were the consultations about whether the letter was a good idea?
We talked about it.
Okay, and tell us what the governor said.
I don't remember specifically, but generally that we should push back and that we didn't know, what she was gonna say or do, and that if we had all the facts in one place, that would be a way to push back.
And why was it that the governor was putting all the facts in one place?
I don't know.
Do you have any understanding why he took it upon himself to write this?
No, but it's not unusual. The governor writes op-eds constantly. He writes letters to the editor constantly. He writes articles. He's just very hands-on in that way.
Are those letters and articles that you're talking about and op-eds that you're talking about things that come from him?
Yes.
Okay. Was this intended to come from the governor?
No.
Okay. Who is this intended to come from?
It was supposed to be from a collection of former employees, the onset, specifically Alfonso, Danny, and Kathy Calhoun.
And whose idea was it for it at the onset to be Alfonso, David, Danny Lever, and Kathy Calhoun?
When he asked me if we were to do something that I thought would be inclined to sign a letter, I said I thought those three.
And during those consultations, when this was being drafted, what else did you and the governor talk about?
I thought that the letter would backfire. I also thought that it would be really hard to get anyone to sign it. And I said that I thought we should ask other people for advice.
Did you explain to the governor why you thought it would backfire?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
From a public relations perspective, I think it's one thing to talk about things that are already in the public record or acknowledged as fact, but I thought that there were things in this letter that we knew from hearsay or secondhand sources. And I also felt pretty strongly that her personal behavior wasn't relevant.
Okay. Can you point us in the letter to the parts that you thought were hearsay or not a matter of the public record?
Yes. On the back page,
It's at the bottom of 357. On the bottom right hand, there's a set of numbers.
oh, yes.
Yep.
The piece about her behavior with men. Indeed, Ms. Boylan's inappropriate behavior is not limited to female colleague, that paragraph.
And how is it that the governor came to write that as professional women, we observed her interactions with male colleagues, and it was often unprofessional as well, sitting on people's laps and kissing them in public?
Like, how did he come to have that information?
Yeah.
Josh Vlasto told me that, told him that at one point they were at Doc's and Lindsay was really drunk and the next day sent an apology email.
And you told the governor that?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next sentence says, indeed, Ms. Boylan at one point had to apologize to one male staff member who was highly offended by her behavior. Who is this staff member that was being referred to?
It's both, and also, I'm blanking on his name. There's another senior male colleague.
Sorry, it says 1.1 male staff member.
Right, that could be for either.
Okay.
The apology and then also.
What was the information you conveyed to the governor about?
That I had heard that she was very drunk at a bar with, and that she was, and then she called and left him voicemails apologizing.
And you say she was, and what did you tell the governor she did?
I don't remember specifically, but generally that she was like.
Did you describe for the governor what specifically she did that was?
I don't think so. I heard different versions of that story.
Is there anything else that you told the governor that was not already part of the public factual record, or was only based on hearsay?
We understand from credible sources that female members of campaign team quit when they learned she would make such claims for purely political advantage.
What did you tell the governor about that?
That was not precisely my understanding of what had happened.
What was precisely your understanding of what had happened?
That the morning of the tweets, she told her campaign team before she did the tweets that she was going to do the tweets. And that one of the staff people, at least one of the staff people, pushed her and said, specifically what happened, you can't just put something like that out into the world. And she said that she didn't have specifics, but she knew in her heart that it was true. And then the staff person subsequently quit.
Who did you hear this from?
Josh Fosto.
And who did Josh Vlasto hear it from? Is that the staff member?
Yes.
Is this what you told the governor?
Yes.
Anything else here that you told the governor was not part of the public factual record? Or,
And, sorry.
that's okay, go ahead.
I guess it could be interpreted that way, for purely political advantage. Like, it's not a crazy leap that was the interpretation, but that's not how I understood it. I understood it to be more principle-based.
That the staff member who objected had done it on a principle basis?
Yes.
Not on the basis of because she believed Ms. Boylan's claims to be purely for political advantage?
I think that the way that I interpreted it was, this was a really serious topic, and for whatever reason you're doing it, if it's not real or credible, you shouldn't be doing it. And I believe that that person didn't want to be part of the campaign. Like, if she was going to be working for someone like that. It wasn't expressed to me that she said, like, verbatim, I am not doing this because of politics.
And that's the information you got from Mr. Vlasto?
Yes.
That had come from?
Yes, and I had heard a version of it before that from Charlie King.
Okay, and what did Charlie King tell you?
That I had reached out to Charlie and I said, what's going on? I heard is on that campaign. And he was like, she is? That's crazy. I'll call her and see what's going on. And he called her and she told him a version of that. And he then called me and said, FYI, she doesn't work on the campaign anymore. After Lindsay did what she did, she quit and gave me a summary of what I just told you. And then we talked about getting that into the press.
You talked about getting that in the press with Mr. King?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the conclusion about getting that into the press?
Charlie said, if you guys want to talk to her directly or someone wants to talk to her directly, I'm happy to make the connection.
Did anyone do that?
Josh.
Okay. So that's how Mr. Vlasto came to talk to me?
Yes.
Okay, and was that information that Mr. Vlasto learned from ever conveyed by anyone in the executive chamber or affiliated with the executive chamber to the press?
Yes.
When?
So when we were going back and forth on this op-ed and the idea became abandoned, we said we can try to get that into the press so that that's a part of the public record. So if going forward, the fact that that occurred is out there and people will know that. So instead of saying it in an op-ed because we heard it from somebody, it would be part of the public record.
Okay, so did it get conveyed to reporters?
To one reporter.
Which reporter?
I think it was Dennis Slattery.
And who conveyed it?
Josh.
At your direction?
Yes.
Let's go back to the draft. Is there anything else in the draft that you told the governor you thought was not already part of the public factual record or was based on hearsay?
I don't think so.
When you say it was not already part of the public factual record, do you mean it wasn't in the personnel files that had been provided to the press by the executive chamber?
When I say public record, I mean it had been reported in the press.
Reported in the press, based on the personnel
Yes.
files that had been provided?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's a sentence on the bottom of the first page at 356 that says, Ms. Boylan then contacted the governor's office saying that she loved him and needed to talk to the governor. Is that a reference to the email messages you told me you thought existed that were sent to Stephanie Benton by Ms. Boylan after she was counseled?
Yes.
Okay, and those are the emails that you've been unable to locate?
Yes, so I revised my comment. That was something that was not in the public record.
Okay, at the time that the governor was drafting this, had you had those emails?
No.
When the governor was drafting this, did you provide him with the personnel file?
No.
Did anyone provide him with the personnel file?
No, I don't think so. And I think the quotes where it says abusive, disrespectful, XXX, that was intended for one of us to fill in the blank.
Anything else? Or actually, you said earlier that you had told the governor you thought publishing this op-ed would backfire. What did you mean? Well, what did you tell him you meant by that?
That I thought, from a public relations perspective, it was a mistake.
Can you explain that to me?
Well, there are the issues of I didn't think anything should be included that wasn't part of a public record, that I thought that the comments about her personal life, comments about people's personal lives have no impact on whether or not they can also be sexually harassed, and that that's a form of slut shaming, and that it's just never acceptable. And I thought that if something like some version of this were to go out unless highly sanitized, that there would be a lot of blowback, that people would react in a way that regardless of the merit of her claim or regardless of the things that she had said about the terms of her leaving her employment, that it wouldn't serve any purpose in terms of either correcting the record or in terms of furthering some sort of a public argument.
Did you explain that to the governor?
Yes.
In the conversations where the governor was consulting you while drafting this, is there anything else you talked to him about or he talked to you about that you haven't told me?
Sure, but not that I recall.
Okay. So what happens after he drafts?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So when you said that would be both ineffective and a form of slut shaming, what did he say?
I don't think that he understood it right away, but as I talked it through with him, he was understood and said, okay.
So at the initial drafting stage, he understood it. Is that what you're saying? He understood that argument?
This was a conversation that took place over the course of, I want to say, 2 days. So I don't remember at what point specifically. I don't think I was as pointed in my criticism off the bat. This was like a conversation that went on. There are like different parts of it were discussed in different iterations of conversations.
So what happens after the governor completes the draft?
I told him I didn't think that it was a good idea. He said, why don't you check with some of the folks on the team and see what they think.
And which folks did you check with?
Steve Cohen, Judy Mogul, Linda Lacewell, Alfonso David, Josh Vlasto, Danny Lever, and Robbie Kaplan.
Did the governor tell you to check with any of these individuals?
He thought that I should reach out to Robbie. And also the lawyers, the Steve, Linda, Judy group.
So he told you Ms. Kaplan, Mr. Cohen, Ms. Mogul, and Ms. Lacewell.
Yes.
And then you selected Mr. David, Mr. Vlasto, and Ms. Lever.
Yes.
What about Ms. Walsh?
And Annabelle.
And what was the governor's request?
He wanted feedback. I think that, as is the case sometimes, he thinks that I'm being hard-headed and saying no, and he wanted to get a gut check from other people that he trusted. And so I asked that group.
And at this point, what was Ms. Kaplan's role?
She was the head of one of the heads of Time's Up and a good friend and someone whose advice I'm very respectful of.
Good
And I
friend of yours?
solicit.
Sorry, good friend of yours?
She and I did legislation together in 2019. Sexual harassment legislation, statute of limitations on rape. So I had previously worked very closely with her, and she and the governor know each other well.
Was she your lawyer?
Not at that time.
Was she the governor's lawyer?
Not at that time.
Was she the chief?
Never. She's never been the governor's lawyer.
Was she
Oh, that's not. Can I?
You can. What do you need to do?
I just need to.
Why don't you answer the question she's asking now? and then we-
Okay.
Was she the governor's lawyer?
No. I'm sorry. Can I just ask them something?
Why don't we-
I understand what you're getting at, and I don't think it's not a response.
Okay.
To the questions.
Okay. I just didn't want to say something that was incorrect.
Okay.
It's fine.
And was she the executive chamber's lawyer?
No.
She your lawyer now?
Yes.
When did she become your lawyer?
In February.
Okay. Anyone else who you sought feedback on this letter?
I don't think so.
Okay. So I want to go through each of these people in the feedback, but before we do that, the letter gets revised, right? How does it get revised?
Different people made edits
Did you make any edits?
at some point.
Okay. Let's start with Steve Cohen. What did Steve Cohen tell you about the governor's draft op-ed?
Steve Cohen's initial reaction was that it wasn't a good idea. Steve, Linda, and Judy all thought that it was a huge overreaction, and that it wouldn't land in any way that was effective. Not all that dissimilar from my position. And then Steve sort of altered his position and said that he was going to take a stab at editing it, and he thought that if certain edits were made, it could get to a place where it could be acceptable to go.
And did he describe for you what kind of edits he thought needed to be made?
He may have, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
Was there information in the letter that Mr. Cohen was not aware of prior to receiving it, to your understanding?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Let's go to Ms. Mogul. What was Ms. Mogul's reaction to the governor's draft op-ed?
I asked her to fact check, and she felt like there was similar with me, thought that there was a lot in this that couldn't be backed up factually, and that she thought it was an overreaction.
And what specific things did Ms. Mogul say couldn't be backed up factually?
I don't remember, but I know she had issues with it.
She had factual issues with it.
Yes. Issues that, like, you couldn't fact check them because they weren't in the public record. It's like what I was saying before, like it was hearsay.
Well, so they could have been fact checked, but you'd have to go talk to people about it, is that right?
Yeah, I guess that's right.
And did anyone ever suggest going to talk to some of the people who could have confirmed or denied some of these facts that were based on hearsay?
No, Josh had the direct conversation with. So from that perspective, I think we thought that happened, but no, there was no extensive conversation about that.
Linda Lacewell, what was her reaction to the governor's draft op-ed?
She thought it was an overreaction,
What else did she say?
that there's no way Alfonso was going to sign it.
Did she tell you why she thought there was no way Alfonso was going to sign it?
Because he was the head of HRC and it would have required board sign off and approval.
Any other reason she conveyed?
Not that I recall.
Anything else you remember her saying?
Not specifically or generally.
About Mr. David, what was Mr. David's reaction or feedback on the governor's draft op-ed?
He thought that it was too much, and he thought that it would be a better tack to take to do a more positive, a short, simple statement that's more positive in tone, that it would be easier to get people to sign on to.
Did he explain explain to you what he meant by too much?
That there was too much information, it was an overreaction, similar, it would like boomerang, that he just didn't think that it would come off well.
What was Mr. Vlasto's reaction to the governor's draft op-ed?
He was in my camp. He agreed that it wasn't a good idea.
And what did he explain about why it wasn't a good idea from his perspective?
That he thought that it was way too much of an overreaction. The story had died. There was the one story over the weekend when she tweeted her tweets. The press didn't find her credible. The personnel stuff was out there. That this didn't do anything to help. All you would do is restart a conversation that wasn't being had.
What was Ms. Lever's reaction to the governor's draft op-ed?
That she didn't think it was a good idea.
And what did she say about why she didn't think it was a good idea?
I don't remember specifically. I just remember that she didn't think it was. I think everyone had sort of the same reaction, which is like, we understand that you're frustrated. We understand that you want to, fight back, but this is not the right way to do it.
Did Ms. Lever tell you she would not sign this?
Yes.
Did Mr. David say he wouldn't sign it? It said before Ms. Lacewell said Mr. David wouldn't. Did he tell you that directly as well?
He originally said that he couldn't sign it, and then he said, if you need me to, I will.
Did he tell you, I will, but I have to go check with my board?
I don't know about that last part, but he said to me, listen, like, if you need me to, I will do this.
What about Ms. Kaplan? What was her reaction to the governor's draft op-ed?
She thought that it was fine.
What did she say?
She read it to Tina, whose last name I'm blanking on, who's the head of Time's Up, and they thought that with some edits that it was perfectly acceptable pushback, and then it could be an effective tool.
And what were the edits that were suggested by Ms. Kaplan?
I don't remember which, like when she put pen to paper, but she didn't like the part about the sitting on the lap and kissing someone in public and being inappropriate with men.
And did she express to you why she didn't like that part?
That she was concerned it could be perceived as slut shaming.
Was Ms. Kaplan aware of any of the facts in this op-ed before it was sent to her?
The personnel file information was public at that point. I don't remember what else.
Had you had any conversations with Ms. Kaplan about any of the information in this draft op-ed, excluding the personnel file, before this was sent to her?
I don't think so.
So how would she have known any of that information?
The major thrust of this is the personnel file information, absent the part about the lap sitting and then the Boylan contacted the governor's office saying she loved Tim. I may have told her that that happened.
She couldn't have learned about it any other way, other than from you?
Correct.
Okay. And then Ms. Walsh, what was Ms. Walsh?
Last question.
Yeah.
Had Ms. Kaplan been consulted prior to the release of the personnel file?
No. But
Did she give a view on whether the release of the personnel file was fine or okay?
no. But I thought it was notable that she, as someone who's a phenomenal lawyer and women's advocate and head of Time's Up, thought that this was fine, and that she had read it to the head of Time's Up, Tina, who thought that it was fine and good.
Except for the part about
with some
the
edits.
sitting on the lap and kissing people in public.
Yes.
And did the head of Time's Up, to your knowledge, before this op-ed was shared, have any information other than what was in the public domain about Lindsay Boylan?
No. Although there were many versions of this, so I don't know which version she saw.
And what about Ms. Walsh? What was Ms. Walsh's feedback on the governor's draft op-ed?
Annabelle did not think it was a good idea and thought that it would backfire.
And what else did she say?
So I think Stephanie asked her if she would be willing to sign it, and she said no. She said that she asked her boss, and her boss said no. But I assumed that that wasn't true and that she just didn't want to do it.
In any of these conversations that you have with any of the people you just mentioned, you discuss the question of whether this op-ed could be viewed as retaliatory.
No.
Did anyone raise that concern?
Not with me.
Did anyone raise the concern that it could be defamatory?
Yes.
Who raised that concern?
I think Alfonso or Judy.
And what do you remember Alfonso or Judy saying about concerns about defamation?
I don't remember anything specific, but I remember generally that they were concerned about that.
So you gather all this feedback on the draft op-ed, and what did you do then?
I told the governor.
Before we talk about what you told the governor, did you talk to Liz Smith about the draft op-ed?
I don't think so.
About Jeff Pollack?
I don't think so.
Okay. So you told the governor about the feedback. What did you tell him?
That Robbie and the head of Time's Up thought that it was okay with some changes, that Steve thought with some changes it would be okay, and that everybody else thought it was a bad idea.
Did you tell him that Mr. David had said that he wouldn't sign it initially?
I don't remember. I may have.
Did you tell him that Ms. Lever said that she wouldn't sign it?
I don't think we were there yet at this point.
And what did the governor say?
Well, if Robbie thinks it's okay and the head of Time's Up thinks it's okay and Steve thinks it's okay, then I think that you're overreacting.
What else did he say?
That was basically it. He said, why don't we see if we can get some people to sign on to it?
So it was the governor's idea to see if you could get people to sign this op-ed.
Yes.
And was it the governor's idea to go beyond Ms. Lever, Ms. Calhoun, and Mr. David? No, sorry. I don't know how. I didn't mean to say. Was it the governor's idea to go to people to see if they would sign it other than Ms. Lever, Ms. Calhoun, and Mr. David?
I don't think so. When I realized pretty early that those people were going to be, it was not likely. It was, who else could we potentially reach out to if we were going to move forward with this?
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand what the governor said, because I thought you said that the governor said, let's see who we can get to sign it.
Of Danny, Alfonso, and Kathy.
I see. Okay. Did the governor make any revisions to the letter
Yes.
after this?
Yes.
So after that conversation with the governor, what did you do next?
There was a lot of activity. The next thing that I remember very starkly is that I called Josh.
Okay. And what did you tell Josh?
That I thought that this was a really bad idea, and would he help me make that case?
And what did he say?
Yes.
You mean make the case to the governor?
Yes.
So then what happens next?
So I asked the governor if he would be willing to do a group call.
The group being who?
I don't remember specifically, but some version of Steve, Linda, Judy, Josh, myself, Alfonso.
Some version of the group you had gotten feedback from,
Yes.
minus Ms. Kaplan.
Yes.
And did that call happen?
Yes.
And tell us what happened on that call.
I set the table at the onset of the call and said I wanted to get this group on the phone to talk about the op-ed idea, and I teed up Josh and said, you know, we've all discussed it and I think Josh is best to represent the consensus of the group. And Josh said, Gov, I think this is a really bad idea. Doing this now and it exploding is, once you do that, you can't pull it back. But if you don't do it now, it doesn't mean that down the road, should there be some value in doing some form of something, that option is off the table. And I think that this will be viewed by the press as a gross overreaction. I think to the extent that people don't believe Lindsay is credible, you're going to garner sympathy for her. And this is not the way that we should move forward.
Did Mr. Vlasto raise any of the concerns that Ms. Mogul or Mr. David had expressed about potentially defaming Ms. Boylan?
I don't think so.
In that conversation with the governor, did anyone raise any concerns that this could be viewed as potentially retaliatory?
I don't know that that word was used specifically, but I think it was implied.
Okay, can you explain to me what was said that implied that there were concerns that it could be viewed potentially as retaliatory?
When you're putting something out that with these different things in here that no one had ever heard of, like with the slut shaming, with like, it's like, why are you, this isn't relevant. It's not directly relevant to what we're talking about. And so it would be viewed as just trying to shame her.
So it was the part of the letter that was about the paragraph that begins indeed,
Yes.
that was focused on that could potentially,
Yes.
not necessarily in words, but in substance, be viewed as retaliatory.
Yes.
Because it was not relevant to her claims of sexual harassment.
Correct.
Okay, and you viewed the rest of the letter as being relevant to her claims of sexual harassment.
Not of sexual harassment, but of the terms under which she left, responding to the allegations that she had left because we bullied her and it was toxic and hostile, and that she, and sort of like bringing to the forefront the political nature of what was going on, that she was doing this for politics. There was some version of it that actually I think included a reference to Wigdor's firm, because Wigdor had just represented Tara Reid and they had given major contributions to the Trump campaign. And so I understood the intention, but thought that it was going to not land well.
That intention that you just explained, was that what the governor explained why he wanted to do this letter?
We didn't have an explicit conversation about it beyond like, we have to push back.
Did the governor ever say he was drafting this op-ed to respond to the claims Ms. Boylan had made about why she left the executive chamber?
That was the context in which we discussed it.
That's what he said.
Yes.
And in that context, did he ever raise her claims of sexual harassment?
I don't think so.
So he never said anything about her claims of sexual harassment in relation to drafting this op-ed?
No, only insofar as contextualizing them vis-a-vis her political campaign.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
Meaning, all of a sudden she's coming forward just as she announced she was running for office. She was getting her name in the paper. She was working with a lawyer who was a Trump supporter, who had just been representing Tara Reid, that she wasn't credible.
I see. So the governor was saying that part of the reason he wanted to do this was that he believed her claims of sexual harassment were politically motivated.
Yes.
Okay. So he did raise the idea that this op-ed would be in response to her claims of sexual harassment.
I don't want to put specific words in his mouth because I don't remember specifically, but that was my understanding.
So what else happens on the group call?
So the governor generally, the way that I do principal management with him is that I prove that you can do something and then explain why it's a bad idea. Because if you just say I can't get it done, it's like, it seems like a bad excuse for a boss. And so we said, essentially yes, Robbie signed off on it. Yes, Steve has signed off on this version. Alfonso says he will do it if we really need to, but we all collectively think it's a bad idea. And he said, okay. And it was like, write a letter, stick it in a drawer.
And is that the conversation ends?
Josh in that call said, in the meantime, I talked to, and I think I can land a story in the Daily News on her leaving the campaign.
What else is said in the group call?
That's all I remember.
So Josh is the only one who spoke?
No, I
And the
teed it
governor.
up and yeah,
Okay, no one else spoke?
not that I remember, but it's possible.
And in between the calls you did to solicit feedback from this group and the call you had with the governor, was anyone else called to tell them that there might be this letter?
Yes.
Okay, how did that happen?
Annabelle said she wouldn't be able to do it because of work. Danny said she didn't think she would be able to do it because of work. I don't know if she actually asked them and they said no, or if she just didn't believe that she would be able to. And so I talked to Linda and Stephanie about if we needed to get another co-signer, do we think that there would be anyone who's willing to do it?
And what did Linda and Stephanie say?
Stephanie said, I think we would do it.
And what did Linda say?
I don't think that she had specific ideas of who else would be willing to do it.
Did I get called?
Stephanie called her.
Okay. And were you on that call?
No,
Did you ever speak to me about the letter?
no,
Did Ms. Benton tell you what happened in the conversation with Ms.
yes.
And what did she tell you?
That was happy to sign.
Did you say anything else?
She said that she could see if we needed her to find other people.
And what did Ms. Benton say in response to that?
I think she said, hold on for now, I'll let you know.
Did there come a point where Ms. Benton went back to me or anyone went back to me and said, don't hold on, we should call some more people?
I don't know. I know that Alfonso spoke to a couple of people, but I don't know if he spoke to anyone else at that point.
Did you come to learn at some point that he had spoken to other people?
I know that he spoke to other people, but I don't know if it was in the context of this or the other. There was another version of the suggestion Alfonso had of like a very short, more positive statement.
Going back to this the governor's draft op-ed, how is it that who did Mr. David speak to about it?
I don't remember, I think, or
Anyone else?
I don't think so. Maybe Kathy?
Kathy Calhoun?
Yeah.
How is it that Mr. David came to speak to those individuals about whether they would sign this draft op-ed?
We were brainstorming about other people that would potentially be willing to sign on.
And those 3 names came up?
Yes.
Did you ask him to call those people?
He offered.
And did he report back to you on the calls with and Kathy
Yes, but I don't remember the response.
for any of them?
I know that he said that he read the letter to at least one other person, and I don't think ever sent it to anyone else, and that he thought that there would be other people who would sign on.
Okay, but for these specific 3 individuals,
I don't-
do you understand?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Do you understand what did Mr. David ever tell you what they said in response to
He
it?
may have, but it wasn't so noteworthy that I remember.
And your understanding was that Mr. David was reading them the letter? Sorry,
least-
the op-ed.
Sorry, at least one person.
Who is that?
I think
And to the other 2, what was your understanding of what he was conveying to them about the draft op-ed?
And again, I just want to be clear, I don't think it was this version. This was like a very early draft. I
But
think
some
it was a
version of
later
an op-ed.
version. Yes.
Sorry, some version of an op-ed.
Yes, but I think that version of the op-ed had been toned down.
But it wasn't the more positive letter.
No, although people got outreach on that too later.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a few minutes. And what was your understanding about whether was read some version of the governor's draft op-ed?
I don't know, but I think so. Because if you're agreeing to sign on to something, I think you need to know what it says.
To your knowledge, did you know the information that was in this draft op-ed that was not in the public domain about Ms. Boylan?
I don't know that the draft that was shared with her contained it.
You don't know which draft was shared with her?
I don't think it was until later.
Why don't we go look at some of the drafts?
While you're about to turn, do you know if Linda Lacewell reached out to anyone to get them to sign the letter?
She may have, but I don't have a specific memory of who.
Okay, let's look at tab 170. I'm just gonna sneak. We'll mark what's at 170 is the next exhibit. This is appears to be another draft of the governor's op-ed regarding Miss Boylan that was sent by you to Linda Lacewell and Judy Mogul on December 16th, 2020. Is that right?
Yes.
And this draft contains more information than the draft that we were just looking at. Is that right?
Yes.
More details.
Yes.
Who prepared this draft?
Some combination of the governor, Steve, me, some combination of that group.
And how did that come about?
There were continual edits being made to this on a parallel track while the conversations were being had.
And just physically, is someone going into a Word document and making the edits?
I think that Stephanie had the pen, but certainly like Steve made edits and sent a version. I made edits and sent a version. Like I think I probably put in the actual language from the complaint or from her personnel file.
But Ms. Benton had the sort of pen, for lack of a better word.
Yes.
Okay. If you turn to page 1025, which is the second page at the very top, there's a paragraph that begins, however.
Yes.
You see that paragraph? It says, as far as Ms. Boylan suggesting that the governor made inappropriate comments about her looks, which she characterizes as sexual harassment, is concerned, she abuses all legitimate victims. Who wrote that sentence?
I don't remember.
Did you write that sentence?
I don't think that specific sentence, although it sounds like me.
Did you agree with that sentence?
I agreed that I thought that what Lindsay was doing cheapened actual sexual harassment and sexual assault claims. But I don't know, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I don't know that I felt that way, the way that it was written here.
Meaning that it says that inappropriate comments about her looks essentially cheapens sexual harassment victims.
I'm just saying that I think that to the extent that Steve or the governor wrote that, I don't think that that's my writing, but that is a sentiment that I agreed with and that I said at the time and continue to believe. And so it doesn't surprise me that like a version of that sentiment got in.
Okay. What I'm trying to understand is, what about making inappropriate comments about someone's looks delegitimizes sexual harassment for others? That's what I'm trying to understand.
We didn't believe that he made inappropriate comments about her looks.
I see. So the basis is that you didn't think she was credible.
Correct.
Okay. And at this point in time, did you have any understanding as to whether the governor had compared Ms. Boylan to an ex-girlfriend?
No.
And then the second sentence says, we know from direct experience the nature of the governor and the interactions between the governor and Ms. Boylan, as we were present for most of their interactions. Were the authors of this present for most of the interactions between Ms. Boylan and the governor?
The authors, as it was intended to be the signatories, yes.
And so,
But not, I mean, sorry.
Go ahead.
Danny was around her all of the time. Kathy Calhoun was around her all of the time. I don't know about Alfonso, but it's sort of, the first paragraph was sort of irrelevant at that point because I think there was an understanding that those people weren't going to necessarily sign on, but there was going to be some group of people who knew her well and had been around during this period.
Okay. But those, and that group of people had been present for most of her interactions with the governor?
The group hadn't been settled on, but that was the aim.
Is to find the people who had been present for most of her interactions with the
Yes.
governor. But the governor had been on occasion alone with Ms. Boylan.
Yes. But she didn't say that he sexually harassed her when they were alone. In her original tweets, she said that he harassed her about her looks and would sometimes grill her about her work, which was very good, and that it went on for years and that everybody saw it. And so this was pre-Medium post. This was just based on her public statements. She wasn't saying when the governor and I were alone, he harassed me. She was actually saying the opposite, which was everyone saw it and knew it.
Right. And in those tweets, she was also saying she wasn't going to give all the details, right?
I don't remember her specific language, but she said she wasn't going to say more than that. And our understanding at that point from her campaign people were that she said to them, I don't have any specifics, but I know it to be true in my heart.
That was your understanding of what she had said to.
Yes.
And in the next paragraph, it says, Ms. Boylan claims the governor made comments, quote, about her looks. Ironic, given that Ms. Boylan referred to the governor as handsome and told the staff that she loved the governor. Who drafted that second sentence that begins ironic?
I don't know.
Had you ever heard Ms. Boylan refer to the governor as handsome?
Yes.
Did you believe that was inappropriate?
Yes.
I'm going to pause there. You thought it was inappropriate that Ms. Boylan referred to the governor as handsome?
I thought it was odd.
But you just told me you thought it was inappropriate.
I'm choosing my words more carefully. I thought it was
There's a
odd.
version of this draft op-ed which refers to that as inappropriate. Do you remember that draft?
No, there were a lot of versions.
We'll come back to that later. So what did you think was odd about it?
I thought it was odd that she referred to him as handsome. Had told me that, and I think also told Danny or somebody, that whenever she traveled with them, she looked at him like very longingly and like puckered her lips and constantly like referred to him in ways that she thought was odd.
Have you ever heard people say that about you? That you look at the governor that way?
Yes.
And do you think that's offensive?
Yes.
When you said it was odd that she referred to the governor as handsome. You told me earlier today or yesterday that the governor referred to women as Bella.
Yes.
Right? That means beautiful, right?
Yes.
Do you think it was odd that the governor referred to women as beautiful?
I thought that was more playful. I understand your point on inconsistency.
Right. You understand that that's inconsistent.
Yes.
So you don't know who drafted. Do you know who drafted this this beginning of the paragraph that was added?
No.
Was it the governor?
It may have been.
Okay, let's go to the next paragraph. There's some information added in here about political campaign consultant or her campaign backers and lawyers. You see that?
Yes.
Who added that?
Again, I don't remember who put pen to paper, but as I told you before, that was something that we had been talking about.
Where did that information come from?
It was publicly available.
From where?
We pulled a list of her campaign consultants and checked them against who else they were consulting for.
And who did you have pull that list?
I think Linda.
And then the last sentence says, we understand from credible sources that female members on her campaign team were offended and actually quit when they heard she and her campaign planned to make such claims for purely political advantage. See that?
Yes.
Do you know who added that?
No.
Was that based on what Mr. Vlasto had conveyed to you?
Yes, but it's wrong in that it was one person.
Okay, I was just going to ask you that.
One second, if I could go back.
Yep.
When it said is supported by lawyers and financial backers of Donald Trump, was the lawyers a reference to the Wigdorf firm?
Yes.
And financial backers, was that also a reference to the Wigdorf firm or somebody else?
No, yes.
Did you have pulled a list of people who contributed to her campaign?
Yes.
And did you do any background cross-reference them for who they were?
Not individually, it was like eyeballing, looking for connections, who's connected to who, what's going on.
So just so I'm clear, the reference to lawyers and financial backers is a reference to the Wigdorf.
Correct. Wigdorf had done, I think, like $50,000 to the RNC in the Trump campaign in 2018 at the same time that they were representing Tara Reid.
No problem. So you turn to the last page of this draft, and it says, the second full paragraph, it says, the governor always treated us and every woman with whom we saw him interact with respect. Who added that sentence?
I don't remember.
Did you think that's true with respect to Charlotte Bennett?
I wasn't thinking about Charlotte Bennett.
Do you think that's true with respect to Charlotte Bennett?
I think that I would rather not opine on Charlotte Bennett in this context.
And
The Charlotte situation had nothing to do with Lindsay. The Charlotte situation was completely separate. This we viewed as 100% political malice and being driven by political opponents of the governor. This had nothing to do with Charlotte.
Okay, so just to make sure, from your perspective, it had nothing to do with Charlotte Bennett. So no one ever raised Charlotte Bennett in the context of considering whether Ms. Boylan's allegations were potentially credible.
No.
And then, I guess, I don't know if you'll answer this, but that sentence says he always treated us and every woman with whom we saw him interact with respect. Do you think him calling Caitlin sponge was respectful?
Again, I think in retrospect, as I said earlier, we should have been more sensitive to that, but it wasn't meant with ill intent.
Do you think it was respectful?
I think it was an attempt to be playful and have her feel like part of the team, but I don't, if she interpreted it in a way that was not respectful, then it wasn't respectful.
And so this sentence, this is not true.
I'm not going to comment on that.
When the paragraph above, it says, we encourage all women to come forward with valid complaints of harassment. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Did you think that this draft op-ed, this op-ed, if it was published, would encourage women to come forward with valid claims of harassment?
I don't think I thought about it.
Did you talk to anybody about that?
I don't think so.
Did anybody express a concern that this might discourage women from coming forward?
Discourage them?
Yeah.
No, I think it's the opposite.
That publishing this op-ed would actually encourage women?
No, I'm saying that that line I don't think is discouraging.
Okay, I'm asking if publishing this op-ed, from your perspective, would encourage women to come forward with valid claims of sexual harassment.
I didn't even get there in my head. In my head, this thing was never going out.
But it was being shared with a number of people, right?
With a close group of advisors.
Part of a close group of advisors?
No.
Was part of a close group of advisors?
No.
Was part of a close group of advisors?
No.
Yeah, sure.
Right before that, it says, what allegations of harassment are made for political or extortive purposes. Who added the part about extortive purposes?
I don't remember.
And did you think that Ms. Boylan was engaging in extortion in making her allegations?
I believe that Lindsay was engaging in retaliation.
In retaliation for what?
She had sent Rob Mahika and Danny Lever text messages the March prior, in the heart of COVID, when the governor signed an executive order to suspend petitioning. And she believed that what we were doing was personal to her and aimed at hurting her political campaign. And I know this because she sent text messages to Danny and to Robert promising retribution.
Did anyone say they thought it was in any way extortionate?
I don't think that we looked at that word that closely. This wasn't going to go out.
Why don't we turn to tab?
Can we take just 5 and just ignore that now?
Oh, sure. I didn't even check the time. Yeah. Okay.
Does that mean we have 2 hours left?
Doing my best.
Going off the record at 2:33 p.m. We are back on the record at 2:46 p.m.
Can you turn to tab 172, please? This is the next exhibit. It's a text message between you, and it says dad. Is that your dad?
No.
Okay. Who is it?
I have no idea, but based on the below, the metadata, it says Rich Bamberger.
And so this is on December 16th at 5:59 p.m. And we were just looking at a draft of the letter, the draft op-ed from December 16th. And Mr. Bamberger writes, who is confirmed signing on. And if you flip the page, you write back, Danny Annabelle said they would do. Is that accurate?
If I wrote it, it must have been. I think that early on, they said that they would consider signing on to something. And then like later, as the progress progressed, they said that either their employers wouldn't let them do it or they didn't want to.
Okay. let's turn to sorry, just 1 second here. Tab 22. And we'll mark this as the next exhibit. This is a text message chain on December 16th at 10:01 p.m. From you to Annabelle Walsh, Stephanie Benton, and Danny Lever. See
Okay.
that?
Yeah.
And it says, just sent you guys current op-ed and has agreed to do. Alfonso said if we need him to, we will. And looking now, I wouldn't ask you guys if we weren't fighting for our lives. Does this refresh your recollection as to whether Annabelle and Danny had at this point said yes, that they would sign on?
I think that they had said early on that they would be willing to, but that they had to check with their employers.
Okay. And when they said they would be willing to, had they seen a copy of the draft op-ed?
I don't remember.
And then this says, looking now. Those are two individuals we haven't talked about before as having been, having seen the draft op-ed. How did you come to see the draft op-ed?
I don't remember who spoke to her.
But do you remember anything she said about the draft op-ed?
No, although now that I'm putting this together, I think Bamberger must have talked to, but I don't know if she saw a version, if he emailed it, if he read it, if he summarized it. I think it was Rich Bamberger. I think must have been Linda.
Linda Lacewell.
Yes.
And what do you remember hearing about reaction to the draft op-ed?
I think that because she was Inspector General to the MTA, she didn't think that she could go anywhere near it.
It was just her position?
I don't remember,
Okay.
but I know that it was not a yes.
Did you have any reason to believe that you knew the non-public facts that were contained in the draft op-ed about Ms. Boylan?
No.
Do you have any reason to believe you knew the non-public facts about Lindsay Boylan that were contained in the draft op-ed?
No. And I know that I put in here looking now, but I don't know if they were actually looking or someone read it or summarized it. I think it was more like shorthand for considering.
And I think Rich Bamberger is someone we hadn't talked about before, as someone who gave feedback on the letter. Did he give feedback on the letter?
He may have, but I don't remember specifically what his feedback was.
I mean, you don't remember if he was pro, against,
I think we were all pretty against.
except Ms. Kaplan.
And Steve thought it was okay if properly edited.
Turn to tab 25. This is an email chain. We'll mark this as the next exhibit. This is an email chain between you and Ms. Walsh on December 16th. It begins at 8:47 p.m. And she writes, below is the Tom Brokaw letter. Do you recall this email?
Not specifically, but generally.
Okay, tell us what you remember about it.
As I said previously, I think Alfonso was the first one that raised the idea of doing something that was more positive and affirmative and not negative. And I think that the group was like talking amongst themselves about trying to steer in that direction. And so Annabelle pulled this Tom Brokaw letter as an example.
You don't think it was Annabelle's idea to do something more positive?
I thought it was Alfonso. It could have been Annabelle. I thought it was Alfonso though.
And what happens with the suggestion to do something akin to the Tom Brokaw letter?
We considered it. A version of it was drafted. I think Stephanie and Linda worked to get signatories, but again, it was another like write a letter, stick it in a drawer.
Who drafted the letter? The Tom Brokaw-like letter?
I don't remember.
Can you turn to tab 174? we'll mark this as the next exhibit. This is an email chain between Linda Lacewell, Stephanie Benton, and you, beginning at the bottom of what is date stamped page 55. It's printed out a little oddly, but if you turn to the bottom of page 56, it's an email from Stephanie Benton to Linda Lacewell, CCing you on December 17th at 9:43 p.m. And it says, so this is progress. How do we get him 50 plus names? Go on, there's a whole list of names. And on the bottom of 57, it says, send to Linda, tell her ask 50 names to sign the following letter. We all worked for Governor Cuomo directly. His motto was performance, integrity, pride. We work for the people. You see that? It goes
Yes.
on. Governor Cuomo draft the statement that's at the bottom of page 57 and the top of page 58.
I don't know, but it sounds like him.
And is the conveyance of send to Linda, tell her to ask 50 names. Did you ask 50 names? Did you understand that to be an instruction coming from the governor?
Yes. Well, I understand that looking at this. I don't have automatic recall of that moment.
And then this list of names that is put together. Do you know how this list of names came to be?
I think it was brainstorming, and I think Stephanie looked back over old staff lists to come up with ideas. And then it's clearly some current staff. It's like, looks like pretty much a hodgepodge.
A hodgepodge of what?
People. There's no like consistency except that they've worked for him at some point.
Is it all women?
Yes.
It's all women who have worked for him at some point.
Yes. And some that currently still did at the time.
Miss Bennett's not on this list. Do you understand why Miss Bennett's not on this list?
That she wasn't someone who would come to anyone's top of mind to say we should ask her to sign on to a letter like this.
She's not on this list. Why is she not on this list?
I don't know if Stephanie knew at that point about the Caitlin conversations or not, or if I had a role in editing this.
Do you remember editing this and taking out Caitlin's name?
I don't.
You see that Miss Camisso's name, Brittany, is on here. You see that? It says Brittany.
Yes.
Is that Miss Camisso?
Yes.
Do you understand if Miss Camisso was reached out to about whether she would sign on to this letter?
I don't know.
Is on here.
Yes.
Do you have an understanding of was reached out to about signing on to this letter?
I don't think so.
And how did it come to be that she was not reached out to?
I don't know.
So what happens after the list gets put together?
I don't remember.
Or is it somebody's job to reach out to all these people?
I think that Stephanie was working with Linda to come up with people who could reach out to these people.
To come up with people who could reach out to these people?
Yes.
Okay. And who do you understand was part of the group of people that Ms. Benton was reaching out to reach out to this list of individuals?
I think the same group as earlier, like the Annabelle, Danny, Linda, Alfonso, the same group that we had engaged earlier.
And does that include?
Yes.
Did it include
I think so.
Andrew Ball?
Yes. I think so.
So how many people end up agreeing to sign on to the letter?
I don't remember.
Do you have a ballpark?
I don't.
Did you finish the work of getting through the list and figuring out how many people would sign on?
I don't think so.
Why not?
I don't remember if the idea just died or if we affirmatively killed it, but again, there was a constant refrain of like, the story isn't alive. Why are we doing things that are going to ignite it?
Can I just ask on this, there's the top of that chain, that email that we're just looking at, Ms. Benton writes to Ms. Lacewell, copying you, and says, so this is progress. How do we get him 50 plus names? it would be great to keep his mind on this path. It would be a real shot in the arm if we get him names in AM. Do you understand all the hymns in that to be the governor?
Yes.
What did you understand it to mean?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, and what did you understand it to mean, to keep his mind on this path?
I don't recall what I thought in that moment, but I can tell you what I think now.
Sure.
Is that okay? Okay. As I said, there was a consensus among the group that the negative op-ed was not the right way to go, and so we thought that this was a more constructive, positive exercise to engage in, and that if ultimately we needed to put something out, this was something that Joe Biden had done. This was something that other men who had been in situations where they were accused of sexual harassment had done. And so that this was just a more positive use of people's time.
So this as opposed to the more negative one that was being drafted.
Yes.
Why don't you turn to tab 29? We'll mark this as the next exhibit. This is a text message chain on December 23rd between you, Ms. Walsh, Mr. Ball, Ms. Benton. I don't think I'm missing anybody. And you write, "Hey guys, any luck with..." And
I don't know her last name.
who's
I think that's,
and what did you mean by any luck with?
I think given the time period, it was either to sign on to the letter or check in with them and see if they had heard anything from anyone.
Do you remember which it was?
No.
If you turn to the top of the second page, you write, "Anna Mae shut down." What do you mean by that?
I think that that was like, talk to her.
Shut down means talk to her.
Like, come on, Annabelle, bring it home. Like, did you get her to sign on, or did you talk to her and see if she'd heard anything?
Was there any concern that might have had an unhappy experience in the executive chamber?
I don't think so.
It was never raised to your attention?
I don't think so.
The shutdown comment wasn't meant to try to prevent.
No.
Can I just finish?
Sorry.
Before you
Sorry,
say no.
sorry.
The shutdown comment wasn't meant to convey that Ms. Walsh should essentially prevent from speaking out about her experience in the chamber.
No.
And then you wrote, "Good work, Ball." What was that about?
Because he said spoke to all good. Steph, I just tried you. Is what I assume that was response to.
And then after that, you wrote, "In case anyone was wondering, loves the governor."
She worked for us.
And did you speak to her?
No.
Who spoke to her?
A mutual friend.
And who's the friend? You asked her to speak to her?
Yes.
Why?
Because because of what we've been talking about. Lindsay had come out and said what she said. We knew that she was actively trying to engage people who potentially had a bad situation, or that she thought that would align with her. When I say bad situation, I mean like was disgruntled when they left, not that I thought that she was like sexual harassment issues. And that she had been reaching out to people, or the press was reaching out, or her lawyer was reaching out.
Okay, and so why didn't you speak to?
I didn't have a relationship with her.
Okay, and what did he tell you about his conversation with?
That he spoke to her for a while, and that she said that she loved working for the governor. She thought that he was great, but that he was a jerk.
Did you have any concern about her using the phrase "she loved working for the governor"?
No.
Any concern about her saying she loved the governor?
No, but when I say she loved the governor, I didn't mean like she loves the governor. She was like, she was really positive about the governor.
And then Andrew Ball wrote back, "She hates me too. She's dangerous." As dangerous is a bad word choice. What did you understand Mr. Ball to mean by that?
I don't know.
Did you ever ask him what he meant by that?
I don't think so. This was the instance I was telling you about yesterday when I think it was counseling. canceled. It was in relation to.
Mr. Kim, you had a question about,
Yeah, are you moving on to another subject? Earlier, when we first started asking about Lindsay Boylan's tweets and the people you reached out to, I think one of the people you mentioned was,
Yes.
what did you, when did you reach out to him?
I reached out to him at the end of the first week after the Lindsay tweets, when I was trying to figure out the political connections.
And what did you ask him?
I asked him, well, there had been all kinds of rumors going around that Jumaane Williams, put her up to this or was working with them, or Biaggi or the Working Families Party, or potentially Tish James. And when I looked at the consultants, I saw that he was one of the consultants, and I knew that he had been a consultant for Tish. And so I called him and said, do you know anything about this?
And what did he say?
He said that he didn't, but he would be happy to look into it.
And did he?
Yes,
And he got back to you?
yes.
And what did he say?
The first time, we had a couple of conversations. The first time he said that he had spoken to and said that it wasn't a concerted campaign effort off the bat, that she had shared that she was going to do it, but that it wasn't a part of a broader plan, which was consistent with what I had learned from the conversations. And he told me, because I think he thought Lindsay wasn't credible, that he had said to him, you shouldn't get involved with something like this if, you don't believe her. And that he had expressed that he thought that that he didn't know that he believed her or didn't believe her, but that he thought it would be a bad look as a male campaign staffer if after she came out with allegations that he left. And that was it at the onset.
That he hears,
I'm sorry, what?
the he, when you say he didn't think it would be a good look, you're saying,
Yes. And we had subsequent
what's
conversations.
the subsequent conversation?
So he had said to me, feel free to keep in touch. I'll stay close to him. I'll keep you updated on what I hear. Happy to share information as it comes. And then the following week I spoke to him again, and he told me that Lindsay had retained legal counsel and was trying to put together a legal strategy, and that she told the campaign that she thought that she had 2 other people that would be with her if she decided to go public. And I said, harassment or like had a bad workplace? And he said, I don't know, but the implication was harassment.
And did he tell you how he got that information?
From talking to,
Did he say who the 2 people were?
no, he didn't know.
How did you know?
He was the Attorney General's chief of staff, and I knew him through her run for Attorney General.
Any other conversations with him?
We probably spoke a half a dozen times in that time period. I spoke to him one more time on December 23rd, there or about, and just said, are you hearing anything? And he said, no, I don't think she has a strategy. I know she's trying to come up with something, but I don't think there's a press conference tomorrow or anything. And I said, thank you, I really appreciate it. And he said, no problem, I'll stay close. And then he said, but in the future, maybe it's better if you and I are not the points of contact, because you're secretary to the governor and I am the Attorney General's chief of staff.
When he said she, he meant Lindsay Boylan?
Yes.
And then, did you have a discussion about who should be point of contact?
I had
Not gonna be the 2 of you?
I had said at one point, Rich, would you mind checking in with, we didn't identify someone, like, and I didn't identify another person, but Rich had a conversation with him, and I think Rob Mahika also had a conversation with him. Yes.
Any other conversations you had with him about Lindsay Boylan?
No, but I had a conversation with the Attorney General.
Okay, when did you have that?
The day that we decided to, that we did the executive order giving her the authority to appoint special prosecutor. She called me once there was a lot of back and forth that day. Once it had been settled, she reached out to me and she said to me, Melissa, you have to calm down. Everything is going to be fine. I was at an event yesterday and a lot of people came up to me and said that Lindsey Boylan is not credible. Nobody views her as credible. This other allegation with Charlotte Bennett is just words. You have to learn to trust people.
She said that to you, the Attorney General said that to you?
Yes.
When was that?
The day that we did the day that we did the executive order. It was the Sunday following, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Right.
It was the Sunday following the New York Times Charlotte Bennett report. And I had a contentious conversation with, and I'm blanking on her last name, earlier in the day, because I did not think the Attorney General should be in charge of this investigation. I thought there was no way that it wouldn't be inherently political. There were all kinds of rumors that she wanted to run against the governor. I didn't think it would be fair. And I asked him point blank on the phone, are you going to publicly announce that you're ruling out a run for governor?
Let's back up. So it sounds like we backed into a call from the Attorney General to you. But prior to that was a call to you and together or separately?
Together. Although I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I had a number of conversations with that day, different iterations, one with Beth Garvey, one with me, Beth. I had another conversation with the Attorney General earlier that morning. So there had been a lot of back and forth.
So why don't you walk through for us that morning, then the call to the Attorney General's office?
Sure. So the night prior, the New York Times story hits, we had a draft statement prepared, one from Beth Garvey that spoke to how the office dealt with the Charlotte Bennett allegations at the time, and one, maybe they were both from Beth, but the subject matters that we were addressing, or one from the governor, I think. One where we were addressing her allegations, and one where Beth responded to how the office handled the claims. And in that, we said that we wanted a full, thorough, fair investigation, and that we were asking Barbara Clark to do the investigation. Barbara Jones to do the investigation, Judge Jones. And we put that out. I spoke to the leaders through their staffs. I spoke to and said, FYI, the story is coming out. We are not going to go point by point in the article. We are going to call for an investigation. We're asking this judge who's like above reproach, who everyone thinks really highly of, to lead the investigation. And they said, okay. And then the announcement goes out pretty quickly on Twitter. I think Liz Kruger and others Senator Kruger and others started to tweet, she's not impartial. She was law partners with Steve Cohen. It needs to be the Attorney General. And I had a subsequent conversation with the leaders, chiefs of staff, where they said, listen, we didn't know about this Steve piece. Politically, it's not tenable. You're going to have to do the Attorney General. Initially, they were fine not doing the Attorney General. And they said, you're going to need to, politically, you're never going to sustain the tsunami here. You have to do the Attorney General. And we tried to push back initially. Steve Cohen had a couple of validators for Judge Jones that we sent some reporters to, who said very positive things about her reputation and credibility. But by the morning, it was clear that that wasn't going to hold. And so then we talked through other options. And we talked amongst ourselves as a group. I think we jumped on a conference call, and Josh said, you're going to end up at the Attorney General. Just go there now. Don't take 7 hours to get there. Just go there now. And I was going back and forth with Linda and with Steve and with the governor on what to do. and there was an inherent distrust in the Attorney General leading the investigation. It was right after the nursing home report. I raised in that moment, I had these conversations with at the time. I don't know how they don't recuse on this. Like, they were involved. And by the way, if there was something wrong with fact-finding and getting this information, the Attorney General's office was involved. And so I raised this stuff at the time, and we went back and...
Involved in the nursing home or in this?
No, in this. Because I told them that at the time I was talking to, and I said, if this is a conspiracy, the Attorney General's office was involved in it. Like, how do they not recuse when their chief of staff was shuttling information to the governor's office? And if someone's going to come out with a report and say that that process was wrong or retaliatory or whatever, they were involved and they knew about it. And so I raised all of these points. We talked it through. We decided, me, the governor, Steve, let's see if Chief Judge DeFiore would be willing to make a selection of special prosecutor along with the Attorney General. And then at least we can feel like there's a check on the process. So it's not just someone who wants to run for governor, who will pick somebody with an axe to grind and do a report that is not fair or even. And the governor had a conversation with the Attorney General. She agreed. Rob Mujica, I believe, had a conversation with. He agreed. We drafted a statement. We blasted out. As we're blasting out the statement, announcing that we're going to do a joint appointment between Chief Judge DeFiore and the Attorney General, calls back. I believe he called Rob. At this point, he and I were not talking. We had a falling out after the nursing home report. And he called Rob and he said, we're not okay with it. We've changed our mind. And Rob said, but this is what the Attorney General agreed to. And he said, well, staff wasn't on board. We didn't know you were going to put something out so quickly. We're not okay with this. And so then it starts this rigmarole back and forth over, are we giving her subpoena authority? Do we trust they'll stay within the confines of the executive order? Are they going to go far beyond the scope and try to use anything they can to politically damage the governor? And we didn't initially want to give subpoena power, but it became clear politically it was untenable to not give subpoena power. If you say you're going to do an investigation, then you have to give the investigators the tools to do the investigation. And so we had this whole back and forth. And we ultimately decided that there's nowhere else to go. We didn't have an option politically. And I was trying to talk to the editorial boards and sort of keep them on the reservation, and it was clear that the only way to do that was to say that Judge DeFiore wasn't going to be involved, that it was just going to be the Attorney General, that there had been past precedent because the governor had done it with Spitzer and Patterson, and that there was no other choice. And it was a moment where I felt like we were living minute to minute. And so while I strongly disagreed with the decision at the time, we did it.
So there's a number of telephone conversations, it sounds like. Were you talking to on that day, or was it through other people?
I did, not at first, but I did.
Okay. And what was that conversation like? What was it about?
The day is like a blur, so I can't pinpoint an hour for you, but I had a conversation with he and with their first deputy and with my counsel, and I believe that was when I said to him point blank, is Tish going to say publicly she's not running for governor? Because I don't trust you.
And what did they say?
This isn't about politics. I'm not going to answer that question. Basically the same answer the Attorney General gave at the press conference that she held 2 weeks ago when she was asked if she was running for governor.
What else? What else you talking about?
We went back and forth on the language of the executive order. I was very anxious to get a statement out announcing that we had come to an agreement to do this jointly because the press incoming was unrelenting. He was insistent that he wanted to make sure that it was done right, and he wanted to make sure that they agreed with the language on the executive order before we put anything out.
And the EV.
Yes.
And were you able to reach an agreement?
Yes.
And did you raise this question of them having to recuse themselves because of the involvement?
Not to them. I raised it with the governor, I raised it with Elkin Abramowitz. I believe I raised it with Steve.
And what do they say?
Yeah, I think that the conversations you would have had with Elkin Abramowitz would be privileged. I don't know what position the chamber's taking about the conversations with Steve about that.
Those are
Were they
privileged as well.
privileged?
So the involvement,
But you said you raised it with the governor, right?
With them.
Oh, they were all together. Sorry, Jim.
We were on the phone.
and the involvement you're talking about is the outreach that you and Richard as a party had about talking.
Yes.
Anything else? Any other involvement?
No, but it was a series of, 8, 10 phone calls. He was actively shuttling information. He was telling me that she had hired a legal team, that she thought she identified 2 people. I mean, if we're going to say that all of that was wrong, they were active participants in it.
Did you understand that at that point Ms. Boylan had publicly tweeted that there were 2 other people?
No.
Okay.
And I don't think that she had.
And then you said that you also had a personal conversation with the Attorney General.
Yes.
Okay, what was that? When was that? And what was that about?
That was the conversation I just described. So, well, I had spoken to her a couple of times that day. I spoke to her once earlier when we were going back and forth on the language. I was getting very frustrated that I felt like any time the governor had a conversation with the Attorney General and they came to an agreement, her political people would immediately walk it back. And so it was like this counterproductive loop. They were okay with Chief Judge DeFiore, then they weren't. Then they were okay with, she was okay with Chief Judge DeFiore advising but not selecting, and then they weren't. And there was this back and forth that kept happening. And I spoke to her at some point in the course of that back and forth. And then once the agreement was reached, she called me, and that's when she said, you need to calm down and trust people.
So why don't you walk through that conversation? She called you.
Yes.
And she said what?
She called me and she said, you have to calm down. And I said, this is crazy. And she said, listen, I was at an event yesterday. So many people came up to me and said, Lindsay Boylan isn't credible. She's not credible. On the Charlotte Bennett thing, it's just words. I will talk to you on the side. I will be engaged with you back and forth. I'm worried about you. You're not sleeping. That's how you made that mistake in the meeting on the nursing homes. It's not like you to misspeak. You misspoke because you haven't slept in a year. And I'm worried about you, and you have to find a way to trust people.
What did you say?
I said, first of all, that's not what I said in the room on nursing homes. I said the post took my half one of sentence out of context and ruined my life. And that's not what I meant to say. And Lindsay Boylan isn't credible. And I think this is crazy. And she said it's going to be okay. And I need you to trust that it's going to be okay.
Did you have a relationship with her?
Yes.
And what kind of relationship did you have with her?
When the governor was running for re-election in 2018, I helped negotiate the cross-endorsement between Tish for Attorney General and the governor. And so I was responsible in part for wrangling all of her political support at the Democratic convention. And she and the governor never really had a relationship. It was really she and I. We would meet for drinks on occasion, and she had a friendship with my dad, and we knew each other.
And so when she said you need to calm down, was she on calls where you had been excited, or was it you understanding that it had been reported to her?
I think it was relayed back. When I spoke to her earlier that day, I don't remember what my temperament was, but I hadn't slept, was, going, trying to constantly address this issue. I kept thinking I was at the goal line, put out the statement, pull the statement back. I was fielding all this incoming from elected officials. It was a very exhausting day, and I was exasperated.
And so that's the one conversation you had with the Attorney General that day?
Yes.
Because you were understanding that she was also speaking separately to the governor?
Yes.
Okay. How many times?
I don't know, but I think at least twice.
And were the substance of those conversations reported back to you?
Yes.
Okay, what was reported to you? By the governor?
Yes.
What was reported to you?
In the first instance, he spoke to her when we had this idea about Chief Judge DeFiore and the Attorney General making this joint selection. I said to him, the only way we're going to get this done is if you talk to her. Like, I can't go to him and I aren't even speaking right now. This isn't going to get done at a staff level. You have to have the conversation principal to principal. And he spoke to her and she said yes. And so when he came back to me and said she agreed, put out the statement.
And then what happened?
I think, although I don't specifically recall, that they had a subsequent conversation about when they walked back doing the joint appointment to do an advisory with the chief judge, and that she had been okay with that.
And then anything else reported to you about the conversations the Attorney General had with the governor?
No, not that I recall.
So when's the first time you learned that they weren't okay with that?
With which? With the joint?
Yeah,
Within 2 minutes of the statement going out.
within 2 minutes of your statement going out.
Yes.
And how was that reported to you? How was the call from?
I believe he called Rob Mujica.
Did they say why they were not?
They said that the Attorney General agreed to it without running it by staff, and staff wasn't comfortable with it. That there was precedent around the Attorney General doing this on her own. She is a black woman. How can you undermine her? And at the same time, they started calling around to elected officials in the city to say, start this Twitter chatter around, you can't undermine a female Attorney General on this. You're trying to put someone in who you selected in Chief Judge DeFiore, which I thought was ironic, given the fact that we also got, like, the governor endorsed Tish. We spent millions of dollars on her campaign. I personally wrangled a vote for her at the Democratic convention. So if you're going to say that there's a conflict because the governor appointed Chief Judge DeFiore, there was certainly a political relationship with the Attorney General. The difference was, at that moment, it was a couple of weeks after the nursing home report came out, and the relationship had gone sideways.
Any subsequent conversations with?
Just that day, going back and forth on the language?
After that?
I don't think so.
How about with the Attorney General?
I haven't spoken to the Attorney General since that day.
How about the first deputy? The first deputy?
I don't think I was on any calls with her. I know that Beth had calls with her immediately following the executive order being signed about process. I may have been on a call, but it wasn't anything so significant that I remember.
And the call you had with the Attorney General, was it one-on-one, or was there anyone else on that call?
It was one-on-one, but I was in the governor's mansion.
So, what does that mean?
So I had been at the office for most of the day, dealing with this back and forth. And at a certain point, I drove over to the governor's mansion, and it was while I was at the governor's mansion that she called me on my cell phone.
But was someone else listening on your end?
There were people around.
Okay, who was around?
The governor was in the next room. I think his brother-in-law was there, and the staff was there, as they usually are.
Then did you report what you spoke to the Attorney General about to the people in the room?
In real time.
Yeah, what did they say?
Well, I hung up with her and I said, can we get Elkin on the phone? I don't remember if I spoke to Elkin first, Steve first, but I got them on the phone and said, I just had this insane conversation with the Attorney General.
But again,
Oh.
can't go to the substance of that conversation.
Sorry.
You said I just had this insane conversation with the Attorney General?
Yes.
Indeed, without including the discussions that involved Elkin, what did you talk about?
I relayed the contents of the conversation.
And what did people say?
So now I'm now remembering Judy Mogul was also involved in this. Am I allowed to say what she said?
No, it's privileged.
Any conversation other than including lawyers that you had on this subject?
I may have told Rich as a party about it.
Okay, what did Rich Escobar say?
We couldn't We didn't know if she, like, what game she was playing.
Is that what he said? What did Rich testify to say about it?
I don't recall specifically, but I remember, like, the reaction was, what is going on here? Especially because it was just after the nursing home report, which they had blindsided us with.
Okay, any other conversations with anyone about that call other than the council?
I don't think so, but if I think of it, I'll tell you.
Any other conversations that you're aware of?
Oh, I'm sorry. I did tell somebody else. The chief of staff to the Senate Majority Leader.
What did you tell her?
They had a view that Tish, that the Attorney General, was generally, like, shifty in how she dealt with the legislature. She used to always say to me that I was crazy to trust her. And after this happened, I said to her, "You're never going to believe the conversation I had with her."
And and you conveyed the conversation?
Yes.
And what did she say?
I don't think she was surprised.
What did she say?
I think she said, "I'm not surprised."
Anything else?
That she was like, "What are you going to do with that information? Like, you're in this moment and, like, you know, there's this tsunami coming at you. Like, you can't, there's nothing to do with this information."
Any other conversations about that call, the Attorney General?
Not that I recall, but if I remember something, I'll tell you.
Are you aware of any other conversations that the Attorney General had with the Governor on the subject of this investigation or the sexual harassment allegations?
I don't think they spoke since that day.
Any other conversations you've had with anyone in the Attorney General's office about sexual harassment allegations or this investigation?
No.
Has
Sorry, I
anyone,
took us on a long detour.
has anyone provided you with information about our investigation since it began?
Sure. Who?
You're not, the question's not asking you to go into any discussions with council.
Oh, no, just what I read in the press.
Other than in the press, no one's provided you any information about our investigation?
Not beyond counsel.
After Mr. Kim and Ms. Clark were appointed by the Attorney General, were you involved in any research on Mr. Kim and Ms. Clark?
No.
Are you aware that any research was done?
No.
Did you ask anyone to do opposition research?
No.
Okay, we're gonna go back in time now.
Can I take 2 minutes to just run to the bathroom?
Yeah. Let's go off the record.
Going off the record at 3:30 p.m.
Okay.
We are back on the record at 3:37 p.m.
Just 1 second. Lorena, could you grab me a notepad? I'm out of paper. When you turn to your binder, what's tab 175? We'll mark that as the next exhibit. This is an email you sent to yourself, but within that is an email from. Can you explain what this is? Thank you.
Yes, it's Lindsay's campaign filing.
Okay, and why did you ask for this?
I routinely ask the campaign to pull filings from people that I either think are going to run against us or who I believe are running against us, and, like, see how much they've raised, who's supporting them, try to find connections between the different camps. And you can see in this instance, I asked for Alessandra Biaggi, Boylan, the WFP, and Giuliani Williams, because I believe they were all working together.
Working together in what sense?
To take down the governor.
Okay. Using the sexual harassment allegations that Ms. Boylan had made.
As a part of it, yes.
Okay. And so what did you glean from getting this report?
Nothing.
Was there anything in this report that supported your view that they were coordinating?
No, but Giuliani and Biaggi had basically raised nothing that filing, and so there was nothing to really get. At first, when I looked at Lindsay's filing, I thought that there were some campaign finance issues, but I didn't see anything.
You said at first when you looked at it, you thought there were some campaign finance issues for Ms. Boylan. What were those?
When sent me the form and I opened it, I didn't realize it initially, but I thought that there was campaign finance fraud because of the way that the donors were laid out. There was specific donors listed to different addresses, which is like it appeared at first as if somebody gave money from different addresses, which would have been campaign finance fraud because it would have impacted the public matching funds.
And did you resolve that concern?
Yes.
How did you resolve that concern?
I showed it to Rich and said, do you see what I see? And he immediately said, this is a sorting error. And so he asked to fix it, and then we looked at it again, and there was nothing.
All right. Other than Mr. Azzopardi, did you convey this information in this document to anybody else?
Yes.
Who?
Rich Bamberger.
For what purpose?
I thought it was a story to plant.
Sorry.
To plant.
And what was the story to plant?
I thought there was campaign finance fraud.
And after Mr. Azzopardi told you he viewed it as a sorting error, did you convey that to Ms. Bamberger?
Yes.
Mr. Bamberger?
Yes.
Okay. And was the story ever planted?
No.
To your knowledge, Mr. Bamberger ever reach out to reporters with any information about Ms. Boylan's campaign contributors?
No. This happened within like 10 minutes.
Were there any other steps you took to look into what you thought was a coordinated effort by Ms. Biaggi, Ms. Boylan, WFP, and Jemani Williams?
No, although there was an article that came out in the middle of February where Biaggi was quoted saying, we're going to need an army to take this motherfucker down. And it was her and Gustavo Rivera going back and forth. And so it continued to fuel my belief that this was political orchestration.
Okay. Did you take any steps to further investigate your view that there was a coordinated effort by these individuals?
No. Once we did the referral to the Attorney General's office, there was nothing else to do.
So this email is on January 20th, and the referral to the Attorney General's office happens
End of February?
end of February, early March. Was there any action you took related to Ms. Boylan in that interim, related to her campaign finances?
No.
To Ms. Biaggi's campaign finances?
No.
Let's fast forward to February. For purposes of trying to just move us along, is there anything between January 20th and approximately February 21st that you're dealing with respect to sexual harassment allegations against Governor Cuomo?
No.
Let's turn to tab 180. Tab 180 starts with an email from Richard Azzopardi on February 21st at 5:17 with a draft, what appears to be a draft statement that says, amongst other things, she is a disgruntled former employee who quit after being counseled on multiple harassment complaints against coworkers and subordinates. You see that?
Yes.
Is a she being referred to Lindsay Boylan?
Yes.
Tell us how that draft came to be in existence.
The Times was doing a story off of the Ron Kim interaction with the governor about the governor being a bully, and they told Rich that they were going to quote Lindsay calling the governor Harvey Weinstein, and we were trying to figure out what our on the record would be.
And who drafted the statement that is reflected in Mr. Azzopardi's email?
I don't remember, but I'm sure it was some combination of me and Rich, and it looks like Steve.
Did any of it come from the governor?
I don't think so.
And it says, Mr. Azzopardi says to Steve Cohen in this email, CCing you and Peter Ajamian, he did not, he read it to me. What did you understand that to mean?
Did Jesse McKinley send you what they were going to say specifically that Lindsay said?
So the implication was no, The reporter had just read it to him.
On the phone, yes.
Okay, and then Mr. Vlasto writes, please don't send this, please, please, please. Did you talk to Mr. Vlasto about his view on this statement?
Yes.
What did he say?
He didn't think we should send it.
And what did he explain was the reason?
I think that he thought that we were going to stoke it and we shouldn't re-raise any of this, particularly after Ron Kim, because it was like we were being called a bully and this would validate that.
Did you talk to anybody else about this statement?
I think Linda.
And what was Linda's view?
I don't remember. Anyone
else?
I'm sure I talked to the governor about it.
Okay, and what do you recall the governor saying?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what his view was, even if you don't remember the words?
I don't. It was a really difficult time for me.
Was this statement ever released?
No.
And was that your decision or the governor's decision or someone else's decision?
It was not necessary.
And why wasn't it necessary?
I spoke to the editor and got it taken out of the story.
You got the Harvey Weinstein quote taken out of the story. And tell us what you said to the editor.
I said, how can you quote her calling him Harvey Weinstein? Harvey Weinstein raped people. It's not fair for the New York Times to say that.
And what did he say?
It was a she.
Sorry, she said.
That she heard me and that she was going to review it.
And did you convey to her the substance of the draft statement about Ms. Boylan?
I don't remember.
Do you remember conveying any information about Ms. Boylan to her?
Yes. I said to her, we were off the record, and I said to her, this is somebody who came out and made specious allegations on Twitter 2 months ago, and it was crazy that you guys reported it the first time, and it's even crazier that the Times would allow her to say something like this now.
And why were you off the record?
That's not unusual. I didn't want to be quoted in a story.
And then it didn't end up in the story, you said?
She said that she heard me and she would take a look at it, and then I believe Jesse McKinley came back to Rich and said it's not included. And so once that happened, there was nothing to do any further.
Okay, and if you look at tab 263, actually before you do that, just to save your arms, let's look at tab 179. We'll mark this as the next exhibit. These appear to be pins that the governor sent to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And these are screenshots of those pins?
Yes.
They don't necessarily seem to be in the order in which the pins may have been sent to you, just to note that as you're looking at them.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the order in which they were produced to us. What is this?
It looks like a draft response to the Times story.
That the governor drafted himself.
Yes.
And if you look on 985, again, I don't think these are in order, but it says Hinton's comments are false and non sequiturs. What Hinton comments did you understand the governor to be referring to?
This was before Karen. I don't remember. Whatever Karen said in that story. But it was before she said the hug. The hug.
And did you speak to the governor at this point about Ms. Hinton?
I think I just relayed what I understood she was saying about him in the story.
Okay. And this was his response to that?
Yes.
All right. And then if you look on the next page, Bates stamp 986 on the bottom, it says, the governor never said a WFP member was a child rapist. Is this the denial that we spoke about before of the governor saying he had never said someone was a child rapist or threatened someone with calling them a child rapist?
Yes.
Turns out that wasn't true, right?
I don't think that he said it exactly the way that it is here, but yes, there was a conversation where something similar to that was said.
Okay. Did you ever speak to the governor about his statement that he had never said those words?
That day when he told us what to write back.
And what did he tell you?
He said, I'll draft a statement.
And other than that, did you speak to him about it?
I don't think so.
Okay. And when it came out that the recording came out with the governor saying those words on the recording, did you speak to him about that?
Yes, I'm sure that I did.
Okay. And what happened in that conversation?
I think I told him there was a lot of activity at that point. I think it was around the time there was also a Ronan Farrow story that was about to come out, and I think I said to him that the Times called and said that they had a recording of the conversation that he had had, that was from. And I asked him if he wanted to say something on the record in response to that. And I think he and Rich workshopped something that was sent, but the Times didn't do anything with the podcast.
Okay. And the thing that he and Rich workshopped, what did it say?
I don't remember.
Do you remember, even if not the specific words, what the substance of it was?
No.
Is there any occasion in which you were talking to the governor about the allegations of sexual harassment made against him and you questioned whether he was telling you the truth?
Yes.
Okay, and tell us about that.
That was the, what I told you about the Lindsay conversation, when I said, I need to know if this is true. If you're holding anything back from me, I have to know. I can't do my job tied with one hand tied behind my back.
Any other occasion?
Not that I remember that specifically.
Any occasion in which you said to him in words or in substance when talking about the sexual harassment allegations, well, you didn't get it right on the child rapist thing, so how can I know you're getting it right now?
No.
Now you can go to 263. This will be quick. We'll mark this as the next exhibit. Is this the New York Times article we were just speaking about?
Yes.
Great. We'll go ahead and put that aside. How did you become aware of Lindsay Boylan's Medium post?
I think I saw it on Twitter.
Where were you when you saw it on Twitter?
At the mansion.
With who?
I was in a room by myself, but there was a whole team there. Steve Cohen, I think, was there. I don't know if Maggie Moran was there. I think Beth was in the room, Judy, maybe Linda. They were all in the room together, I believe.
And the governor?
Yes.
Anyone else?
I don't think so.
Okay. And after you saw it on Twitter, what happened?
I came into the room and said, Lindsay Boylan just posted something on Medium.
Okay. What was the meeting they were having about?
Nursing homes.
Okay. So you interrupted the meeting on nursing homes to tell them about the Medium post?
Yes.
Did you tell them in words or in substance that the Medium post was more important than the conversation they were having?
I don't remember, but I remember that they initially didn't react and that I was concerned.
Okay. And so what did you do to get their attention?
I came in and I said, there's this Medium post, and like Lindsay Boylan put out this Medium post. Oh, I think Stephanie was there. And they were like, is anyone picking it up? And I said, I think it's getting traction on Twitter. We're definitely going to get press incoming on this. And they said, okay. And they sort of just went back to doing what they were doing. And I went into the other room. And then I came back in and said, guys, I need someone to help me with this. I can't do this by myself. I need to figure this out.
And what happened next?
I think Judy came into the room with me, and we were trying to figure out, we were reading it. We were trying to figure out what was going on and what was in it and how to respond.
And then I assume if I ask about the substance of those conversations, you're going to tell me those conversations are privileged?
Correct.
Okay. So what happens next?
I think I spoke to Liz and Jeff. I may have spoken to Josh, and we were trying to figure out the best way to respond.
Okay, tell us about your conversations with Liz.
I don't remember.
Anything about what was said?
I initially was of the mind that we should try to go point by point and give answers. And the group overwhelmingly said that that was not going to be productive exercise.
And the group being Liz, Jeff, and Josh?
I think so.
Okay.
Danny may have been involved in some conversations.
Anyone else?
No, I think that's it.
And what was the group's explanation for why they didn't think you should go point by point?
That it wouldn't be a workable press strategy, that we should continue the same tact that we took in December, which was a one line dismissive answer. And the one point on the strip poker on the plane, I thought, let's call the people that were on the plane and ask them whether or not that ever happened. And then if it didn't and they're willing to say that, then that's someone else, not him, saying that something that she said factually in the story happened that didn't happen.
Sorry, when you say not him, you mean the governor?
Yes.
So was part of this discussion with Liz, Jeff, and Josh about what the governor should or should not say on the record?
Yes, it was like what the office should say or should not say on the record.
Did you or anyone else do anything to, other than the strip poker comment, investigate any, or find the facts, I should say, regarding the allegations she made in the Medium Post?
We asked the governor.
Okay. And tell us about the conversation with the governor.
It was in a room with Judy Mogul.
Okay, let's go to tab 249. You seen this document before?
No, I don't think so.
Do you know what this document is?
It looks like talking points.
Do you know who wrote these talking points?
It looks like talking points the governor wrote.
And why do you think they're talking points that the governor wrote?
This is the style that Stephanie generally writes up his talking points.
So your best guess is that Governor Cuomo conveyed these to Miss Benton and she typed them up?
Yes.
Or maybe he hand wrote them and she typed them up, something like
Something
that?
like that.
Okay. And you've never seen them before?
I don't think so.
Can you look over them and then tell us if this is in sum and substance what you understood to be the governor's factual recitation of his experience with Miss Boylan?
Struggling with that question is framed to the extent that you're asking her based on the discussion that she was only in with Judy Mogul.
Is there any other discussion you had in which you came to understand the governor's position on the allegations that Ms. Boylan had made other than with counsel?
I think whenever we had those conversations, there was counsel present.
And that counsel was who?
At different times, it was Beth, it was Linda, it was Judy, it was Steve, but I can't recall a specific conversation.
Okay, but at some point you were drafting a point-by-point response, potentially, to Ms. Boylan's Medium post. Is that right?
I don't know that I actually put pen to paper on it. I think that the group persuaded me pretty early that it wasn't going to be a useful exercise, but I don't remember.
Okay. Let's just look at another way to get at this. Can we go off the record for a second? Just give me a second.
Going off the record at 3:59 p.m.
Hey, Lorena, can you?
We are back on the record at 4:01 p.m.
Okay, so if you turn to what's in your binder, is tab 186. We'll mark this as the next exhibit.
Okay.
Okay, so this is a series of emails between you, Linda Lacewell, Judy Mogul, Steve Cohen, Danny Lever, Liz Smith, and Jeff Pollitt. You see that?
Yes.
And the very first email in the chain is you write my edits. And it appears to be a statement in the governor's voice addressing Ms. Boylan's allegations. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Who prepared this draft that you edited?
I believe the governor did.
And the governor prepared the first draft.
Yes.
And so this is the governor's recollection of his contact with Ms. Boylan. Is that fair?
Yes.
Other than looking into the strip poker comment, did you or anyone in this group of people speak to anyone other than the governor about Ms. Boylan's allegations from a factual perspective?
I don't think so.
So you were taking the governor at his word.
Yes.
And do you remember what edits? It's not clear from this what edits you made.
I don't.
There is, look on the second page of the version that you said my edits in response to. At the top of the first paragraph on that page, the last sentence says, the only time the door is ever closed is when we are having a legislative leaders meeting or a large group meeting. Is that true?
It's generally true, but it shouldn't have been stated that absolutely, because there's always exceptions.
Right, because it's not absolutely true, right?
Correct.
Have you been behind the closed door in the governor's office with just the governor?
Yes.
As have other people, right?
Yes.
And so the next sentence, it says the door of my office in New York City is always open for the same reason. That wasn't fully true either, right?
No.
And then it says, in some ways I do this for my protection also. If anyone says anything inappropriate, I have a witness. Did you understand what the governor meant by that?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain it?
I think it's been pretty widely reported, but back when he was at HUD, he had a rule about always keeping the door open for that reason.
For what reason?
So that if anyone ever tried to characterize a conversation, he would have a witness who would be able to say what happened.
Okay. But he didn't actually follow that rule all the time.
Not all the time.
And is it your recollection that some of the conversations with Ms. Bennett that the governor had occurred with the door open?
Yes.
If you look at the fifth paragraph on that page, it says, at no time did I kiss Ms. Boylan at the lips.
Yes.
Did you understand that was the governor's position?
Yes.
If you compare that to the notes that we were just looking at tab 249, be a little bit of a document ninja. The first sentence says facts. Never kissed her in a pro. Right. Did you understand the governor's position on whether or not he had kissed Ms. Boylan on the lips to have changed?
No.
Okay. His position was always he had never kissed her on the lips.
Yes.
And you've never seen him kiss any woman on the lips from the staff, is that right?
No.
All right. What happens with this, the governor's recitation of his recollection of his relationship with Lindsay Boylan?
Nothing.
What was it used for?
Nothing. We were going back and forth, making edits to try to decide. Oh, we were considering him reading this at a press conference. And we couldn't all agree on a draft that we thought made sense or the thrust of a conversation that made sense. And then what I'm guessing happened is that he then took the notes that he used on the later tab.
Sorry, can you unpack that for me a little bit? So there was a view that the governor would not read this statement because the group that we had just talked about couldn't coalesce on a version of it. Is that right?
I think based on looking at these documents and the notes that you just showed me.
And what's your memory of why the group couldn't coalesce on a version of a statement that the governor could read at a press conference about Ms. Boylan?
Some people thought it was too wordy, some people thought it was too defensive.
Any other views that were expressed?
I don't remember.
Anyone express a view that there was parts of it that were not true?
I don't remember.
Did you have any personal knowledge of Ms. Boylan's allegations?
No.
Did anyone that was a part of this group have any personal knowledge of her allegations?
Stephanie, there's a part in her Medium post where she claimed that the governor kissed her, and that she was worried that Stephanie would have seen. And I remember having a conversation and Stephanie was saying, that's crazy because the distance between Stephanie's desk and the governor's desk in New York City is very close. And she said, I can't imagine if I was sitting there that something like that could have happened and I wouldn't have seen.
She can't imagine that if Ms. Boylan was in the governor's office that she wouldn't have seen the governor kiss her on the lips.
Yes.
Okay, so Ms. Benton told you she had never seen that happen.
Yes.
Anyone else in that group have any personal knowledge of the allegations in Ms. Boylan's Medium post?
I don't remember at this point what other specifics there were in the Medium post.
Let's talk about the strip poker comment. So you said you made a suggestion that was one thing from the Medium post that you could look into, right?
Yeah.
So what did you have done or do to look into it?
I looked at the flights and saw, because she referenced a month, I think she referenced a month and a flight to Western New York. And so I pulled the flights, which are online and publicly available, to see who had been on the planes when they traveled. And I was thinking, if someone heard that comment, it would stick out to them. And so I saw that there were 4 people, John Majori, Abby Collins, Danny Lever, and Howard Zemsky, who had been on iterations of the flights. And I got them on the phone and I asked them if they had ever heard that.
In the Medium post, do you remember her saying a month? Do you remember her saying a year?
I think she said both.
And when you got those people on the phone, what did they say?
No, that they had never heard anything like that.
Tell us the entire conversation. Was
I don't
longer than
remember
that,
it
right?
verbatim. It wasn't a long conversation. I think I said, did anyone remember this being said? And they each responded.
Responded that they didn't have a memory.
Correct.
Did anyone say, I don't have a memory either way?
I don't think so.
Okay. And what were you asking them to do?
I said, then would you guys feel comfortable doing a statement?
And what did each of them say?
Yes.
And did you provide them with a draft statement?
Yes.
And was that ultimately released?
Yes.
Let's look at tab 57. This is we'll mark this as the next exhibit. This is a text message on February 24th between you and Danny Lever. What is this?
It looks like a version of that statement. I don't know if that's verbatim what it ended up being, but it looks like that was a version of that statement.
When you say that statement, which statement are you
The
talking
one we
about?
were just talking about in reference to the strip poker.
The strip poker statement?
I think so. Oh, I don't know. I think so.
You think this is in reference to the strip poker statement?
I think so.
Was Danny Lever one of the people you were talking to?
Yes.
Okay. This doesn't say anything about strip poker though, right?
No,
Okay. Do you know why this was being provided to Ms. Lever?
I don't remember.
And if this is the strip poker statement, was this meant to say that he can be playful, he can make bad jokes, so maybe he did make the strip poker joke?
No.
Okay, so why was that in here?
Because part of how we were responding generally was to convey that he was somebody who joked around and could be awkward, but that he wasn't sexually harassing people.
Was part of what you were conveying that he could make jokes of a sexual nature?
No.
Or had you ever heard him make jokes of a sexual nature?
I've worked for him for 8.5 years. At some point, I'm sure that there was a joke of sexual nature, but nothing specific that I can recall.
Okay. Did anyone else share with you that they had heard the governor make jokes of a sexual nature?
No, not that I can recall.
Do you know if this statement was shared with anyone else?
I don't remember.
Remember if you or anyone else asked anyone to make this statement on the record?
Yes.
Who else was asked?
If this is the statement on the plane, then yes, I asked the 4 people that were on the plane.
Anyone else?
No, I don't think so.
Do you know if this was shared with?
I don't think so.
Okay, you can put that aside.
This may actually just be a general statement about the Medium Post.
What do you? Sorry, can I just ask a follow-up? What do you mean by a general statement about the Medium Post?
I'm sorry, I really just don't remember. But I'm looking at this again and it doesn't reference the strip poker. I don't remember exactly what the statement was.
Okay, go ahead.
You said you checked the flights to see who was on them. What sort of documentation did you check?
There are, every flight that the governor takes is posted online. And so I just looked online to see. And it has the people who flew on it. It's the manifest, and the manifest is like if the plane goes down, that's the record of who was on it and who dies. And so the manifest is viewed as being 100% correct.
Is that published in advance as to who's expected to be on it, or after the fact, who actually flew, or something else?
Who actually flew?
Okay, why don't you look at tab 185? Maybe this will refresh your recollection about what tab 57 is. Oh, sorry, 185. Mark this as the next exhibit. Is this the statement about the strip poker comment?
Yes.
Okay, does that reflect your recollection that the statement at 57 is not the strip poker statement?
It's clearly not, but I don't remember what that is.
So you don't remember what the purpose of this statement was?
No.
Okay. Was there any outreach at this time being done to former members of the executive chamber to make statements on the record about the governor?
I don't remember.
You don't remember whether in February there was any outreach done to get former members of the executive chamber staff to make statements on the record?
I don't remember.
Let's go to tab 54. So this is a text message, we're gonna mark this as the next exhibit. This is a text message chain between you and Liz Smith on February 24th. And at 10:54 a.m., Ms. Smith says, we made a mistake yesterday with this entire response.
I think I said that.
I think you said that. Okay, what did you mean by that?
I thought that in hindsight, we should have gone with my idea, which was try to contextualize and rebut point by point. The reporters focused on just the strip poker line and basically interpreted that to say he's denying this one specific thing, but nothing else. And so it left it sort of mushy.
And then Ms. Smith goes on, if you look at the next page, and she says, I couldn't disagree more with you. Going hard has gotten you guys to where you are now, which is a very bad place. You could go hard if you want to keep ruining his reputation. See that?
Mm-hmm.
What did you understand her to be saying?
The Ron Kim situation.
And what do you mean by the Ron Kim situation?
Liz felt like the way that we reacted to Ron Kim was totally over the top, and that created this bully narrative that was layered on top of other things that were going on in the press, and that we had to stop. She was like, just do less. Like, nobody should be responding to anything right now. Couldn't agree with you more. To the extent that I think that she disagreed with me, I think that they thought the mistake was doing the strip poker line at all and not just doing a flat denial.
And then on the next page, she wrote, I also agree that the Biaggi thing was idiotic. What did you understand her to mean by that?
I think I said that.
It
Oh,
looks
no,
like-
you're right, you're right.
Yeah.
I had done a response to Biaggi the night before. She was on New York One, and they asked her about whether or not it was the kind of work environment, anything she had ever seen. And I don't remember specifically what she said, but she implied that yes, it was the kind of work environment that she had seen. And I wanted to respond aggressively, and I did, and Rich did.
And what do you mean by that?
We did it on the record from Rich saying that she constantly mischaracterized her role in the executive chamber and that she didn't even interact with the governor.
And then you wrote back, I know Jeff told me my instincts have been off on this. And then she wrote, yes, I would agree with him on that. What did you understand that to mean?
Jeff told me the next day that that was a huge mistake and that all we had done was give Biaggi a platform and make her relevant, which they believed was also the case with the Ron Kim response. If there had been no Ron Kim response, then that it wouldn't have turned into as big of a deal, that we were doing things that were making the story bigger.
You were feeding into the narrative that people in the executive chamber were bullies, right?
Yes.
And being too aggressive.
Yes.
So then, what is the sort of next big event in the timeline of the sexual harassment allegations against the governor? Do you remember? After the strip poker press
The
release.
Charlotte thing happens.
Okay. And what's the first indication that you had that Ms. Bennett was going to make a public allegation regarding the governor?
She had posted something on Instagram or Twitter, I can't remember which.
Do you remember what she posted?
It was the Lindsay Medium post.
And if you look at tab 53.
Yes.
Is this how you found out about Ms. Bennett's social media post?
Yes, I think so.
Sorry, we'll mark this as the next exhibit. This is a text message chain between you and... What was her role at the time of this text? Sorry.
That's okay. She was Director of Legislative Affairs, I think? Director of Legislative Affairs and Policy?
And so what happens after you get this text message?
I don't remember. I think I flagged it for Judy, probably Linda. But I don't remember.
Was this your first indication that Charlotte Bennett was going to make a public allegation?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you get any heads up from any reporters?
I actually, just to go back, I didn't know, but I suspected that it was a possibility.
And what did you do to prepare for that possibility?
Nothing.
Why not?
What was there to do?
Did you talk to the governor?
No.
Did you talk to Liz Smith about getting ready for it?
I don't remember.
Do you want to take a break?
No, that's okay.
And I think I'd asked this, but I'll ask it again. Did you get a heads up about the article coming out?
No.
So when was the first time you learned about the article?
That Friday night, I was driving home from the office and Rich called me.
Okay, and what did he tell you?
The Times just reached out.
And what did he tell you the Times had said?
That they were writing a story about Charlotte.
Oh, sorry. When I said heads up about the article, that's what I meant.
Oh,
Okay.
it's not a heads up. They were calling for comment.
Okay. And what did Ms. Azzopardi tell you the article was going to say?
I don't remember at the time, and the facts changed over the course of the 24 hours. I think that they had done an interview with her. I think that they had interviewed her over a period of days, and that they shared some information with us at first, and then more information with us the following day.
Okay. And what information do you remember they shared with you at first?
I don't remember.
You remember any of it?
No.
Was there something else going on at this time?
Yes.
Okay. The nursing home stuff?
Yes.
Okay. And so, do you remember after the New York Times gave Mr. Azzopardi sort of second dose of information, do you remember any of the details that were conveyed then?
I know what was ultimately in the story. I don't remember the moments that we got the information.
Okay, and you said some of the information changed over time. Do you mean some of the facts they were telling you changed, or just the amount of information changed?
The amount of information, and they had said some things that they ultimately didn't put in the story.
Okay, and do you remember what those were?
Yes, because they involved me.
Okay, and what were those things?
That on one of the mornings that the governor had spoken to Charlotte, that the way that the meeting had gotten interrupted was that I walked in.
And did you tell Mr. Azzopardi to tell them that wasn't true?
No.
So how did that end up not in the story?
It was my belief that Charlotte asked the Times not to include my name and not to include Stephanie's name.
How did you come to the belief that Charlotte Bennett asked for your name not to be included and Miss Benton's name not to be included?
It was a guess. It didn't make sense to me otherwise that I was too hot at that moment with the nursing home stuff. It was clickbait. Like, for them to have that and not include it, it felt like it was at her request.
Did you ever ask anybody about that?
No.
And so the story comes out, and what happens next?
The story comes out, we blast the statement, and then the story I told you earlier about the back and forth on Barbara Jones.
Okay. So how did the statement that was put out get prepared?
We did it as a group.
And what was the group that was involved?
Some iteration of Judy, Linda, Steve, Liz, Jeff, Josh, me, Rich, Peter, Danny.
And the governor?
Yes.
What conversations did you have with the governor in response to the Times article regarding Charlotte Bennett?
I don't remember.
You don't remember any conversations you had with the governor?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the governor ever denying any details of the story Ms. Bennett conveyed to the New York Times?
I don't know that it was denying versus contextualizing.
And what do you remember about the governor contextualizing some of the things that Ms. Bennett had conveyed to the New York Times?
I don't remember specifically.
Do you remember generally?
No.
Why don't we take a break for 5 minutes?
Okay.
Going off the record at 4:25 p.m. We are back on the record at 4:33 p.m.
Why don't you turn to tab 191, and we'll mark this as the next exhibit. So this is a text message chain between you and a group of people we've just been discussing, Josh Blasto, Peter Jamian, et cetera. And it appears to be about the governor's statement in response to Ms. Bennett's allegations. Do I have that right?
Yeah, it looks that way.
Okay. So if you turn to the page that's base stamped 6.6 on the bottom right-hand corner. You wrote a different approach, and then you prepared a draft. Can you help us understand?
You said text chain, but I assume you meant email
Sorry,
chain.
I
Yeah,
meant email
no
chain.
worries.
I am also tired too.
No.
So can you explain to us what your approach was to the governor's response to allegations Charlotte Bennett had made?
This was the, this is what I was saying before about how the group had different approaches. Like, one camp really felt like concise, say less, don't try to explain this, don't try to defend it, say that, you know, she was wonderful, she has a right to come forward, and that there should be a, you know, full airing of the allegations that was done. And this is the alternate approach, which was more of the like, go point by point, try to contextualize, try to give people something, because I feared that if the story was written without any context, that you could never unring that bell.
So previously we had talked about that being the approach with respect to Ms. Boylan, but that was also the debate that was happening with respect to Ms. Bennett, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. If you turn to tab 189, and like I said, I'm going to try to move us fast here, okay? This is a separate text message chain among some of the same group. And at the bottom of the first page, you see where it says, from Mr. Vlasto, spoke to MDR, that's you, right? This clause has to come out. Nor did I ever think that I was acting in any way that was inappropriate. Why did you express the view that that had to come out of the statement the governor was going to make about Ms. Bennett?
I don't think that was my view. I think that was Josh's view. And he said, there's no way anyone can read this and not say it was inappropriate. And so saying that he didn't believe it was inappropriate, like, further demonstrates how that he was like out of touch, and that we shouldn't characterize it, and we should just wait for the investigation.
And what was your view on that advice?
I don't remember specifically on that. To give you context.
Sure.
As you said, the nursing home stuff was going on, and that Friday night and Saturday are like very hazy for me.
Okay. I understand. So you do your best to remember. If you don't remember, just tell me I don't remember. Okay?
And part of the reason that I think I involved so many of the outside advisors was because I wasn't in a mental state to do what I normally do, and so I was relying on other people.
Did you agree?
Was
go ahead.
that a weekend where the nursing home stuff was particularly active or bad, or was it?
No, so,
that-
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No.
No, the nursing home stuff broke on, I think it was like I don't remember, sometime in the middle of February, but it was just like not stopping. And then the Ron Kim conversation happened, which like blew it all up. And I was scared and I was upset and I was just like very traumatized by the situation.
You don't need to say more about that.
Okay. It was just like everything was like piling on top of each other.
Do you want to go off the record?
Sure.
Can you turn the camera on?
Going off the record at 4:38 p.m. We are back on the record at 4:33 p.m.
Why don't you turn to tab 191, and we'll mark this as the next exhibit. So this is a text message chain between you and a group of people we've just been discussing, Josh Vlasto, Peter Jamian, etc. And it appears to be about the governor's statement in response to Ms. Bennett's allegations. Do I have that right?
Yeah, it looks that way.
Okay, so if you turn to the page that's base stamped 6-6 on the bottom right-hand corner, you wrote a different approach and then you prepared a draft. Can you help us understand?
You said text chain, but I assume you meant email chain.
Sorry, I
Yeah,
meant email
no
chain.
worries.
I am also tired too.
No.
So can you explain to us what your approach was to the governor's response to allegations Charlotte Bennett had made?
This was the, this is what I was saying before about how the group had different approaches. Like, one camp really felt like concise, say less, don't try to explain this, don't try to defend it, say that, you know, she was wonderful, she has a right to come forward, and that there should be a, you know, full airing of the allegations that was done. And this is the alternate approach, which was more of the like, go point by point, try to contextualize, try to give people something, because I feared that if the story was written without any context, that you could never unring that bell.
So previously we had talked about that being the approach with respect to Ms. Boylan, but that was also the debate that was happening with respect to Ms. Bennett, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. If you turn to tab 189, and like I said, I'm going to try to move us fast here, okay? This is a separate text message chain among some of the same group. And at the bottom of the first page, you see where it says, from Mr. Vlasto, spoke to MDR, that's you, right? This clause has to come out. Nor did I ever think that I was acting in any way that was inappropriate. Why did you express the view that that had to come out of the statement the governor was going to make about Ms. Bennett?
I don't think that was my view. I think that was Josh's view. And he said, there's no way anyone can read this and not say it was inappropriate. And so saying that he didn't believe it was inappropriate, like, further demonstrates how that he was like out of touch, and that we shouldn't characterize it and we should just wait for the investigation.
And what was your view on that advice?
I don't remember specifically on that. To give you context.
Sure.
As you said, the nursing home stuff was going on, and that Friday night and Saturday are like very hazy for me.
Okay. I understand. So you do your best to remember. If you don't remember, just tell me I don't remember. Okay?
And part of the reason that I think I involved so many of the outside advisors was because I wasn't in a mental state to do what I normally do, and so I was relying on other people.
Did you agree?
Go ahead. Was that a weekend where the nursing home stuff was particularly active or bad, or was there?
No, so
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No.
No, the nursing home stuff broke on, I think it was like I don't remember, sometime in the middle of February, but it was just like not stopping, and then the Ron Kim conversation happened, which like blew it all up, and I was scared and I was upset, and I was just like very traumatized by the situation.
You don't need to say more than that.
Okay. It was just like everything was like piling on top of each other.
Do you want to go off the record?
Sure.
Can you turn the camera off?
Going off the record at 4:38 p.m. We are back on the record at 4:40 p.m.
Did you share Mr. Vlasto's view that no one could read what Ms. Bennett had said and think that it was appropriate?
I thought that absent any context, there was no way to explain it, and that if we weren't going to go the route of providing any context, that he was right, it should come out.
Why don't you turn to the next tab? Oh, it's actually in the same tab. If you flip to the next page, sorry, 189. It's going to take you half an hour to get that book back open again. It's 6743 at the top. It says paternalistic is not good. Think it means patronizingly looking down on someone. Do you recall there being a debate about the governor using the word paternal?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you remember about that?
We thought that the Times was reporting that Charlotte used the word paternal, and so like reacting to that and saying she was right in her first instinct, he was being paternal, but people didn't like the word because they were like, it's condescending. It's in this story, absent context, absent anything, it will come off like in not a positive way, and we should use a different word. And I think we settled on mentor.
And do you remember the governor weighing in on the use of the word paternal or paternalistic?
Yes, but I think that he was okay to swap it out for mentor when we gave the alternative option. I think what he wanted to make sure was that what was being conveyed was that he felt like he was playing a role of a mentor, of someone who was acting more in that regard, and that her initial reaction that that's how he was being was the right one.
And but did the governor express that he was being paternalistic or behaving in a paternal way?
Yes. Again, it was I think that he viewed the terms paternalistic and mentor as synonymous, and when I think that we thought we were using the word that the Times was using. Mm-hmm. And I think that maybe it ended up being that she was mentor, and so then we mirrored the language.
Did anyone ever explain to the governor the difference between the word paternal and paternalistic and mentor?
Not in my presence.
In the context of preparing the governor's statement in response to Ms. Bennett, did anyone explain to him what mansplaining meant? No.
In
any other context?
Yes.
Okay, and tell us about that.
In prep for the press conference, I think Judy raised the word mansplaining. Somebody raised the word mansplaining.
Was the conversation prior to the press conference a conversation that happened only with the council present?
They were in the room the whole time.
Liz Smith and Jeff Pollack were also present, is that right?
Yes.
The conversation is not privileged.
Go ahead.
So why don't we'll get to the prep session, and then let's just get through some other documents and we'll talk about the prep session. So let's turn to 64, tab 64. This is a text message chain between you and who's okay. And at the first beginning of the text message, it says, "Is there a way to share that she did an exit interview, sharing that she left because..." You see that? I won't read the whole thing.
Yes.
How did you get that information?
I believe I spoke to her.
Were you present when Governor Cuomo spoke to me?
No.
What did you know about Ms. Bennett's exit interview?
Am I allowed to talk about that? I know it from Judy. Does that matter?
It matters.
Yeah.
If you only know what you know from Judy, then it's privileged.
Did you have any conversations with Liz Smith or Jeff Pollack or Josh Glasto where you discussed Ms. Bennett's exit interview?
I don't remember. We may have in the context of responding to the Times, but I don't remember. I don't remember specifically.
Did it come up during the prep session?
I don't think so.
Was present for any of the conversations at the mansion?
At the prep session.
She was there?
Yes, for a few minutes, not for long.
You can put that aside.
But that was after this.
The prep session?
Yeah.
You're talking about the prep session for the March 3rd press conference, right?
Correct.
Let's turn to tab 193. And if I have this right, tab 193 is the press statement the governor issued in response to Ms. Bennett's allegations. Is this right?
It looks correct, yeah. It looks like what we put out, yes.
Okay.
And there was the separate statement I mentioned before from Beth Garvey that was put out at the same time.
In the last paragraph, it says, separately, my office has heard anecdotally that some people have reached out to Ms. Bennett to express displeasure about her coming forward. See that sentence?
Yes.
What facts do you know about that?
I don't know any facts about it. I think that somebody on the call, when we were doing the response call, raised that some of the people on Twitter were being like very mean to Charlotte and being hostile, and that we should convey in no uncertain terms that that was inappropriate. And Charlotte had every right to speak out, and Charlotte had every right to pursue this, and that that was not condoned.
Okay. And what did you understand people were saying about her on Twitter that was mean or was hostile?
I actually don't know. It was a characterization of tweets I didn't see.
Okay, and that was just the characterization. Nobody told you what anybody was saying.
I don't think specifically, it was general.
Okay. And then it says, my message to anyone doing that is that you have misjudged what matters to me and my administration, and you should stop now. What did you understand that to mean, what matters to me and my administration?
That women have a right to come forward, and that Charlotte mattered, and that nobody was no one was condoning anyone attacking her or doing anything to hurt her.
But the administration had condoned doing things to hurt Ms. Boylan. Is that right?
I don't know if I would say hurt to respond to Ms. Boylan, but Charlotte and Lindsay were two different worlds in our view.
I understand that you didn't believe Ms. Boylan's allegations were credible, but she had made allegations of sexual harassment, right?
Yes.
And people had raised questions about whether releasing her personnel file may have been retaliatory, right?
I don't remember, but we checked legally if it was acceptable.
Right. And there was enough concern about the release of the personnel file that a decision was made not to involve the governor in that decision, right?
Correct.
And your position is still that releasing the personnel file didn't hurt Ms. Boylan?
I don't know that didn't hurt Ms. Boylan. It was factual information to correct the public record. And she had gone out and made public allegations, including that we tried to make her sign a non-disclosure agreement and mischaracterize the terms of her departure. And we had a legal right to defend ourselves and correct the public record. Charlotte and Lindsay were not the same.
Did you have a view as to whether circulating the governor's draft op-ed that contained very personal information about Ms. Boylan hurt Ms. Boylan?
No.
You didn't have a view about that?
No.
But you wanted that paragraph taken out, right?
Yes.
And you thought having that paragraph in there was not appropriate, right? That's what you told me earlier.
Yes.
So did you think it could have hurt Ms. Boylan that information was being circulated?
My concern wasn't for Lindsay. I was worried about the message that it would send to ever try to slut-shame a woman. And I believed that what somebody does in their personal life does not have bearing on whether or not that person can also be sexually harassed.
I see. So you were concerned of the message that having that information out there would send to other women.
I felt like from a principled perspective, that was not okay. That I just didn't think it was okay.
When do you go to tab 62? Yeah. This is a text message chain between you and Chris Cuomo.
Yes.
And do you remember what happened with you and Mr. Cuomo?
In when?
around the time that the governor made his public statement regarding Charlotte Bennett?
I talked to Chris pretty regularly. He was on some calls that we did, and he advised us on how to respond.
Okay, and what was his advice?
It changed, it shifted over time. Early on, he thought that we would never convince the public. We wouldn't win the fight in the public or the press, and so don't try. And just say that the workplace was, he used the word hostile, but I don't think he understood, legally speaking, the term hostile. Hostile obviously has connotation around behavior directed at a protected class. I think he meant the word toxic. But he was saying, like, take a piece of this, own it, and move past it. You're never going to win the fight, so don't try.
And did that evolve over time, you said?
Well, as the situation evolved, the circumstances changed. And when there was a big push for us to resign, he was ardently opposed to that.
Ardently opposed to the governor resigning?
Yes.
Not we?
The administration.
And in this, Mr. Cuomo sent you what he thought should have been the governor's statement. You see that at the bottom here on March 1st?
Yes.
And was Mr. Cuomo in contact with his brother?
Yes.
And to your understanding, had Mr. Cuomo been a part of conversations in which the governor conveyed what had happened between him and Ms. Bennett?
I don't think so.
You don't think Mr. Cuomo had any conversations with the governor in which he conveyed what happened between Ms. Bennett and the governor?
I don't think so. I think that Chris gleaned the information from group calls that he was on with us.
Okay. And so Mr. Cuomo wrote a statement that said, I don't dispute that our conversation was as she reports. Would that have been true coming out of the governor's mouth?
Again, I think that, first of all, Chris sends me a lot of things a lot of the time. Half of it I don't engage. He gives unsolicited advice. I think that this goes back to the contextualizing. So there are some pieces of it that I think there is not in dispute that conversations were had, but absent the context, it's inexplainable. And I think that he was referencing some of that, but not the entire situation in its entirety.
Are there any parts of the conversation that happened, that Ms. Bennett conveyed happened between her and the governor, to your understanding, that are in dispute?
Yes.
Which parts?
She early on said, Ms. Bennett, Charlotte, early on said that he did not proposition her, but it's what she understood after the fact, which was inconsistent with what I understand was relayed to Jill and Judy. And then it, over time, kept getting more and more explicit. And then she tweeted in response to, I think, you guys bringing her in under subpoena, that he sexually came on advances, something. It was like very explicit, like her language changed over the course of a couple of months. And
Can I just interrupt for a second, because I think I asked a very poor question.
Okay.
What I'm trying to understand is, are there any parts of what Charlotte Bennett said the governor said to her in the conversation she had with the governor that, to your understanding, are in dispute? Not the context or how she characterized them, but the words she said the governor said to her.
Yes.
Okay, and what words did she say to the governor that you believe are in dispute?
I don't have a full catalog, but I know obviously the one that I discussed with you guys yesterday, where she said he asked who I was sleeping with. And then Judy said, he asked who you're sleeping with. And she said, no, he asked who I was hanging out with, but I knew what he meant. And I don't want to speak for the governor specifically for any other things that he would want to dispute, but it's not my understanding that he accepts her version of events.
Okay, and to your understanding, what specific things that she conveys that he said in the New York Times interview or in her CBS interview does the governor dispute or said?
I don't remember specifically what she said, and it's all jumbled up at this point.
Okay, can you remember generally the things he told you he was disputing?
No.
And Mr. Cuomo goes on to suggest, I guess, that the governor should apologize to Ms. Bennett personally. What did you think about that suggestion?
I didn't engage it.
Did you ever discuss that with the governor?
No.
Did you ever consider whether the governor should personally apologize to Ms. Bennett?
I did not think that when the New York Times story came out that it was appropriate for anyone from our office, including the governor, to reach out to Charlotte.
I'm going to move past Charlotte unless you guys have questions. Okay. When did you first become aware that Anna Ruch was going to make allegations regarding an interaction she had with the governor?
Anna Ruch. The day that they happened.
And how did you learn about it?
I don't remember. Peter or Rich, somebody told me that the Times was running a story.
And what did you do in response to hearing about the Times potentially running a story about Ms. Ruch?
I talked to Gareth.
Gareth who?
Gareth Rhodes.
Okay. And why did you talk to Gareth Rhodes?
Because the incident allegedly occurred at his wedding.
When you say allegedly, there are photographs of this incident, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you talk?
But I'm sorry.
That's okay. What did you talk to Mr. Rhodes about?
Can I just correct something?
Sure.
There are photographs, but I know that he said, can I kiss you? I don't know specifically what was said or not said. I wasn't standing there for the event.
Were you at the event?
Yes.
Okay. Did you observe the governor interact with Ms. Ruch?
No.
So you called Mr. Rhodes. Why did you call him?
To find out what was going on.
And tell us about that conversation.
I said to him, what is going on? And he said that she was very good friends with his wife. I think that she had tweeted it.
She meaning Mr. Rhodes' wife.
Yes. And that her friend felt offended and that, she wanted to stand by her friend.
You called Mr. Rhodes after his wife had tweeted in support of Ms. Ruch, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you say to Mr. Rhodes?
Why would I do that?
And what was Mr. Rhodes' response? What you just described to
Yes.
me? And then what did you say?
I said, okay. I called him the next day and apologized.
Did that conversation get heated between you and Mr. Rhodes?
I think so, because I was like, I can't believe that. Why would I do this?
Okay. And did you say it like that, or did you say it with a different tone of voice?
I think it was in that tone, but not. I feel like I'm being sort of quiet right now.
Were you yelling at him?
I don't think I was yelling.
But you called to apologize. Why'd you call him the next day to apologize?
Because I shouldn't have put him in that position.
And why not?
Because it's his wife and it's his wife's friend, and I should have exercised better self-control in that moment and not put it on Gareth to do anything with. It wasn't his place to intervene. And I know and really like, and I acted impulsively in a moment and I shouldn't have.
In those conversations you had with Mr. Rhodes, did you ask him to come back to the COVID task force?
I don't remember if we talked in those conversations. He and I, the night that the Times story broke about Charlotte, or the night that the Times reached out about the story about Charlotte, that Friday night, Gareth and I were in my office together, and he was telling me that he wanted to go back to DFS. And I asked him if we could talk about it. I love Gareth. I think he's incredibly talented. And I've been a mentor to him. And I wanted to talk to him about not leaving. But people kept coming in and out, and so we didn't have an opportunity. And then he had to go because Peter Jamingham was driving him back to the city. So he left with Peter, and I didn't have an opportunity to talk to him. So I know that subsequently I asked him if he would continue to do work with the COVID task force, but I don't remember in which conversation it was.
Okay. But was it in one of these two conversations where you were also talking about Ms. Ruch?
I don't remember.
Okay, and what was his response?
That he needed to be back in the city. He had been living in Albany for 6 months at that point, was in the city, so they weren't physically in the same place, they were newlyweds, and that it was time for him to move forward. He had to go on. And I think he said, if there are specific things I can be helpful with, I would be happy to be helpful with them, but I can't do it the way I've been doing it.
Can you turn to tab 190?
Can I ask a question?
You can,
Gareth?
okay, okay.
Did you have a conversation with Gareth Rhodes about the statement he issued in connection with the reason for his departure?
No,
You didn't take issue with the fact that he issued a statement about,
I think Peter had that conversation with him.
you don't remember having that conversation with him before your call where you apologized?
I don't think so, because I think that happened after.
Did you have any conversations with the governor about calling Gareth Rhodes to apologize?
About the governor calling him to apologize? I think so.
What conversations did you have with the governor?
In the lead up to Gareth leaving the COVID task force, totally unrelated to any of this, he had a difficult time on vaccines, and there had been a few negative exchanges with the governor, and he said that he didn't want to continue to serve on the task force, and that he needed to go back to the city and get back to his life, and this was too much, and it had been enough. And I really didn't want him to.
And so, the question was whether you had a conversation with the governor about apologizing to
I
Gareth
think,
Rhodes.
yes, I think so.
What do you remember about that?
I love Gareth to the extent that, like, feelings are hurt. He was incredible for the last however many days during COVID, and I think that you should apologize.
And how about with respect to his conduct at the wedding? The governor's conduct at the wedding?
Oh, no, not having to do with that.
But it was after the New York Times article, correct?
I don't remember. I don't remember if I asked the governor. That was a conversation that had been ongoing from the week prior. Gareth was really upset the week earlier when he said that he was going to leave, and I wanted to make sure that that was made right.
Did you listen in on the conversation with the governor and Gareth Rhodes?
No.
Did he report back to you, the governor, after the conversation?
I think just to say that he spoke to Gareth.
Did he say anything about what his conduct at the wedding?
I don't think so.
Why don't you turn to tab 194? It's a text message. We'll mark this as the next exhibit. This is a text message chain between you and a large group of people, a group of people you've been discussing that you were working with on the allegations. And this is, just to save us time, this is after the article about Anna Rush comes out, or around that time. And on the second page, see Ms. Smith says, Christine Blasey Ford was Looney Tunes and the height of Me Too overreach. So this checks out. What did you understand her to mean by that?
I think it's in reference to her lawyer.
And did you agree with the comment that Ms. Ford was Looney Tunes?
I don't think so.
Did you agree with the comment that Ms. Ford was the height of Me Too overreach?
No.
Did you look at the next page? And Ms. Smith says, I told him his story was pathetic and an embarrassment to the Times. You see that?
Yes.
What did you understand that was in response to?
I think that's the Anna Rush story.
Did you agree that the Times story on Anna Rush was pathetic?
I don't know if I would use the word pathetic, but I thought it was evidence of a pile-on that in any other circumstance would not be worthy of 6 inches in a New York City tabloid, and that the New York Times had a very specific agenda as it related to this, and the fact that it went on the front page was nonsensical.
Okay. Did you have any personal knowledge of the interactions between Ms. Rush and the governor?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe that her allegations about what happened between the governor and her were not true?
The allegations that he touched her face at a wedding and took a photo? No.
And the things that he said to her?
The "can I kiss you"?
Mhm.
No.
Okay. Did you speak to the governor about those allegations?
No.
Did you ask the governor if he put his hand on her bare lower back?
No.
Did you ask the governor if she removed his hand and he called her aggressive?
No. When,
Do you know whether or not that actually happened or not?
I don't, but when this story was surfaced, it was, we're batting around not saying anything. Like everyone's view in our group it was so crazy. It was like, this was the shark jumping moment. He's at a wedding with hundreds of people. Our whole staff was there. Tons of New York City reporters were there. He was working a room, he was taking a photo, and to the extent that she felt uncomfortable, of course, you should never do anything to make anyone feel uncomfortable, but this was not sexual harassment.
Okay. But to the extent she felt uncomfortable, did you think that the story was an embarrassment from that perspective?
I don't think that someone feeling uncomfortable when they take a photo with a politician is A1 newsworthy for the New York Times. I don't know that I would use the word pathetic, but it felt like a reach.
Even in a situation where she had to remove the governor's hands from her body?
Yes. Yes.
And tell us about that. And is that an incident that you made reference to in a draft letter or op-ed that you prepared?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you do about that situation?
When?
At any point?
I reported it.
Okay. Who did you report it to? How long after it occurred did you report it?
In April.
And how long after it occurred did you report it?
11 months.
Why did it take so long?
I thought about what to do on the outset. I decided not to do anything with it. When all of this started to happen, I was getting really upset about what I viewed as blatant hypocrisy of everyone who was trying to capitalize on a moment. And at the same time, as a result of these stories that were coming out, everyone in Albany was chattering about different things, and I started to hear other rumors about, and then I felt like I should say something.
Okay, so it was in April after all the allegations against the governor had come
Yes.
out. Okay. And on that occasion, you can look at the letter, but as described, is that right?
Yes.
Similar to what Ms. Roosh did.
Yes. I would, although, distinguish between and being in a room with 500 people where people are taking photographs and there's press and everyone, like hundreds of people around you.
Let me go talk about, just for a second, Andrew Ball. At some point, did Andrew Ball like Charlotte Bennett's tweets?
Yes.
And what did you do about that?
I think that somebody flagged it on our rapid response chain.
And then what happened?
I don't remember if anyone talked to him about it or not.
You don't remember having anyone go talk to Andrew Ball about liking those tweets?
I don't remember. I think we talked about it, but I don't know if somebody actually did.
Okay, and did you talk about making sure that Andrew Ball unliked those tweets?
No.
And what was the purpose of, well, what was said in the discussion about Andrew Ball liking the tweets?
I think it was, what's Andrew Ball doing?
Anything else?
No. I mean, Andrew obviously left on really hostile terms. I thought that when we were, like, a few months went by and everyone was talking that he was okay, and it was like sort of erratic and contradictory to the things he was saying to us privately, how he was being publicly. And I thought that Andrew had an axe to grind.
Did you say all of that in the conversation about Andrew Ball's liking the tweets?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, and what axe did he have to grind?
When he left, was really mad at me. He felt like I didn't accommodate him in what he wanted. We had one really difficult conversation where I said to him, I will no longer speak to you outside the presence of a lawyer. And it's only snowballed since there. It's gotten much worse even since this.
Let's talk quickly about Larry Schwartz. Is it right that you asked Mr. Schwartz to contact certain county executives to ask them for their position on support of the governor?
Yes.
Is it correct that you asked him to do that on 2 occasions?
I don't remember, but it definitely happened. It could have been more than once.
Okay. And did he come back to you and tell you what was said in those conversations?
Yes.
Why'd you ask Mr. Schwartz to do it?
We did a group call with Larry. I think Charlie King may have been on that call. There were Jay Jacobs. So there was like the communications version of the rapid response team, which is the outside consultants that we always had the lawyers on, and that's that rapid response chain. And this was the political version of that. And at a couple of different points, I activated the political rapid response team to gauge where we were, because there was a snowball effect happening with people calling for a resignation, and we were trying to get people to take the position that they would wait and hear the outcome of the investigation.
The question was, so why did you have Larry Schwartz make the call to the county executives?
So we all got on the phone, and I was divvying it up and asking certain people to talk to certain people, but it was based on their relationships. So I took members of the legislature, and Charlie took like Hakeem Jeffries and some of the folks he's close with in the city, and Jay took the Long Island delegation, and I asked Larry to call the county executives. He was a deputy county executive in Suffolk and in Westchester. He got a couple of them elected, like worked very closely on their campaign, so those were his personal relationships.
Okay. And at the time he was, for lack of a better term, the vaccine czar, right?
Yes.
And did you have any concerns about what the appearance would be of the vaccine czar calling county executives about whether they supported the governor?
No.
And since those calls have happened, have you discussed that concern with anyone?
When press reports came out,
Okay. Who did you discuss it with?
my lawyers,
Don't tell me the substance. Anyone else that you discussed it with other than your lawyers?
I think probably my press people, when we had to respond.
Okay. And what did you tell your press people?
Just that it was an outreach effort, a political outreach effort, and that the two things had nothing to do with one another, and I didn't connect them. And that I didn't believe that Larry ever would have introduced the two topics together.
But you weren't on any of the calls, right?
No, but I know Larry, and I don't think he would do that.
But you weren't on any of the calls, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Putting aside the appearance, it didn't cross your mind that county executives might feel some pressure receiving a call from Larry Schwartz, whose only role in government at that time was the distribution of vaccines?
No.
That didn't cross your mind?
No. He's known most of these people for decades, and he has independent relationships with them beyond the vaccines, and the vaccine distribution was done based on a specific formula that had nothing to do with discretion.
So it's your testimony that he knew each of the county executives for decades?
Not all of them, but most of them.
Some of them were new, correct?
Yes.
And their only relationship with Larry Schwartz was that in dealings with vaccines, right?
I don't know.
And you've since heard or read that Larry Schwartz on these calls actually had to start the calls by saying this is not about vaccines, or did start the calls by saying this is not about vaccines. You've read that, right?
I don't think so.
You haven't?
No.
But in asking Larry Schwartz to make those calls to the county executives, you didn't even see the possibility of the county executives feeling any pressure.
No.
Why don't you turn to tab 67? This is a text, we'll mark this as the next exhibit. This is a text message between you and Chris Cuomo. And on March 4th, he says, I have a lead on the wedding girl being put up to it. Did you talk to Mr. Cuomo about that?
I don't think so.
You never spoke to him about a lead on the wedding girl being put up to it?
No.
Did you have any information about what's in the wedding girl is Anna Rush?
Yes.
And do you have any information about her being put up to it?
No.
You never heard anyone discuss that other than Mr. Cuomo?
There were some rumors, I don't remember where I heard them, but not from Chris. As I said before, I get text messages from people all the time. I don't engage in 3/4 of them with unsolicited advice, thoughts, hey, you're really screwing this up kind of stuff. So I didn't talk to Chris about that. There were rumors at some point that she was potentially politically aligned with the Lindsay Biaggi crew, but I never thought that the wedding situation was, in my mind, there was Charlotte, and then there was a couple of other things that I didn't think, I was like, these are not the same category, I'm not gonna waste 1 minute on it.
Okay, so in the category of I'm not going to waste 1 minute on it, who's in that category?
Karen Hinton, Anna Liss, Anna Rush, the Rochester woman,
Cherylville.
yes.
Anyone else?
I think that's the,
And who's in the other category?
Charlotte, who I was very worried about, like for her, very worried about. And when the Brittany allegations came up.
Can we take 2 minutes if you've got substantial one?
Yeah, sure.
Do we have substantial?
I'm trying to fly as fast as I can. We're getting to March, so we're getting close.
Going off the record at 5:17 p.m. We are back on the record at 5:25 p.m.
Let's talk about the prep for the governor's press conference on March 3rd. Tell us what you remember about that prep.
We were in the pool house. Jeff was there, Liz was there, Judy was there, Rich was there, Peter was there. I think that's everyone. Michaela came in for a little bit of time. And we went through the questions we anticipated that he would get and the responses that he would give. And then it ended, and I stayed up with Liz and Jeff and Rich for a while, talking and hanging out, and then everyone went to bed.
During the press prep, were there any debates about answers the governor should give?
I'm sure that there was by nature of what we were doing, but I can't recall anything general or specific.
Was there a document that you were all working off of?
Liz had prepared a document, I think.
Can you look at what's at tab 255?
Okay.
Is this the document that Liz prepared?
I don't know who typed this. This might be Peter. And I think it was a summary takeaway, I think.
So this is the conclusion, sort of the discussions about what the governor should say at the press conference.
Yes, it was an outline. I don't know if the top he read directly or if that was supposed to be the thrust.
There's a question. On page 35774, it's actually the last page. There's a couple of questions in here that don't have any answers to them. One of them is on the last page, and it says, "You never denied what Charlotte said in her allegations. Are they credible allegations?" There's no answer to that, right?
Yes.
And during the prep session, did you discuss what the governor would say in response to that question?
I think that the group felt like he should say there's an investigation underway, and we should respect that and not get into any of the facts or the circumstances. That we had called for the investigation and we should let it play out.
And during that meeting to prepare him for the press conference, was there any discussion about whether the governor disputed any of the things that Charlotte claimed he had said to her?
No, but we didn't talk about it like that.
So that wasn't part of the conversation?
No, not that I recall.
During the lead up to the press conference, was there discussion amongst the group at any point about whether there could potentially be other women who might make claims of sexual harassment against the governor?
I'm trying to remember where this is in the timeline. Once the Anna Ruch thing happened, I think that we were apprehensive that there could be more things like that. Like where it could be like a Joe Biden situation of like, you know, older guy who's out of touch who is taking photos with people in a way that made them feel uncomfortable. And so, yes, in that way.
Okay, putting aside that, were there any discussions about whether there might be somebody who was going to allege workplace sexual harassment against the governor?
We didn't know where things stood with Caitlin, but I don't know that we talked about that.
Anyone else?
I don't think so.
And earlier, before we took a break, you kind of put two buckets together. You said in your mind there was a group that was Karen Hinton, Anna Liss, Anna Ruch, Cherylville, and Lindsay Boylan, and there was a separate bucket of people, Charlotte Bennett and Brittany Camiso. Was Caitlin in which bucket?
Can I clarify something on that?
Sure.
When I say like the two buckets and I wasn't going to spend time on it, it was like there was an investigation that was going on from a press perspective. This was not worth our energy. Like these were not things that were worth our energy. But that on the other ones, these were like serious allegations and serious public relations issues that we had to figure out how to respond to.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. In which group did you put Caitlin?
I don't think I put her in a group mentally. The Caitlin situation was very strange.
How did you first come to, you can put the document here. How did you first come to learn about that a woman was making allegations that the governor had groped her in the executive mansion?
Well, there was two conversations, one with Elkin Abramowitz and then one with Judy and Beth.
When did the conversation with Elkin Abramowitz occur?
The Monday morning that the allegation came to our attention.
Sorry, when it came to your attention, what do you mean by that?
I mean, I understand based on conversations I had that Brittany talked about it that Saturday night, but it did not come to Chamber's attention, Council's attention until Monday morning.
So the first time it came to your attention was a Monday morning?
Yes.
And it came to your attention from Elkin Abramowitz?
Yes.
Okay. And then Ms. Mogul and Ms. Garvey brought it to your attention?
Yes.
Prior to that, had you had any information or knowledge about that allegation?
No.
Okay. Did you speak to the governor about the allegation?
No.
Were you ever in the room when the governor spoke about the allegation?
Wait a minute. Are you saying prior or after?
Let's just say at any point. Did you talk to the governor about the allegations that he had groped someone in the executive mansion?
Yes.
Okay, and let's just be clear. Do you know who that person is who is alleged that she has been groped by the governor in the executive mansion?
Yes.
And who is it?
Brittany Camiso.
And how did you come to know that?
Beth and Judy told me.
And now why don't you tell us about the conversations you've had with the governor about Ms. Camiso?
I had a conversation with him, with counsel. Actually, I don't know if I was on that call. There was a conversation where it was relayed that we were...
Just be careful.
Yeah, sorry. Is the conversation you're relaying one in which it was just you, the governor, and council? Or just you and council?
I don't remember if I was actually a part of the conversation or if I was told about it
If
afterwards.
you were told about it afterwards, were you told by counsel?
Yeah.
Then those are privileged discussions. So,
I'm trying to think if I had any conversations with him. I'm sure that I did in the context of the press inquiry. And he denied it. And there was a debate over what to say to the Times-Union. And I ultimately wasn't a part of that conversation.
And why were you not a part of the conversation about what to say to the Times-Union?
Can someone refresh my memory about the date that this happened?
Sure. So I have the document in front of you. So look at tab 224.
But was this the first reporting?
This was not the first reporting. The first reporting occurred on March 9th. And if you want to refresh, we'll mark this as tab 224. This is, as the next exhibit, this is an article from the Times-Union. And then if you look at tab 222.
Uh-huh.
The text message chain between you and a group of people on March 9th, where you say, "I trust no one." Just refresh your recollection about the time period when you learned of Ms. Camisso's allegations.
No, the reference to I trust no one in not using my assistance to do that call was that I came to learn that was listening in on conversations, and I didn't think that she should be listening in on these really sensitive conversations.
And how did you come to learn that was listening in on the conversations?
The night that the Times story came to our attention, after the call was over, she called me.
And so just to refresh your recollection, that Monday
Mhm.
was March 9th.
No, it's March 8th.
Sorry.
Was
Sorry.
it?
I just
I
looked at
thought
the
that-
calendar.
I just did too.
I thought it was February
wait a
28th.
second, one second. So the Monday is the 8th, is the 8th,
Why does my calendar say?
not Thursday.
We'll defer to Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, Monday was the 8th?
Monday was the, I
Okay.
think we're in agreement.
My
that our-
calendar says the same
Calendar
thing.
does not. So Monday was the 8th.
I'm trying to remember. So there was a period of time where it was like, it was too much for me. I literally shut down and I couldn't be a part of it. Where I like asked everybody else to take the wheel. It happened a couple of times, and I think that this was around the time that that was happening.
And is that because of the nursing home issues?
The nursing home issues started it, but the constant snowballing, and Rebecca Tracer did an article, and every day it felt like someone was calling with an article attacking me, and I like had a very difficult. Those first 2 weeks of March were really hard, and so there were times when I just took myself out of it because I knew I couldn't take it anymore.
Do you want to stop?
I can keep going.
Okay. So you had no involvement in drafting the governor's statement that was in response to Ms. Camisso's allegations?
I don't think so, because I remember when I read it, thinking that was a weird statement.
You mean the statement that referred to the allegations as gut-wrenching?
Yes,
Is that the part you thought was weird?
yes.
Why did you think it was weird?
Because I didn't think it was in his voice. And I thought that anyone who read that would think someone wrote this for him.
Did you know what role the governor played in drafting that statement?
I don't.
So let's go back to now the conversations that you had with the governor. So you said at some point you understood that the governor had denied the interaction with Ms. Camiso.
Yes.
Denied the groping or denied other aspects of what Ms. Camiso had alleged had occurred between her and the governor?
He said that the selfie, because she had an allegation that he had said, let's take a selfie, that had been her idea, not his. And he said that he absolutely did not grope her.
He said he absolutely didn't grope her breast?
Yes.
Did he tell
And
you?
I don't mean to use the word, I don't know specifically if he used the word absolutely. I'm saying he strenuously denied to me that this happened.
And this is the grabbing her breast?
Yes.
Did he deny to you that he had grabbed her butt?
Yes.
Did he deny to you that he had ever made comments to her of a sexual nature?
He did not deny the mingle mama comment. But otherwise, yes.
How about the hugs?
He did not deny that he hugged her.
Did he deny that he hugged her in a way that caused her chest to rub on his body?
I don't remember that being reported.
How many occasions do you think you spoke to the governor about Ms. Camiso's allegations?
I don't know. In that immediate period, anytime there was a press inquiry, it was another round of conversations.
Was there any information conveyed to you that made you call into question Ms. Camiso's credibility?
I had an interaction with her that I didn't feel squared with what she was saying.
What was that interaction?
On December 23rd, we were all in the office. Stephanie, me, this woman, I think that's her last name, but she was one of the executive assistants, and Brittany. And we were sort of like running around like little elves, like wrapping presents and getting ready for Christmas. And she had asked to speak to Stephanie and I, and we said okay, and she came into Stephanie's office, and we were sitting there like wrapping presents while we're talking, and she said, I just want you guys to know that this is the best job I've ever had. I wake up every day excited to come to work. I feel so lucky to be a part of this. It gives me meaning, and I just want to thank you for this opportunity. And so then when I heard this, I was trying to square in my mind how she could have said that in December, and then this could be being said now.
Is there any other information that you personally knew or came to your attention that made you call into question Ms. Camiso's credibility?
No. Oh, I don't know that it's about calling into question her credibility, but it's relevant. I knew that she was in the process of getting divorced, and that the divorce was, that she was, and that and so I didn't know what to think.
Did you think that,
I didn't know.
did you ask,
Yes.
what he said?
No.
How did you come to understand that Ms. Camiso's, I guess,
It was a pretty big rumor around Albany. I heard it from more than one person, but I think Rich as a party told me that he had heard it. Oh, from Brendan Lyons. I think Brendan Lyons said something to Rich as, Brendan Lyons as a reporter for the Times-Union, said to Rich as party that he heard that
any other rumors about Ms. Camiso that you became aware of?
no, not that's relevant.
Any that aren't relevant?
No.
So that's the only information you have about Ms. Camiso, is what you've already conveyed to us.
I mean, I know more about Brittany than just that, but for the purposes of this.
What do you mean by that? You know more about it?
Meaning, like, I know she went to, she lives in the area, like those kinds of details.
Do you know if anyone from the chamber spoke to the, do you know if anyone from the chamber spoke to the,
No one, no. And I just feel like it's relevant, so I should say it. The Times Union called at one point, Brendan Lyons called and said that he didn't say he had a recording, but it sounded like he had a recording of a conversation between Brittany and her, where he said to her, the Cuomo people are running around town. They've got PIs on you. Your story is going to come up and I'm not going to defend you. It was some version of that. And they called, Brendan Lyons called Rich for a comment. And we talked about how to respond. I talked to Judy, I talked to Beth. And then Rich went back to Brendan Lyons to provide a comment, and Brendan Lyons said he was not running the story, so there was no need, because he became aware that in the same conversation also said, she said, you spoke to someone from the chamber, and then he said no. And he acknowledged in the same conversation that it wasn't true. And so the Times Union didn't think that it was worthy, what they described as. So we didn't end up providing a comment.
What was the comment you were going to provide?
I don't think we were going to provide a comment. I think that Rich was going to send them to the governor's lawyers to provide comment. That's what it was.
Did you understand what the governor's lawyer's comment was going to be?
Yes, but I learned it in a privileged setting.
To your knowledge, was there any investigatory work being done by anyone affiliated with the executive chamber relating to Ms. Camiso?
No.
Can you go to tab 62? Oh, wait, sorry, that's the wrong
Can I
tab.
just ask one follow-up while
Yeah.
we're going there?
That's
You
not the right
mentioned,
tab.
Can you speak up?
Yeah, you mentioned earlier that you found out that he was listening in on a call, and then you said she called you later or came in later.
Called me later.
And what did she say?
It was the Friday night of the when we had gotten the incoming from the Times about Charlotte, and it was a really long call where we were talking about how we were going to respond. It stretched from, I want to say, like 9 o'clock until midnight. It was a really long call. I actually fell asleep while we were on the phone. And then after the call ended, I woke up to my phone ringing, and she said, and I want to help you. We don't think Charlotte's telling the truth. She, in the morning where she's claiming that she was upset by a conversation she had with the governor, that wasn't why she was upset. She was upset because of an interaction she had with Stephanie. And they also said that Charlotte was and that she often raised the topic of sex with other people, and so to the extent that there were any conversations, she doesn't think she would have been uncomfortable with them, or that she wouldn't have prompted them. And she said,
Who's she?
I don't remember if she was on the phone too. I was a little bit disoriented.
What did you do with that information?
Nothing. I stopped having her listen in on my phone calls.
Did you convey it to anyone?
I believe I talked to Judy about it afterwards.
Anyone else?
I don't think so.
So let's go.
You testified yesterday that the governor was acting as a quasi-therapist or trying to provide advice to Ms. Bennett because did you convey what he told you to the governor?
No,
Did the governor tell you he had heard these stories?
after the fact.
Did he tell you when or where he had heard these stories?
No, but the way that was talking about them, it was as if it was like common information.
Did you hear from anyone other than?
No, but I don't really engage. People don't really tell me things. I don't really engage with the junior staff.
Does the governor engage with junior staff about gossip about who's sexually involved with him?
The junior staff, he'll say, what's going on, what do you hear? He asks everybody, what do you hear, what do you know? And people just tell him things. People like to be the person that tells the governor stuff.
And that includes things about who's sleeping with who?
Yeah.
Governor ever tell people not to share such information with him?
Not to me.
Let's go back to tab 62, which is the text message chain between you and Chris Cuomo. And these aren't page numbered, but if you turn to the text messages that start on March 10th, 2021 at 11:01 a.m.
Yep.
So Mr. Cuomo says, why didn't you tell him about potential ATU interview, I think, with 6? And you say, I asked you not to say anything until I talked to him. And he responds, that was a day ago, stop hiding shit. What was this about?
We had heard a rumor that Brittany was going to do an interview with the Times Union. And I wanted to prevent everyone running to the governor every time we heard a rumor. It wasn't healthy, it wasn't productive. 99% of the time, the rumor turned out not to be true. And it was this constant principal management issue for me where I was like, keep the stuff, like we don't need to go to him with things until we need to go to him with things. And people shouldn't be running around reporting every single rumor that they hear. And it turned out not to be the case in that instance.
Did you have any conversations with the governor about Alyssa McGrath?
I think in the context of a press inquiry.
Okay, and tell us about those conversations you had with the governor.
Can someone refresh my memory what the date was?
Sure. So Alyssa McGrath is March 19th.
Is that a Friday?
No.
Let's-
I'm
Was
going to
it?
look to Ms. Clark for the accurate calendar.
It is a Friday.
There you go.
I
Here.
I remember these days like on the, not the date, but the day number, or the
Day of the week.
day of the week. I talked to him about Alyssa in a privileged conversation.
Did you have any conversations with the governor about Ms. McGrath that were not privileged?
No.
Did you talk to the governor about Caitlin?
I'm sure that I did.
Actually, back up. In the Alyssa McGrath conversations, who were the lawyers that were present?
Robbie Kaplan was on the phone, and Rita Glavin and a couple of other associates of hers were in the room, so it was a joint privileged conversation.
So between your lawyers, the governor's lawyers, and you and the governor.
Yeah.
And then you said you believe there were conversations with the governor about.
Yes.
Can you tell us about those conversations?
I'm sorry, I take that back. There was definitely conversations with him about Caitlin.
Okay, and tell us about those conversations.
This is now jumping,
Going a little back and forth.
yeah,
Sorry.
in chronology. So after the Caitlin conversation, 2 days later, that Saturday morning, Judy Mogul called me to inform me that Caitlin,
Sorry. This is a conversation with you and Judy?
well, I'm getting to I'm
Can you
setting it
skip
up.
that part and then just talk about discussion?
Sure, but that was why we talked.
I understand.
Okay.
What
So,
happened next?
I got a group together on the phone to talk about it, and the governor was on that call.
Okay, and who was the group that got together?
Elkin, Alfonso, Steve, Judy, Linda. I think,
So it's a privileged call with the governor also.
yes.
Did you have any discussions with the governor about Caitlin before that without counsel or after that without counsel?
Before that without counsel, after that without counsel. I don't think Caitlin came up again until the Rebecca Traister article. And I don't think I talked to the governor about that.
Okay, and in any of the conversations you had with the governor about Caitlin, was Liz Smith present?
I don't think so.
Was Jeff?
Can we take 1 minute?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
Going off the record at 5:54 p.m. We are back on the record at 5:58 p.m.
Can I correct the record on something?
Sure.
I did have a conversation with the governor about Caitlin the day that, or around the time that the tweets happened, that her tweet happened. I flagged it for him.
Her tweet in December.
Yes.
Okay, and so tell us about that conversation with the governor.
I said to him, he said, "What's going on?" And I said, "Caitlin did this tweet." And he said, "Who?" And I said, "She used to work here." And he said, "Has anyone talked to her?" And at that point, I think the answer was no. But I don't remember if I spoke to him before or after I spoke to him. But he didn't have a recollection of who she was.
After the conversation you had with, did you speak to the governor again about?
No,
In that conversation, did he tell you to reach out to her?
no.
Did he say anything one way or the other?
He was, "Who is she? Did anyone talk to her? Does anyone know what's going on?"
Did you take that as an indication that someone should reach out to her, or?
I don't remember if I spoke to him before or after I had already engaged with him.
Okay, but if you had already engaged with her, then you would have been able to tell him, yes, we reached out to her, right?
But not that they spoke. Not that anyone spoke.
Okay.
I don't like to talk to him about half information.
Circling back on the question we were talking about before the break, in the conversations that the other conversations that you had with the governor about Caitlin, where you said a variety of attorneys were present, were any of the press people present?
I don't think so. I don't think I was including them at that point, but I don't remember. There were a lot of conversations and different iterations of people, but in that specific call, I asked Elkin to participate, which is why it stands out in my mind, and the other lawyers were on.
And this was in December.
Yes.
And why did you ask Mr. Abramovitz to participate?
Following conversation I had with Judy Mogul.
Okay, and who was Mr. Abramovitz a lawyer to at that time?
At that point, no one, but I was engaging with him about hiring him.
In relation to what?
A conversation I had had with Judy Mogul.
About Caitlin?
Well,
You can tell me the topic of
Yes.
the conversation. It was about Caitlin. Okay. Okay, we're going to look at our last document for the day. So let's turn to tab 236. 36. This is, if I did this right, we'll mark this as the next exhibit. This is a text message chain between you, Peter Ajamian, Beth Garvey, Linda Lacewell, Stephanie Benton, Liz Smith, Judy Mogul, and Rich Azapardi, and Mitra Hormozi. And it begins on March 14th and ends on March 15th. Do you recall this back and forth?
I recall that it happened. I don't remember everything chapter and verse. I think this is an email chain, not a text chain.
Say again?
I think it's an email chain, not a text chain.
Sorry, I keep saying that. It's an email chain. You're correct. And so what do you remember about, what was this back and forth about?
This was about the Ronan Farrow article.
And the Chamber's response to the Ronan Farrow article?
Yes.
Okay, and what was your perspective on how to respond to the Ronan Farrow article?
It's consistent with my perspective on other press matters, which is that I continue to believe that we should respond to things point by point.
And that others in the group did not believe that the Chamber should engage in a point-by-point refutation of the articles.
Correct.
Okay. And let's look at the very beginning of the chain. You wrote an email where you said, if we can't send this, I'd like to understand legally why. We cannot just send the hostile work envir, quote, which doesn't answer the question. And then you seem to have typed what looks like a statement you were proposing making, having the Chamber make on the record. Is that right?
Yes.
And the statement was that Lindsay routinely circumvented the senior staff and went directly to the governor, which disrupted communication and organization. She was asked many times not to go to the governor directly, but to follow protocol, and refused, which was an ongoing source of tension. The opposite dynamic that Lindsay now claims. See that?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your recollection of why you were told that statement shouldn't be issued?
I don't have a recollection of the specific conversation, but I know from the emails that Beth didn't want to do it because she thought it could possibly be viewed as retaliatory.
Do you remember any other conversation outside of the emails about it?
I felt really strongly that we should give this statement, and I wanted to understand if we couldn't, legally why we couldn't. And I think I expressed that view to other members of the press team.
And what did you understand was the reason Ms. Garvey was telling you it could be viewed as retaliatory?
Because we were now in the midst of an investigation, and that anything that we said on the record could be used in litigation, and that if it wasn't something we had previously said, we shouldn't say it.
And it could be reviewed as, did she explain to you that it was retaliation in response to Ms. Boylan making a sexual harassment claim that she was concerned about?
Yes.
Okay, and in the email that she responds to you, she says, we're just pushing back on an anecdote you acknowledged to all of us earlier is true. What is the anecdote she's referring to?
The phone call.
Which phone call?
I apologize. The setup to this quote was that Lindsay had talked to Ronan Farrow about the conversation I had with her in July 2018, where I called her and said some version of, what the fuck? And so I wanted to provide the explanation for why that conversation had happened, and Beth didn't think that we should.
But you had told everybody that that anecdote that Ms. Boylan shared, that was true.
Yes, that the conversation had taken place.
And the words that Ms. Boylan had said, you said to her, you had said those words.
I didn't necessarily know the precise words, but the thrust was correct.
Okay. And did you understand what Ms. Garvey meant when she said we're just creating, and she put stars around new liability?
She, at this point, because we were in the midst of an investigation, she was being very careful about anything that was happening. And after Brittany reported her claims, her lawyer immediately claimed retaliation. Am I allowed to talk about this?
No, how did you know?
From Beth.
And no, if it's not including some of the PR folks.
I'll ask a better question. So did the new liability, did you understand that Ms. Garvey, or had Ms. Garvey, did you understand or had Ms. Garvey conveyed a view to you that she believed that the release of Ms. Boylan's personnel file had created potential liability for retaliation for the chamber?
No,
You never had that discussion with her?
I don't think so.
The discussion about liability revolved around something to do with Ms. Camiso.
Yes.
Okay. And then she said a retaliation claim that is ultimately Gov's personally. What did you understand her to mean by that?
I don't know. I think because, I don't know. I think that the law had been changed so that if it was retaliation in the context of sexual harassment claim, that the person was held liable, not the state, I think.
And did you have any conversations with the governor about whether he might have personal exposure for retaliation?
No. Not that I recall.
You go to the first page of the text message. The second text from the bottom, you said,
Emails.
emails, thank you. Yes, and when they walk us through the story, I still reserve the right to re-raise the point on the LB argument she and I had. Did there come a time when you re-raised the issue of whether you could make a statement about the argument that you and Lindsay Boylan had?
Yes.
And when did that happen?
Sometime in this time frame when we got the readout from the story.
Okay, so after this text message?
Yeah.
After this email chain?
Yes.
Okay, and what happened on that occasion when you re-raised it?
Beth said no.
Is there any occasion on which you were told that you could, off the record, make your points about the argument you had with Lindsay Boylan?
I don't think so. I don't know. I was at a point where I thought that the advice I was getting was inconsistent with what I understood the law to be, and that if it was factual and you were rebutting something on the record that was not factual or providing relevant context, that was allowed. And I was frustrated because I thought that goalpost was changing, and Beth really felt once the investigation was going on that we couldn't do anything that could even be remotely perceived as retaliatory.
Who gave you that advice that you just referred to?
Which advice? The original advice?
The advice you just described is that you understood the law to be that if it's factual and you're rebutting something on the record that was not factual or providing relevant context, that was allowed.
Judy and Linda.
And when had that occurred?
We're non-lawyers on these
No.
occasions?
No.
Then I think it's privileged.
Let's skip up to lines in the text. Some discussion about Stephanie Benton's haircut. What did you understand? Did you talk to Ms. Benton about the allegation that she had cried about a comment the governor made about her haircut?
Yes.
What did she say?
That it was ridiculous.
And did you ask her whether the governor had ever made her cry?
No. I think I asked her specifically about this.
About whether she cried about the governor making fun of her haircut?
Yes.
Okay, did you ask her if the governor had ever made fun of her haircut?
I don't remember. I don't remember if I put it that way or if it was just specific to this.
Okay. Do you have questions? Okay, you can close the binders. Between yesterday and today, other than your counsel, did you talk to anyone about your testimony here?
Yes.
Who'd you talk to?
My husband.
Other than your husband and your counsel, did you talk to anyone about your testimony here?
Yes.
Who?
Steve Cohen called me this morning to ask how I was feeling, and I said I wasn't done yet. And he said, "I'm so sorry, I didn't realize we shouldn't talk," and hung up the phone.
Okay. Other than Mr. Cohen, how did Mr. Cohen know you were testifying today? Or yesterday?
Do you know how he knows? If it's discussions with counsel, then
Yeah.
you're not allowed that.
Other than Mr. Cohen, your husband, and your personal counsel, between yesterday and today, have you had any conversations with anyone about your testimony?
No.
In advance of anyone else testifying to us, did you reach out to anybody before they testified to us?
No.
Meaning about their testimony. So,
I just mean anyone.
Well, I talk to a lot of people that are involved in this case on an ongoing basis because of work.
Are there people that you understood the dates on which they were testifying before us?
Yes.
Who were those people?
It's in the context of...
if it's information you only have from discussions with counsel, I'm instructing you not to answer questions.
Okay.
Which counsel was telling you the dates on which people were testifying before us?
I say,
I'm going to instruct her not to answer. The only conversation she would have had about this topic would be in discussions with counsel in the context of our advice to her.
So it's you, it's your personal counsel that told you the dates of other people's testimony.
I'm not going to answer.
I'm trying to figure out if it was you all who told her the dates, or if it
Of
was executive
scheduling
chamber
of when
counsel.
people are going.
Correct.
Have you had any discussions with anyone other than counsel about that topic?
Yes.
You can disclose that.
Who did you have those conversations with?
The Wall Street Journal reached out about Rich's party.
And what did you discuss with the Wall Street Journal?
I didn't speak to the Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal, the morning that Rich Azzopardi went in for his testimony, the Wall Street Journal emailed Rich and said, I'm going to run a story later today that you recently testified, or you testified last week in some time period. And that these are the topics that they're asking about. Do you care to comment? Rich forwarded the email to me and to who's in our press office, and Rich was really upset that as he was walking in to testify that this leak had happened, and he was like, I'm signing off. And so during the day, then I talked about how to deal with the Wall Street Journal,
Okay, and what was your conclusion about how to deal with the Wall Street Journal?
that we weren't in a position to deny anything.
Okay, and how did you come to the conclusion that you weren't in a position to deny anything?
At first, the characterization of the time frame of Rich was not correct, because I think that he said like a week before or something like that. And so at first I talked to Rich about like, do we want to deny that piece of it, because it's not factually accurate. But we decided that it was like engaging in a game, and it wasn't worth it.
And I understand you had privileged conversations in which lawyers conveyed to you the dates on which people were testifying before us. Did learning that information cause you to reach out to any of those individuals?
No.
So if that happened, that was a coincidence.
I was told at the beginning of this that I could.
Hang on. Are you disclosing discussions with counsel? I'm going to instruct you not to disclose conversations with counsel. So
Okay.
the answer to her question is the answer that if you reached out to someone, is it a coincidence if it was someone who was testifying? I take it to be a question.
Yes.
Have you had conversations with anyone other than your counsel about the substance of what anyone has testified before us?
No.
We've covered an enormous amount of information in 2 days. You understand that the scope of our investigation is the allegations of sexual harassment and the surrounding circumstances. The allegations of sexual harassment against Governor Cuomo and the surrounding circumstances. Is there any information that you have not conveyed to us over the last 2 days that you think is relevant?
No, but I want to correct the record on one thing.
Sure.
Yesterday, I think Mr. Kim was asking me about if I had ever been involved in any trooper transfers, and I said no. And then upon reflection last night when I was replaying the testimony, I wanted to come back and correct that I don't know if you could say I was involved in, but I had discussions about the transfer of a trooper.
Okay. Can you tell us what discussions you were involved in about the transfer of a trooper?
Yes. I'm blanking on his last name. Yes.
I'm sorry, what is it?
He was, and he disclosed that he was and requested a transfer, and I spoke to the state police about that at the time.
Who did you speak to at the state police?
Vinny Strafacci, and
Did they reach out to you or did you reach out to them?
I don't remember what order it happened in, and there were a number of conversations.
Okay, tell us the content of the conversations with Mr. Strafacci.
it was a problem that a member of the state police detail was, and I feel a little bit uncomfortable talking about. He had disclosed to me that, and that he was going to tell his bosses and request a transfer.
And is that what caused you to get involved in the situation?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you contribute to the conversation about the transfer?
They kept me updated on the process and what was going on.
Did you ask to be kept updated on the process?
Yes.
Were you briefing the governor on what was going on with the process of the transfer?
Not in real time.
But at some point?
I don't like to give him half information, so at the conclusion, I briefed him.
Okay. And what did you tell him?
That I had requested a transfer and that they were transferring him to a troop that he had previously been assigned to that was north of Albany.
Mr. Kim, do you have any questions about that? So other than that correction, I'll ask the question I asked again, which is there any information that you have that you believe is relevant to the investigation that we're conducting that you haven't told us?
I don't think so.
I told you at the beginning of yesterday that if you wanted to, you could make a brief sworn statement. Would you like to do that?
I don't think I have any energy left.
Do you want to take a break and think about it?
Could I?
Sure.
Going off the record at 6:19 p.m. We are back on the record at 6:23 p.m.
So, Mr. DeRosa, I wanted to again offer you an opportunity to make a sworn statement on the record while we're together.
I appreciate it, but I'm all set, thank you.
Okay. I know it's been a very long 2 days, and I very much appreciate you spending the time with us and you conveying the information that you've conveyed to us, and appreciate you taking so much time. I do want to remind you again what I told you at the beginning, which is because this investigation is being conducted under Executive Law 63-8. We have an expectation, and the law requires that you not disclose any of the testimony that you've provided to us to anybody else. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Counsel, do you have anything else to add?
No, thank you.
Okay, we can close the record.
This concludes the deposition of Melissa DeRosa for July 6, 2021. We're going off the record at 6:24 p.m.